Hello, everyone. How are you today? Yeah, I'm a little bald. Just a little bit. Nice to see you guys in person. I'm glad you guys are excited for this. I am too. One thing before we start, though, if you'll see up in the corner here, all suggestions will be ignored. Now, the reason I put that up there is because the last time I did a live stream, which was when I had 100,000 subscribers, the whole thing was just filled with suggestions. And I'd like it if we could actually talk and stay on topic, So please keep your suggestions to, excuse me, please keep your suggestions out of here so we can talk about the placements, and not get off topic. But yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. Glad to have you. Whoa, my voice. What's with my voice today? Glad to have you here. And yes, I will do the voice for you later on. But let's get this started. If all suggestions are being ignored, then what's the point of us even being here? So this stream is for you guys to put your input in on where these characters should be placed with me. Now, if I just let everybody make suggestions the whole time, then that's all that we would talk about. And as much as I'd like to hear who you guys want to see covered, that's not what this stream is for. It's not for suggestions. The mic sounds a little rough. Well, I can bring it down here if that's better. I don't want this to just be a place for you guys to put suggestions. I look at all those in the comments on Discord, Reddit, wherever else. But for now, please, let's just do what we came here to do and place these villains on this tier list. And I'd like you guys to put your input in with me. That's the whole point of this. Also, we'll be, just chatting in between. We don't have to just talk about villains the whole time. But yeah, for the most part, I'd like to stay on topic, and do what we came to do. Let's see here. Is this more? So it's what we're gonna do. How we're gonna do this is, I am going to place the villain first, and then when I place them, I want you guys to talk about my placement. Is that right? Is that wrong? Why should they be higher? Why should they be lower? And depending on your input, I will move them up or down. I will override things if I think it's a little egregious or something. I don't know. But for the most part, I'll place them first. You guys will talk about it. And if they need to go higher or lower, they'll go higher or lower. And I figured that would work out pretty good. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it as far as rules go. And that's what we're going to be doing. Oh, I suppose I should put this up. I put this up in the videos. So here is a little bit of insight into how I rank them typically. So, S tier is, if you can't say anything nice about them, if they don't have any tragedy in their backstory, like, say, Palpatine, who is evil because he's evil and that's what he wants to do. He wants power. S tier, there's nothing good to say about Palpatine. A tier is for people that you can justify their actions in some way. They're career criminals. They make horrible choices that, they really don't have to, but they do anyway. B tier is for people who are like, they're sick, maybe. They have tragedy associated with their characters, a lot of tragedy. Maybe they have some reasonable justifications for their actions. C tier is, a lesser of that if they're really sick, or they have better justifications for their actions, or they commit acts of lesser evil than C tier. And D is for the most sympathetic, the bottom tier, lesser evil villains that I've covered. So that's how I do it. You guys might, factor in your rankings a little differently. but that's what I'm going to go off of. But yeah, so with that out of the way, I mean, let's just get started. So we're going to go in order of how I covered them. So the first villain I covered will be first, and the latest one will be last. Oh, that's not the latest one. That's Cameron Alexander, and he goes there. Okay. So let's see here. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. And let's see. I've seen some of you ask me to do the voice, so let me pull up a script because that's just how I get it. Let's see here. Let's go to the latest one. Why not? So let's see here. And yeah, I put it in big letters because I need to read it well. But anyway, it usually goes something like, "Hello everyone, and welcome to the 157th episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring the characters and themes of Insomnia. While many of you may be familiar with the 2002 film directed by Christopher Nolan, some of you might not be aware that this film was actually a remake of a 1997 Norwegian film. And I mess up a lot, you know, so that'll happen, but there you go. That's usually what I do. And yeah, that's me, and this is my face, so here you guys go." Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you for all the love. So anyway, let's get started ranking these villains. So first up is Colonel Kurtz. And by the way, I should maybe have up where I ranked them last time, but I'm not going to do that. So I'm just going to kind of do this as fresh as you guys are. I have showed my face before, yes. It was when I had got 100,000 subscribers, and I did a live stream then. I've also shown it a couple times in videos, but that was kind of for sponsors, which doesn't really count. Yeah, but here I am. This is me. Anyway, so Colonel Kurtz was the first villain I covered, and as the first placement goes, I think I put him in B tier. So Colonel Kurtz is from Apocalypse Now, for those of you who don't know. And he is a former colonel, army colonel, who goes off into the jungle during the Vietnam War, and he starts trying to fight the war his own way. He kills a lot of people, a lot of civilians. He's pretty brutal, but at the same time, he's just trying to end the war in his own way, and he's pretty messed up in the head. So I wouldn't put him higher than B tier, but if you guys have anything different to say about it, go ahead and let me know. Low B, high C. Yeah, I mean, as we go, you know, we'll start moving characters around to, you know, say who's worse than who and which tier. But let's see, I'm seeing some B's and some C's. Walter White reference. A child killer is B tier. L take. Let's see here. Can I zoom in a bit, please? Sure. Zoom in the tier list or zoom in on me? The list. Okay. Let's see. That better? Okay, cool. So, I don't know, what do you guys think? B? I saw a lot of B's and people were mostly fine with B's. So, for Kurtz. And, you know, as we go along, we can move them around later on. At the end, we'll go through all of them, and if some of them aren't right, we'll move them again, you know. But yeah, we'll stick them in B for now. I see mostly B's, so that sounds good. Oh, and by the way, if you've seen the last tier list videos, I did update some of the pictures that I thought were less than stellar. So you know, you'll see some different pictures for different characters as we go on. But so the next one is Ganondorf from the Legend of Zelda series, and while he has a little bit of tragedy in his character because he was kind of born that way. I mean, this is, by the way, this is Ganondorf, Ganon, and Demise all in one. So, yeah, he was born to be evil because of the Curse of Demise as far as Ganondorf goes, but he's really just a reincarnation of evil. And as a being of pure evil, I put him in S. So, Ganondorf should be an A tier. I mean, I feel like you could rank the different Ganondorfs differently. Like, see, someone said Wind Waker is B tier, but all the others are S. So, like, if you factored Wind Waker Ganondorf into the rankings, then maybe Ganondorf would be A, but I think all of them as a whole and what they represent is an S. Is my stepfather on the list? No, unfortunately not. But yeah, I'm seeing mostly agreement on S. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, he has no good intentions. You know, Ganondorf isn't doing what he does to, like, save Hyrule or anything. He's doing it to dominate the world. I mean, there's not much redeeming factor in his mission, you know. Everyone is going on this list. Someone asked if Vic Mackey was going to be on the list, but there's every single character I've covered is in here, and I made sure this time. I made sure. So yeah, let's go with Ganondorf, and thank you for the compliment. In S tier for now, and move on to Nurse Ratched. So Nurse Ratched, I think I put her in D tier originally, but then a lot of people made comments saying, no, she should go up, and I put her in C. And the reason I put her low is, even though she's pretty terrible, you know, as far as a healthcare worker goes, and she has really bad practices, but she's doing her job. You know, she's not intentionally being evil. Well, she is sometimes. There are times where she's being, you know, she's smug and she's trying to get a one-up on the people under her care. But for the most part, you know, she's doing her job, even if she's doing it poorly. I see some D's, I see some C's and B's. Let's see here. Oh, even an A. Okay. I'm seeing mostly C's, so I think C is pretty good for now. Like I said, later on we can move them if we need to, but C works for now. And then this one, this is Yu Yevon. So I don't know how many of you have played Final Fantasy X. That is my favorite game of all time, if anyone was wondering. But for Yevon, I put him in A. Because his backstory is tragic in a lot of ways. I mean, the only reason he did what he did and sacrificed all of Zanarkand was to save them. He was just trying to save his people from a war. But him trying to do that doomed the world for thousands of years to suffer this horrid monstrosity coming back and killing a whole bunch of people. So for Yevon the person, I would, if we're factoring in Yevon the person and not like just who he is after he becomes Sin, I think that's A. But I have seen some S's, so let's see. A's, S's. I can't wait to remaster it either, honestly, because I don't think I did a great job on that video. I mean, it was alright, but I could have done better. Can you imagine? Oh, whoops. Sorry, that was when it was zoomed out. I just realized that. I mean, you can't really see it now. There you go. I just got to keep that up there. I'm sorry. It's just I can't have everybody talking about suggestions the whole time. Otherwise, that's all we'll talk about. Yeah. Let's see. Have I considered doing voice acting outside of YouTube? I have. But I don't know. I'm quite busy with what I got going on with the channel now, so it's hard to do anything new. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna stay with S right now. I mean A right now for Yevon. And we'll go ahead to Amy Dunn. So I don't remember where I put Amy last time. I think I put her in B. Pretty sure. I put her in B because she's clearly not right in many ways. She was used as a, if I remember correctly, she was kind of used as a child star by her parents, and you know that impacted her growth, and she's really messed up. The only reason I put her in B2 is because, as far as I know, she didn't kill anybody, right? If I'm remembering correctly, she ruined lives, but she wasn't a murderer yet. Oh wait, no, she killed the guy. That guy at the end, her ex-boyfriend. Right. Yeah. Oh no, Amy goes above Kurtz for sure. That's yeah. She killed Neil Patrick Harris. That's right. Okay. So I would say high B. I've seen some of you say A tier. If she's gonna go in A, I'd say low A tier. But what do you guys think? Let's see some B's or A's in the chat right now. Low A, B, low A, B. Lots of B's and some A's. And even a C. Okay. As we go on, like every other character, you know, when all the other characters get put on the list and we compare her to who's around her, we might need to move her up or down. But seems like most people agree on B right now, so we'll leave her in B. Now this is going to be an interesting one. Arthur Fleck, one of the Jokers on the list. I think I had him in B tier as well. I think I had him above Amy. Lot of tragedy in his backstory. Very sympathetic, you know, a lot of the stuff he's gone through. But as I've talked about before with people who have talked to me about Arthur Fleck, a lot of what he does is not right. You know, he kills people that he shouldn't. You know, there isn't really justification for his murders beyond they were mean to him. You know, he kills the host, Robert De Niro. I forgot his name in the movie, but he kills him because he was mean to him. One thing that's cited kind of frequently about Arthur is he was defending himself against the guys he killed on the subway. But my problem with that is, from what I remember, he held the gun up to them and they backed off. And then he chose to shoot them anyway, that's no longer self-defense. You know what I mean? That's just murder. And from what I remember of that scene, it was just like he knew he could do it in that moment and he wanted to, you know? So that's what, despite all the tragedy associated with his character, that's what bumps him up to B for me. So let's get some B's, A's in the chat right now. What do you guys think? Just fire them off. Okay, I'm seeing A's and B's and some C's too. Actually, a lot of C's. Okay. So mostly B's and C's with some A's. I knew this one was going to be a little rough to place. Okay. Low A at worst, I would agree with that. Okay. I did see quite a few C's if I scroll up, which was interesting. So, you know what? Oops. We're just gonna say he's at the bottom of B for now, and then later on we can move him up to A or down to C. I think this is when we need to revisit when all the other characters are placed around him. Yeah, I think that's fine for now. Now Annie Wilkes, another one who has a lot of tragedy associated with her character, from what I remember. And she's clearly sick. Like, there is not a sound mind making Annie Wilkes' decisions. And what she did, and someone, oh, I remember now. That's right, I did move her up to A because someone reminded me on the video where I placed her that she killed babies. Yeah, she was a baby killer. That's right. She killed a lot of people before the events of the movie. So that's what bumps her. If Annie wasn't a baby killer, then she would be in B tier. But she's a baby killer, you know. And that sickness she has is what prevents me from putting her up in S tier, even though she's a baby killer. You know, she's a baby killer it's one thing to be a sane baby killer, and it's another thing to be an insane baby killer, you know. And because she's quite apparently insane, then yeah, I would say A. But what do you guys think? You know, let me know. A. I see some mid B's, but I see mostly A's. Okay. Yeah. We'll go ahead and go with A for now. Yeah. Oh, that's a good question. Anybody who's... Oh, man. See, I knew I'd forget something on this stream. Do you guys know if the VOD will have chat? It will, right? Like, when you watch the video after the stream is done, the chat will be on the right, so everyone can see what we said, right? I don't watch too many streams after the fact. Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if I needed to record the chat, because I do want to include the chat in the video I make. So that's good. I'm glad I don't have to record it. Okay, so Annie's in A. We'll leave Annie in A for now. Let's see here. Now it's Pinhead. So, oh, where did Elliot Spencer go? I put him on here too as a separate ranking. Dang it. I numbered these so they would all go in the proper spot, but some of them got screwed up. He's wearing a green army uniform. I know that's the picture that I used. There he is. Found him. Okay. Okay. So, let's talk about Pinhead and Elliot Spencer. So, if you guys watch the remastered version of the Pinhead video, I kind of, and this is my thing, you know, I kind of went through all the Hellraiser material and made canon for it that isn't official. So Pinhead himself, I discovered, is essentially a construct of Leviathan that transfers from host to host and has been causing pain and misery on behalf of its master for thousands of years. So with that in mind, I think he goes in S. I placed him in in B before because I was factoring in Elliot's like personality within him with what we knew from the first 3 movies. But turns out Elliot isn't the greatest person ever either. And as far as the movies go, he's not so bad. But in there's a comic where he was on a tour in India and he came across a tree with a bunch of people hanging in it, dead corpses hanging in it, and he thought it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. And that spurred him to like explore that further and find the box. So I would say both of them go in S. I mean, from what I know now about them, yeah. Thank you for the compliment. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Let me... How do I block this guy? Or mute him. There you go. So... Go ahead and leave your rankings in the chat. You think he deserves S, A? What do you think? Why did things stop? What happened? Oh, it's because I scrolled. Wait, what's going on here? Sorry guys, I'm obviously quite new to this, so... A, Pinhead S, Elliot A. Elliot isn't pure evil? Yeah, that's true. He's not pure evil. There's some... Well, actually, the comic that I was talking about, once he was bereft of Pinhead, like once he had got his influence off of him, he chose to like try and pursue world domination and become a god. To become a god. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something over here on my other screen. There we go. I guess that'll work. Oh, let me do it how it was. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. So I don't know. It's strange because, you know, Elliot didn't seem like the greatest person ever. He did want to take over the world once Pinhead was done. He wanted to ascend to heaven and become a god and all this stuff. So I don't know. I think he can stay in an A, maybe high A for now. So from what I saw, S and A seems pretty good for Pinhead for now. But again, we can revisit this a little later on. Now Leatherface. Leatherface is up next. And I put him in D last time. Now, to be fair, my exposure to Leatherface is only the first 2 Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies. So I don't know if he's got anything beyond that makes him less sympathetic. But Leatherface, even though he is a chainsaw-wielding, murdering maniac, he didn't choose to be that. He's quite clearly mentally handicapped, and his family are the one that make the decisions for him, and you know, take care of him, raise him, and tell him what to do. Leatherface isn't Leatherface because he wants to be Leatherface, is pretty much the moral of it. You know, he just is Leatherface because of circumstance. So, let's see here. Yeah, Leatherface is a bit similar to Frankenstein. You know, like Frankenstein's monster didn't want to be created. You know, Dr. Frankenstein created Frankenstein's monster. So how much of Frankenstein's monster's actions can you attribute, like blame on him when, you know, he was made to be a monster? Yeah, if he was born anywhere else, he'd just be a normal handicapped person. You know, it's because of his family that he is who he is. So, I'm seeing mostly D's. I get that he's brutal, but again, he's the most sympathetic villain I've covered in my eyes. You know, he didn't want to be who he was. So again, maybe we'll revisit it later, but I think D's fine for now. Michael Myers is, for me, an S tier. In contrast to Leatherface, Michael has never been shown to be sick in any kind of way. He doesn't have, he probably has some type of disorder, obviously, but from what we're given in the Halloween movies, he does what he does because he wants to do it. You know, he murders women because why not? You know, and that's Michael Myers, the big bad evil who's just going around murdering people. Michael should be above. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Okay. I see mostly S's. I figured this would be a pretty easy one. Yeah, he's also a supernatural entity in a way because he can't die. Well, I mean, I guess he can, but he keeps coming back. So, yeah, I think S is fine for him. John Kramer, I put him in A, somewhere high last time. I want to see what you guys have to say before I say anything about him. What do you guys think? Where does John Kramer go? Excuse me. I see some A's. I see some B's. I see some variation on where he should go in A. The people he kills, well, okay, he thinks he's not killing them, you know, because he's given them a choice. But I don't know. Someone like him who's just so brutal and yeah, he's a hypocrite, and causes so much pain to people because he's trying to improve their lives. He's a twisted charity worker, you know. He was a humanitarian, twisted humanitarian. That's a better way to put it. He was quite the humanitarian before he became Jigsaw, and then once he became Jigsaw, it's like all his humanitarian inclinations went towards kind of being a humanitarian by putting people through horrible stuff. And yeah, most villains are hypocrites. That's true. But I saw mostly A's, so we'll keep him there for now. Again, in these early stages, placements don't matter too much. I mean, we can say like, okay, maybe he goes above Annie, but as we go on, you know, and more people start coming onto the list, that's when we're gonna start being like, okay, he's definitely worse than so and so and whatnot. So yeah, we can do that. Now Norman Bates is an interesting one. I had him in B before. Now, Norman is a strange case because he caused his own mental illness when he killed... I mean, not really. Okay, so he didn't... his mother caused it. You know, his mother was a horrible, horrible mother. But he murdered her lover and her because he was so jealous and possessive of her. And then after the murder, he created this alter ego in his mind of his mother because he couldn't handle being without her anymore. So it's like, it's hard to factor that before, where he was incredibly malicious, but that malice was born from how his mother raised him. And then afterwards, his actions were kind of ruled by this mother alter ego. So high C, B, C tier. Thank you for the what are they called? Super thank comment. I forget what they're called. I mean, they're called super thanks when you do them on a video, but I don't know if that's what they're called here. Thank you for that, Stash Ketchum. And Cartman will actually be coming this year at some, well, not this year, but next year, 2024, at some point. That's been a rough one for me. I said no suggestions, but I had to, you know. Thank you for that. Super chat. That's what it is. Super chat. Okay. So I'm seeing high lows or high C's, low B's. I think I had him in a low B before, so let's leave him here for now. That's good. Anton, I put an S last time. But I don't know. You guys tell me what you think. Anton, he's a human, but only on the surface. Yeah, that's pretty much how I see him. You know, yeah. And I figured, you know, some people are gonna have their hot takes that Anton's A or B, but I mean, he's got. So this is actually a good opportunity for me to talk about antisocial personality disorder and how that factors into these kinds of rankings. So when I talk about someone being sick, like Norman or Arthur or Amy, I'm talking about how they have something in their minds that is influencing them to do the things they do. And while someone with antisocial personality disorder does too, most of the time they are capable of understanding what right and wrong are. They just don't care. You know, there's a difference between, you know, delusions and a lack of empathy that you choose not to have. You know, there are plenty of people who have antisocial personality disorder who are, you know, normal functioning members of society, and then there's people like Anton Chigurh who, you know, he is he's rough. So for me, antisocial personality disorder, it's not an excuse for people's actions, but it is an explanation as to why they're doing what they're doing, you know. Whereas other disorders, you know, like DID or something, that can be an excuse because someone is not in reality. You know, they're not experiencing reality in the same way as everybody else. Anton seems to be experiencing reality in the same way as everybody else, but, you know, he's doing what he's doing, and that's not good. So Anton is fine, but yeah, keep that in mind as we go forward with psychopathy and ASPD. And yes, yeah, you're right. X-Rex. But yes, okay. So next is someone who is an American Psycho, which is Patrick Bateman, and I had him in S2, I think, up next to Anton. And I mean, same kind of reasons. He's got in the movie, so I've only partially read the book, and I'm gonna need to read it when I redo this video. Oh, thank you, voice main. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. Wow, it's great to hear. Thank you. I'm not factoring in the book here because I haven't read the whole thing. But I had him in high A tier. I think you're right. I did have him in high A tier. I think it's because of the weird delusions. Yeah, because of how ambiguous everything he's done in the film is. That's right. It's so, you know, you don't know whether he's having delusions or if that's what's really going on. Like when he feeds that cat to the ATM that says feed me, you know, or kill me or whatever it said. Yeah, not a reliable narrator. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, you know, do we know enough backstory to put him in A? So an absence of a backstory it's rough. You know, you can't factor backstory into every character, and you kind of take them for what they are. And yeah, I would agree with that. Someone said here Patrick is worse than these. So yeah, high A. I don't know. High A seems good for me. What do you guys think? High A? So I'm seeing some S's. So, you know, later on, if we need to put him in low S tier, we can. But, he's fine for now. Yeah, and if you know, Elijah just said in the chat, in the books he does way more messed up things than in the films. So if I knew more about the books, I might place him higher. And some of you who have read the book, you might be placing him higher because you do know. So we can revisit that later, you know, as we put more people on here. Hans Landa, now he's as lucid as they come. You know, as far as we know, there's nothing wrong with Hans except the fact that he's evil. You know, he's not a good man. You know, he's a Nazi and he's a hunter and all of the above, self-serving. You know, he's not even dedicated to his cause. You know, he's just a malicious, horrible person. He's got a great personality and he's cool, you know, to look at, and the scenes here are the best in the movie. But an SS tier, yeah, that's good. There you go. Yeah, no, it does not excuse his actions. S. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of S. Once again, you guys go ahead and rapid fire your placements, and we can see if S is the majority. But I mean, how's a guy named Ben Shapiro gonna put Hans Landa in A tier? I'm sorry, I just had to. That was funny. Because they're only getting better. Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate the love. Thank you. And thank you for the super chat. Really. I'm glad to have been entertaining you these past few years. Okay. I'm seeing S's. So, oh yeah. Landa should be above Anton. I agree with that. Okay. There we go. S for Landa right now. John Doe. Did I have him in S last time? No, I think I had him in A. Up next to Patrick somewhere. And he could go in S. Like, I'm not disagreeing with that at all. I think I put him in A because he is brainwashed, from what I remember. I don't know if brainwashed is the right way to put it. John Doe, obviously the top S here because he's Kevin Spacey. Okay. Well, we're ranking John, not Kevin, but thank you for the super chat, Mr. Me. And you put in A because he believes what he's doing is right. Yeah, yeah, you're right. That's why I put him in A, because all the horrible things he does, he doesn't think he's not doing them because he's like, oh, I want to murder people. You know, he's not just murdering people just because. He's murdering people because he thinks that's the right thing to do. Like, that will save the world if he can prove to the world that sin has brought us so low and that we need to change. And he's kind of like John Kramer in that way. He's like a religious John Kramer. That's actually a pretty good label for him, I think. Yeah, he thought he was a balancer. Yeah. So, yeah, he's a big hypocrite, you know. He could go in S, you know, really. Let's do rapid fire again. Oh yeah, I did read the 7 comics. I think I factored that into the video. No problem, Nick, and thank you. It's my pleasure. He's strong. Right, yeah, he thinks he's doing good. That's why I put him in high A. You know, S is usually, for me, it's reserved for people who, like, they're doing horrible things, but they're doing it and they know it's horrible and they don't care, you know. Very high A. Yeah, it's very evil. Yeah, I'd want to torture. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, as a courtesy, I'm just gonna drop him here right now, just because I've seen a lot of mixed rankings, but we might drop him later. We'll see. Jack Torrance is next, and I had Jack in D last time around. Why won't it move? There we go. He's not a good person, and in the books, they go more into how he's like an alcoholic, and he pushed Danny, or grabbed him too rough, and he broke his shoulder or something like that. So he's got demons, and he's not a good person, and he's not a good dad. But as far as what he does at the hotel, that's the hotel, you know, controlling him. So I think for me, for how when you're ranking Jack, it honestly depends on your personal opinion regarding, you know, abusive alcoholics, abusive husbands, abusive fathers. And from what I remember, he wasn't like constantly abusive. It was just he would get drunk and then he would be abusive, which is not good. But so I don't know, maybe I had him in C last time or something, but yeah, book Jack is a D, movie Jack is a C, maybe B. So I mean, if you're gonna say book Jack is a D and movie Jack is a C, I feel like low C is best for him. Yeah, we don't. It's left to interpretation whether he was controlled or just insane. That's true, but I mean, I like to think that he was being controlled. That's up to you. You know, your interpretation. Everybody, it's up to interpretation for a reason. You interpret it differently than I do. You know. Okay, I seen a low C, and high D. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And then if we are going off the assumption that the Overlook Hotel is an evil entity, and it is... Oh, you know what? You're right. I don't know if it is ambiguous, because if you go to Dr. Sleep, the hotel was a big part of that mythos. You know, it was actually an entity, and that confirmed it. So maybe it was ambiguous in The Shining, but if you factor in Dr. Sleep pretty much saying that, you know, it is an evil hotel, then it was controlling Jack. But I would put the hotel at S. Just a supernatural entity. In fact, it goes up here somewhere, you know. It's a supernatural entity that, yeah, it's just messing with people. I mean, it's the amalgamation of a bunch of malice of the people that have stayed there. And, you know, I don't remember if in the book it was built on an Indian burial ground, a Native American burial ground, but in the movies it was, and that was part of it too. So if it's just a malevolent spirit that's doing this to people, I mean, there's nothing redeeming about it. It's an evil hotel. It's not doing anything good for the world, that's for sure. Under Pinhead, that's fine. We can put it under Pinhead for now, but do a little rapid fire. Let's see. Do some rapid fire. S tier for the hotel. Yeah, S. Where an S, you know, we can order that later on. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. S. Definitely S. Cool. Okay. Captain Vidal. That's an interesting one that I have seen people say I needed to place higher before. I put Vidal in A because of his, like, belief in his cause, I guess. You know, he's a horrible person, but I'm not convinced that he'd be doing what he's doing if he wasn't, you know, a phalangist, or however you pronounce that. But I could definitely see the argument for S tier, you know. He's not like Hans, who was a self-serving person, this guy really believed in his cause and he was doing all the horrible things he did for the good of Spain. Not what he did to his family, obviously, but yeah, I don't know. He's horrible. I could see A, I could see CS, you know. SSA. Did I go to school to study your analysis knowledge? No, I did not. I just kind of had the idea and started doing it, and turns out I'm fairly good at it, or a lot of people seem to think so. So it just worked out for me. So let's do rapid fire again, because I want to see what the majority A or S is here. A or S for Captain Vidal. I see a lot more A's than S's. Oh, I apologize. Someone mentioned that I should be saying the names of everything that they're from, and that's my fault. Yeah, Captain Vidal is from Pan's Labyrinth. My apologies. So I see more A's than S's. So we'll leave him in A for now. Again, moving him later on. You know, don't pay too much attention to where he's at right now, because that'll probably change. Okay, so Alex the Large from A Clockwork Orange. I put him in C, I think. But most people think that I'm wrong on that one, so my low ranking for Alex had to do with the fact that he's really young, and peer pressure, the world around him kind of formed him into who he is. But I get it, you know, he's a bad boy, you know. I don't know if he deserves S because of the environment, you know. It's one thing to be a horribly evil person when you were raised in a great environment, you know, like Palpatine. We'll get to him later on. But Alex was raised in a world where all this violence and these horrible things were normal, you know, and everyone around him was doing it, so he started doing it. If he had just done it of his own volition, then he'd be S. But who Alex is a result of his environment, you know. So let's go. Let's see. What do you guys think? A, B. Z tier, great choice. So many A's and B's, a little bit of smattering of C in there. And this is not to excuse anything he does, by the way. So when we talk about why a character is who they are, or why they do what they do, that's not meant to say, oh, well, they were raised in a horrible environment, let's excuse what they did. You know, it's just a way to see why they're doing what they're doing, and whether or not that grants us some leniency when looking at their characters. But it doesn't excuse it. I offer no excuses for anything Alex has ever done. You know, it's all horrible, and there's no justification for it. I see A and B, some high B's, so I'm gonna just put them in high B right now, and we'll leave it at that for now. Next is Margaret White. Now, I think I had her in C last time. No, I had her in B. I'm pretty sure. Because her backstory was really messed up. And she's got quite a lot of issues. But that doesn't excuse what she did. So, like, treating Carrie how she did and it's just awful, you know. So it's not like you can say, oh well, Margaret's really sick, so she goes down here. No, Margaret is sick, but it's also, she's lucid enough to know that she was being a horrible person to her daughter. I don't know, not a great person. I see a lot of B's. Yeah, this is Carrie's mom. This is Margaret White from Carrie. Margaret is C below Nurse Ratched. I mean, Margaret personally killed someone, and Nurse Ratched didn't, so I think that makes Margaret, you know, higher than Ratched, but, D is just a crazy woman, Margaret B. Let's, seen a lot of conflicting ones. You know, it seems like a toss-up between C. Some people say D, but let's do low B with bordering on high C, you know. And let's see here. Ratched basically killed Billy. I mean, she did kill Billy, but did she mean to kill Billy? You know what I mean? Margaret meant to kill Carrie. And there's a difference between meaning to do something and something occurring because of your horrible choices and decision making, you know. One Bridge 11. Am I blocked from the comment section? I don't think so. I mean, you're commenting now, and I don't block any comments. I mean, YouTube removes some comments automatically, but I have never blocked. Only ones I block are those Telegram ones, which, by the way, this is a good opportunity. I need to mention this in a video. These things are all over YouTube. Those, you know, the Vile Telegram account, right? That is not me. I will never comment on one of your comments saying that you've won a giveaway and you need to talk to me on Telegram to receive something. That's not, no. So don't fall for those. I will never comment saying that I'm gonna give you a prize or something on Telegram. And those are the only people that I block from the channel. Otherwise, people are free to make their comments as they want to, as long as YouTube doesn't block them. But anyway, moving on. Let's leave Margaret here for now. Let's see. Next is Amon Gert, which, unless there's some trolls here, I don't think anyone's gonna say that he needs to be below S. Because if you've seen Schindler's List, and not even if you've read about Amon, he goes beyond, and he's not supernatural, but what puts him up here is that he's real. And as horrifying as these supernatural entities are, they're not real. Amon was, and what Amon did was not okay on any level. And that's being nice about it, you know? So I mean, we can put him, yeah, we can put him below Ganondorf, and I had him below other, like, big time Dark Lords who basically, you know, they had influence over the entire world and were causing death and misery in their entire respective worlds. But Amon is S for sure. And we can move him around later on if we need to, but we'll just leave him there. Yeah. Okay, Hannibal Lecter. I had him in A last time. Depends what you guys think, but I had him in A. So the way he's presented in the books and the movies is he's got a lot of tragedy when you factor in what drove him into being who he is. You know, he grew up in, I believe it was Belarus in World War II. Oh no, it was Lithuania. Lithuania, I think. His family were nobles in Lithuania. And when the Nazis came in and they took all their stuff and forced him into hiding, I think they killed his parents. And then he had to watch his sister get eaten in front of him, which messed him up. But as he grew older, he was clearly high functioning enough to be, have a profession. He was a psychiatrist, a therapist, but he's got a lot of things wrong with him. So I don't think putting him in S is right. I put him in A last time. Where is up for debate, but yeah, let's see. What do you guys think? A, S? Yeah, he ate his sister not only did he have to watch his sister get eaten, he ate her. He also ate her too. He was forced to eat his own sister. Okay. A. I see mostly A's. Yeah. Placement might change later though. Yeah, we'll leave him in A for now. In A. Frollo. S tier. I had Frollo in S tier last time. See, the thing about Disney villains is there's typically not much going for them outside their evil. You know what I mean? Like, when you look at a lot of Disney villains, what good can you say about them? Was Frollo trying to do anything good in his life? I mean, he was a priest, or a judge. Sorry, what? Judge? Priest? I mean, he's called Judge Claude Frollo. Anyway, it's been a while since I've seen the movie. But what does he bring to the world? Besides being selfish and wanting to steal a girl for his own, and then it's just, yeah, that's right. He was a priest in the book, but yeah, he's a judge. Oh yeah, and Esmeralda was underage. He didn't. I mean, he took care of Quasimodo, but did he really want to? I say S, but let's see. Let's see. What do you guys think? S, A? What do we got? I don't know if she was underage in the movie, but I know she was in the book. Book Frollo A, movie Frollo S. So this is just movie Frollo. So okay. All right. Well, mostly S's. Yeah. Okay. Well, I had him at the bottom last time, I'm pretty sure, so I think this is fine for him for now. But again, later on we'll see. Next is The Lighthouse. So when I made that video, okay, let me not do that because I don't want you people to think that I put him in D tier just right off the bat. But in the Lighthouse video, I talked about, yeah, it's hard to rank because it's up to interpretation. So if you go by my interpretation, which is that The Lighthouse is essentially Thomas Howard, the younger one, played by Robert Pattinson, whichever Tommy that is, that's his own personal purgatory, and he's going through this like Prometheus-like cycle. And if you don't know what the story of Prometheus is, Prometheus was the god or demigod, I don't know if he's a god or a demigod, who stole fire from the gods on Mount Olympus and gave it to humanity. And his punishment for that was to have his liver eaten by an eagle every day. It would regenerate. He was chained to a rock, and he had to have his he was a titan. Prometheus was a titan. And he was chained to a rock and condemned to have his liver eaten every day, and it would regenerate every night, and it would happen again the next day. So I thought that The Lighthouse was like, it's revealed that Tommy is a murderer, and with all the weird things that go on, it seemed like it was his Prometheus cycle. That was his Prometheus-like purgatory. Thank you, okay. I appreciate the compliment. So if we're ranking Tommy, and like Thomas, the older Thomas, is just his kind of demonic caretaker or angelic caretaker, whichever take you want on it, as a murderer in purgatory, he, if I remember correctly, he he was in love with a man or something, and he got scared, and that's why he murdered him. I don't quite remember. It's been a while since I've seen that movie, but let's see. Yeah, I think C. I've seen a lot of C's. Yeah. Yeah, it was an accident. I think it was an accident. Like, yeah, he wasn't a murderer. It was an accident. Yeah, right. And someone said, if you don't understand what's going on, go watch the movie. It'll make sense why it's so complex. This video actually was the hardest video for me to write. It took me like 2 weeks to figure out what exactly I wanted to say and what was going on. I had to watch it like 10 times. It's crazy. But yeah, let's do C. I think C sounds good for now. Who is the guy in the upper left corner? Right here. This is Alonzo Harris, who's up next. If you're talking about up here, that's Ganondorf. So let's see here. Alonzo's next, and I had him in A last time. Can I do a step-by-step on how I make my videos? You know, that's a fairly easy question to answer. I get the topic. Usually, I try to go with what I see suggested the most. But depending on my workload, sometimes I have to make a choice to cover a character that's not from like an expansive series. You know what I mean? And no, I do not do an AI voice. I do record all my videos, as much as people think that I don't. I know the way I talk is kind of strange to a lot of people, but limitations of my voice and what I'm doing. But anyway, yeah, I go with the character, I write a script, and I do as much research as I can on them before I finish it. It's not too complex, really. But Alonzo Harris, we're talking about Alonzo right now. Alonzo is a corrupt cop. He's from Training Day, the movie Training Day. And he's a half gangster, half cop, you know? He's not a malicious person in the sense that he's hurting people because it's fun, you know, and he's just straight up evil. He's doing it for money, you know, and clout. He's trying to be the big bad gangster, you know. And yeah, I don't know. I typically place career criminals up here in A. He did force that guy to smoke PCP, that's true. He is incredibly selfish. Yeah, he could be an S, you know. It's true. Yeah, no, Training Day is a great movie. Fantastic movie if you haven't seen it. I've seen mostly A's. It could be argued that he'd be an S tier. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll leave him in A. That's fine. Okay, so Tetsuo is next. And did I have Tetsuo in C? I think I might have. Tetsuo is another, like, I think I had him top of B. Yeah, I think Tetsuo and Alex are similar in a lot of ways in that they both live in these dystopian worlds that have heavily impacted who they are and what they're doing, you know. Tetsuo, he was a little hoodlum, you know, before he got his powers. But yeah, in the manga, Tetsuo is worse than he is in the movie. He's like a crime lord, essentially. But again, all of what he's doing in this story is like, would he have done it if he wasn't afflicted by these powers and this pain coming from these powers? You know, I think not. You know, but what do you guys think? Let's see. And Tetsuo, I keep forgetting to do this. Tetsuo is from Akira, sorry. Be below Alex. Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it. BC below Alex. Below Alex for sure. Okay. Okay. Let's go below Alex for now. Like I said, you know, I'll say this 1,000 times. You know, there's new people coming in as we go too. So if I repeat myself a lot, I'm sorry, but you know, as we move on, these placements are liable to change. These are just tentative for now. Next is Darth Maul, and I had him in A. I think I had all. In fact, I'm just gonna do this really quick. I think I had all of them in A, all the apprentices, the movie apprentices, because none of these guys are who they are without this guy, who I'm gonna stick right there for now. But at the same time, they do horrible things, you know. If you want to, Maul is an assassin basically for Palpatine, and after he's, you know, shed Palpatine's influence, he comes back and he's still a bad person, you know, even without Palpatine. It's not like, oh, Palpatine's gone and I'm gonna be a good person now. It's Maul was bad until he died, you know. But again, he was taken by Palpatine. As Maul, and I don't remember what his backstory is in canon, or if they've even established. Oh no, in canon, he's taken from Dathomir after being raised by the Night Sisters, and then in the expanded universe, he was found on Zabrak, I think. But either way, Maul was taken as a kid, you know, to be the apprentice of ultimate evil. And then Dooku was partly responsible for the trillions of people dying in the Clone Wars, you know. Billions, trillions, I don't know the exact number they use. And then Vader, you know, we all know what Vader does and what Vader did, and the younglings and all the things he did for in service to the Empire. I would say Vader is the highest, yeah. So I don't think anyone's gonna have a problem with Palpatine up at the top of S. You know, well, he's at the top now. He's gonna get moved down a little bit as we put other characters on, but Palpatine is. You got to remember, Palpatine rules over an entire galaxy, and he manufactured a war where billions and trillions of people died. And he's not ruling the galaxy to be a good person. He's ruling the galaxy because he wants power, you know? And he's supposed to be the embodiment of evil. Just like Ganon is supposed to be the embodiment of evil. Like you said, Block Idol. But where Ganon is, you know, lording over Hyrule, Palpatine is ruling over an entire galaxy. That's a lot of people to have influence over. Yeah, he's literally Space Hitler. I mean, that's what he is. But he is he's my favorite villain. Don't get me wrong. I love Palpatine's personality. I love his powers. I love everything about him. I think he's one of the most decadently evil characters ever made. But okay, so what we're gonna do now, because I just like placed these 4 without really consulting you, I want you to put 4 letters in a row. Maul, Dooku, Vader, and Palpatine. Where do you think they all should go? Mr. Me, I wish I could. I don't think I could. B-A-A-S, Maul B. Yeah. Palpatine is, at least Satan started off good. That's good. I like that take. Um, okay. 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 Some people have said Vader S. And you know what, I can agree with Maul being in B just because he was, taken as a kid and raised, to be Palpatine's apprentice. But Vader going up high, yeah, we can put Vader up high, and we can put Dooku up high. Again, I don't know. This is gonna change a lot because the last time around, a lot of people went in A. So, I mean, it's gonna change, But we can stick these two here for now, and move them around later. Yeah, but I agree with Vader being too tragic for S. Anakin wouldn't have become Vader if it wasn't for Palpatine, and that's what you have to. That's a lot of the time what I consider when looking at people and or characters and how evil they are is look at what they're doing, condemn it, but think about who they would be if they weren't influenced by X. If someone is evil just because, like Palpatine, then there's little to no sympathy to be found for their characters. But someone like Anakin, who was manipulated by Palpatine to become Vader for years, you have a little more sympathy for him. You can't excuse what he did as Vader, but he was only Vader because of Palpatine. He wasn't Vader because he chose to be Vader. What nice things can you say about Dooku? Dooku was I don't know. That's actually a good question. What nice things can you say about Dooku, chat? He wanted to end corruption. Yeah, he was played by Christopher Lee. That's something good. Respectful and honest. Yeah, well, having manners doesn't really excuse your actions. Well-intentioned. Yeah, he did. Dooku cared about people. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could see a case for Dooku being in low S. Mm-hmm. Was never as cruel as Vader. Yeah. Maybe because he thought he could save the galaxy, what he was doing, joining up with the Sith, was... I don't know. It's tough. I think we can keep him in high A for now. I can see the arguments for S, though. I acknowledge the S arguments. So, we'll leave that for now. Highest of the apprentices, I think that's true, but we'll see. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to another one. We can revisit him later. Daniel Plainview. Did I have him in C? I think I did. So Daniel is... Yeah, B, maybe high C. He's just a selfish person. I mean, he murdered his supposed brother, which you could call a crime of passion, because in that moment he just lost it. This man who said that he was his brother and he wasn't, and he didn't realize. What is Batman doing on here? Yeah, so there's going to be a couple of guys on here, and the only reason Batman is on the list, I'm going to address this now because someone said it. The only reason Batman is on the list is because I talked about the downsides of Batman in the video I did on the Batman movie. But you'll see later on. He's not going to be... You'll understand why he's here when we get to him. Yeah, Daniel seems like a B. Like, he's really greedy and really selfish, and he was a narcissistic parent, which is when, if you'll notice in the movie, he really loves his son when he's a kid. But as soon as his son gets older, and all of a sudden he has his own opinion and what he wants to do in life against Daniel, all of a sudden Daniel doesn't love him anymore. And because a narcissistic parent enjoys kids because they do what they want them to do. Once they get older and they don't do what they say anymore, well, all of a sudden I don't love you so much. And then he killed what's his face, the annoying guy at the end of the movie. So he's a murderer on 2 counts. He's a sad person, but it's all self-inflicted. It's his greed and his narcissism, Eli. Yeah, Daniel wanted a dog, not a kid. That's a good way to put it. Narcissistic parents, they want a dog, not a kid. So yeah, I'd say mid B tier is good for him. You know, above someone like Kurtz, who was fighting a war, and above someone like, you know, Arthur and Norman and Margaret, who have some kind of illness. You know, he's just greedy and narcissistic. Daniel Plainview from There Will Be Blood. I forgot again to name the movie. Sorry. Next is Lou Bloom from Nightcrawler. I think I had Lou in B. I think I had Lou in high B. And I think Lou Bloom being in high B is good. I'm seeing lots of low A's though. Who is low S? He had no remorse. You're right. He killed someone, had no remorse. No redeeming qualities. Yeah, he's got very few redeeming qualities. That's for sure. I think the reason I put Lou in B was, and the way I described it in the video, I thought this was one of my best lines ever. But Lou seems like an alien who learned how to be human by reading airplane instruction manual or employee training manuals. You know, he's so strange. He's a strange person, and he doesn't really get society. You know, so that's kind of what put him lower to me. But I guess he could be an A tier. I don't know. Fire off some rankings, people. Let's see what you guys have to say about him. I want to see a majority here. It's similar to ASPD. I think he does have ASPD, but just a strange form of it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think he has a complete understanding of morality. You know, that's probably part of it too. I'm seeing mostly A's and S's. I see what you're saying, John T, and I get why. There's so many A's and B's and S's. I'm gonna leave him in low A for now, and we can revisit him as we place more people. We'll leave it at that. Sergeant Barnes. Did I have him here? I think I might have. Barnes. I mean, would he be this weird murderer if he wasn't a soldier? You know, would he have killed his was it his commanding officer or just someone in his company? I don't know. It's hard because war does strange things to people, you know. So
Yeah, this is Sergeant Barnes from Platoon. Would Sergeant Barnes be who he is if he wasn't a soldier? You know, if he wasn't in Vietnam, would he be the person he is? Elias was below him in rank? Yeah. Alex, so there's quite a few more people in here now. So someone just asked, how am I ranking this? We are ranking it based off of worst to least worst. You know, because there's no best. Here's this again, though. This is kind of how I'm doing it, but you know, other people's rankings could depend. And let me just do this real quick so you can read. There you go. But yeah, no, it's from worst to least worst. S is worst, you know. What do you call it? D tier is not so bad, and so on and so forth. I could put it up in the corner. No, I can't because, well, maybe I could, but I'm not very good at this stream stuff just yet. And you know, if I put it up in the corner, every time I click on here, it's gonna go away. So, but yeah. So I'm saying B. Some people have said low A. Let's see. Go ahead and put your rankings for Sergeant Barnes from Platoon in the chat. Do a video on Doofy from Scary Movie. I love Doofy. Dude, that's a funny character. Scary Movie was a funny movie. Keep him with Kurtz. Sergeant Barnes is from Platoon, the movie Platoon. I see mostly B's, some A's, and some C's. Thank you, Cinekiller. I appreciate that. Yeah, I think he could go above Kurtz for sure. Kurtz was responsible for a lot more, and yeah, well, that makes sense. Okay, B's fine for now. You know, we'll see later, as always. Next is Max Cady from Cape Fear. Not obviously the Robert De Niro version. I haven't seen. Have I seen it? I haven't seen the original Cape. No, I did watch it, but two different characters really. I think I had Max Cady in A. And the only reason Max Cady is an A is because he had a legitimate grievance with what's his face's character, the lawyer, because he wrongly convicted him. Well, not wrongly convicted him, but he gave him a higher sentence than he was supposed to have. And so, yeah, Max has a legitimate reason for being angry with this guy for trumping up his charges. He did rape the girl. But it's Nick Nolte, right? He did deserve this. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen the movie, but I remember my ranking last time was because he had a grievance. You know, it wasn't just, oh, I'm gonna kill the lawyer just because he put me in jail. It was like the lawyer put him in jail for longer than he should have been in jail. So he was mad. Oh, the proof that he didn't know the girl was underage got buried. That was what it was. Okay. You guys. I'm gonna leave this one up to you guys. Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and put your rankings in the chat. Very high A. Max for high A. High A. Yeah. I could see high A, or even S. You know. I'm seeing a lot of high A's and some S's. So let's say A for now. Yeah, we'll say that for now. I mean, he could get moved around later. Who knows? Let's go on to Calvin Candy. I had Calvin in S last time around. I mean, the only good thing you can say, I mean, not good thing, but only redeeming thing you can say about Calvin is, like, did he choose to be born into the slavery business? No. But I don't know, that doesn't give him too much weight. You know, he's a horrible slaver and human dog fighter, the Mandingo fights, you know. Not good. S but below Anton. I don't know about that. A tier because he loves his sister. Yeah, okay. And he's not pure evil. And it's not so much that they need to be pure evil to be up in S. They just need to have, like, no redeeming qualities. And it's like, does he have any? Is there any virtues to Calvin Candy? You know, other than the fact that, you know, he was born into the business. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel too comfortable putting him below S just because of the person he is and all the horrible things he's done to people. I mean, not directly maybe, but owning slaves isn't exactly the greatest thing in the world now, is it? Yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna. A lot of people, most people are saying S, some are saying A. I think we're gonna leave him up here for now. Good to see Kratos settled down and makes nice evil ranking videos on that topic. Alder or anywho, keep it up, pal. Well, thank you. I've heard I look like Kratos before, but I'm not. I don't quite have his sharp features. But thank you, I appreciate that. And Odin video, perhaps sometime next year. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll leave Calvin up here for now. You know what? Some people keep asking. People keep coming in and asking about the metrics for ranking villains. So let me see if I can do something about that real quick. Let me see, because I know I can do this. And if I do that, yeah, there we go. Okay, so if I do that, I think it might be kind of hard to read, but those are the criteria that I'm using to rank these characters. Let me know if that's annoying up there, but yeah, for anyone who's curious. Okay, so we're leaving Calvin up there, and then we're going on to the Joker. The Joker. I think I had him in A. Because the only reason I had him in A is because it's implied that he has quite the tragic backstory. And while his crimes are horrible, it's like he's not the Joker because he wanted to be. He's the Joker because of all the horrible things that have happened to him. So I have him in A, but let's see. What do you guys think? So they don't really tell you his backstory. The only thing that he tells you is that he's like, wasn't it his father gave him the scars, or his wife, or he gave himself the scars? I don't know. That's unreliable information, but it's implied that he was like a former military man, and the war, whatever war he was in, messed him up. So I don't know. That little bit of sympathy gave me the A tier ranking originally. How would a Powerpuff Girls video? Powerpuff villains from the Powerpuff Girls. I mean, maybe someday. Joker deserves high S tier. Thank you for the super chat, John T. He's in Shigure level. I don't know. Yeah, it's multi-choice for his backstory. Thank you. Thank you for the drink, Tribune. I don't know. Rapid fire, guys. S.A., where do you guys think the Joker should go? The Joker from The Dark Knight. Why is Bricktop from Snatch not on this list? Because I haven't covered him yet. For those of you who aren't aware, all the villains on this list are villains that I have already covered. That's who we're ranking. I see low S, high A for most. So, I don't know. We'll see. Well, high A is fine for now. We can move him around, depending on who's around him later on, but we'll stay with A. Next is Asami Yamazaki or Yamakaze. I don't remember what her name is. Is it Yamazaki or Yamakaze? I think it's Yamazaki. Yamazaki. It is Yamazaki. Yeah, I think I had her in B originally, but I can agree with her, like, brutality canceling out any tragedy in her story, because, wow. Yeah, I can see A. Asami Yamazaki from Audition, by the way. And guys, again, anyone who is wondering why certain characters are placed in tiers that we've already placed, or why certain characters in tiers are like above others that you think they shouldn't be, these placements aren't set in stone. We're going to move them around as we go along and see the characters around them, especially at the end. We'll see where we're at and figure it out then. Chevrolet modified said, have you considered it? Okay. Do Arthur. Okay. So, I see C or B. Let's see. Okay. And everyone who knows Asami, because I know it's kind of a niche video. Where do you think Asami should go, everybody? Rapid fire. A, B. Thank you for the super chat, Dylan. An Aaron episode might be coming sooner than you think. Low A. Isn't she like a worse Arthur? Yeah, kinda. See a lot of B's. You know what? Let's put her in B for now. You know, she could go up to A, but we'll see. Yeah. There's a lot of characters to go through, if you hadn't noticed, so we can't spend too much time on each character. But we will reevaluate later on, you know, especially as we go. All right. Walter White. Obviously I think it's my most viewed video, or Hans might be, I'm not sure. But I had Walter in A, next to other criminals. And some people A lot of people had issue with that. They think A or B or S or A or anything in between. I think mid A for Walter. Yeah, Hans is my most viewed. You're right. Walter White from Breaking Bad. High B, low A, B, definitely A. He has some redeeming qualities. He does. He's... I think, you know what could bring him... So why I put him next to other criminals is because he's a criminal. You know, he's a... By the time he becomes Heisenberg, he's a career criminal, which is not good. But maybe you could argue he's low A because he's... It's not... Being likable isn't a reason to give someone a pass, but maybe because Walter has deluded himself into believing that he's not so bad and he's like one of the virtuous criminals who's only doing what he's doing for his family. Maybe you could say he's low A tier or even high B. But he did poison a child and he didn't really care too much when that one kid got shot when they were doing the methylamine transfer on the train. Forced into drugs to help his family? Nobody's forced to do anything. I mean, he saw it as one of his only choices. But as far as being forced to do it, I wouldn't say he was forced. He did also assault Skylar. Yep. Gus murdered children too, yeah. Let's see. Alright. It's gonna, Walter is a beloved character, and he's one that, we could probably debate on all day if we wanted to. But let's get a majority feel on where most people think he should be. So everybody, start firing off your rankings. A. Some B's. Above Alonzo, bottom A, below Lou and A. Mid A. B for Breaking Bad. All right. I mean, I'll give you that. He was never a good person. He simply went from benign to malignant. That I could agree with that. Well, you know what? Most people say A. I see some B's and I hear you. We'll leave him up here for now in midish A. But again, he can change as we go on. We'll leave Walter there. Scar. I actually just saw The Lion King in person yesterday. It was a great show. The play, the Broadway production. It was good. I put Scar in S last time. Because again, like all Disney villains, or most Disney villains, what is Scar's motivation? I'm the younger brother. I want to be king. My brother had a kid, and I still want to be king, so I'm going to kill my brother and the kid so I can be king. Was he doing it for the good of the lions or the other animals around him? No. He just wanted to be king. You don't really get any points for your only motivation for doing evil things is to be king. So I think S is fine for Scar. Low S, Next is Tony Montana. Another criminal. Had him in A last time. So, for anyone wondering about criminals, I am pretty much always going to put a criminal in A tier, because when you're committing crimes, you're making the choice to commit crimes. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't say all criminals. I'm not going to put all criminals in A tier, but criminals who deal in murder, I'm going to put in A tier, because as much as they're not like, let's say for Tony, like I'm pretty sure the only people he killed was rival gangsters, you know, and he caused the accidental death of that performer in the nightclub, and he didn't cause it, sorry, but the performer in the nightclub died because Tony was a criminal. Did Tony know that he was going to be have an assassination attempt on him that night? No. But he also wouldn't have been in a position to be assassinated if he wasn't in the business he's in, which indirectly caused the death of another person. And no, he didn't want to kill an innocent man and his family, but he is still a murderer. And he's a murderer for the only reason he kills people is for money. Like, there is no other rhyme or reason for Tony Montana's actions. Tony isn't worse than Walter. Yeah, Tony's better than Walter. He refused to kill kids, that's for sure. Right, he did it. Sure, he did it to survive in the gangster world, but did he have to become a gangster? Did Tony Montana need to become a criminal? No, he didn't. He wanted to become a criminal for money and power. And once you become a criminal, doing things that are evil to keep because that's the criminal game, doesn't offer you any sympathy, in my opinion. Like, you chose to be a criminal and now you're doing evil things because you're a gangster. Like, that wasn't forced upon you. That's a choice, you know. He could have stayed at the dishwasher job or been anything else in the world. He could have chose to do anything else in the entire world, but he chose to be a criminal. You know, so you can't blame him for wanting to live the American dream, but you can blame him for trying to live the American dream by hurting other people, you know. So I don't know. Let's get another rapid fire reading on this. A tier, B tier, what do you guys think for Tony? Low A, high A, B. And we can't forget that he killed Manny, too. I mean, he killed Manny because he had a relationship with his sister, which is also, I mean, what's the excuse for that? He was jealous. I'm seeing lots of A's, some B's, but yeah, let's leave Tony an A for now. He might get moved around. We might move him around later on, but I think A, in this vicinity of A, is fine for now. Lord Flanus, the flayed anus, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. All right. Okay, so we're leaving him there for now. Here's Vincent from Collateral. Another career criminal. You know, nobody's forced to become a hitman, you know? He's a hitman. So, professional murderer. Does he deserve much sympathy for being a professional murderer? I mean, let's see here. Stash, catch him. Like I said, things are going to get moved around. So don't... I should say this again, okay? These initial placements are to what tier should they be in, you know? And as we go on, you know, we're starting to place people more. This list is filling up. We can say, oh, you know, well, yeah, they deserve to be an A, but they don't deserve to be an A below this person or this person, you know? So for now, just placing them, okay? A little bit of moving around, but just placing them. So I seen a lot of A's for Vincent. Yeah, Vincent's philosophy shows he has little to no value for human life. I don't think Vincent should go in S just because he's doing it for money, you know, which isn't a good thing at all. But at least it's not like, oh, I'm just killing people just because, you know. He's a criminal, he's a gangster, he's a hitman, not a gangster, a hitman. And it's yeah. I mean, we could argue where above and below he could go later on, but yeah, I think A is fine. Yeah. Travis Bickle. I think I know this one's gonna have a lot of discussion surrounding Travis Bickle. I think I had him in C or B. I think I had him in B actually. So it's with Travis. One thing you have to look at with characters is, do you judge them based off of what they were going to do, what they could have done, or what they actually did? So if we talk about Travis, who had planned on murdering a mayoral, I don't remember Palantine, if he was supposed to be a presidential or mayoral candidate. He planned on murdering him, but he was stopped, and that didn't happen. So do we judge Travis based on his failed plan to assassinate a political candidate? Or do we judge him based off the fact that it didn't happen? I don't know. He's got a lot going on, you know, with him. Likely PTSD from the war. He's very lonely. I don't know. What do you guys think? Give me a ranking. Give me a ranking. What tier do you think Travis should go in? And this is Travis Bickle from Taxi Driver. Like a soldier fighting for the C, high C, B, seems B, low B. See a lot of B's and a lot of C's. It's pretty much. So we'll you know what, we'll leave him at the bottom of B, like bordering on the top of C. Because I'm seeing mostly B's and C's. So it seems like it's going to be one we're going to need to revisit when the list is a little more filled out. You know, see who's around him. But yeah, it might be C. Like I said, it might be C. It might be B. Right now he's going here, and we'll figure it out a little later if he deserves to go a little lower. Now Frank Booth. He's got a lot going on, you know. Clearly, I mean, he's worse than Walter, and he's a criminal. He's a drug-addicted criminal. So how much of his actions are like... And he's also deranged. So does he have a mental illness, or is he just a drug addict? I think him and Max Cady are kind of similar in that they're very unhinged. Frank Booth from Blue Velvet. This is Frank Booth from Blue Velvet. But yeah, he's out there. And I highly recommend Blue Velvet, by the way. It is weird. It's a weird movie, and I don't think it's appropriate for people who are young, but it is fantastic. And hello from Ghana. Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm seeing lots of A's mostly. I see some S's, but I think that's pretty right for him. You know, maybe we'll move him around later, but A's fine. Warden Norton. Thank you again, Mr. Flanus. I'm not going to say that twice, but thank you for the super chat. And have I thought about yeah, I have, you know. Something that, you know, I know I've told you. Oh, look at this. Why is it like this again? Oh, because I scrolled down. I see. I mean, that's just gonna be what it is. I know. I've told you guys all suggestions are going to be ignored, and you know, when someone gives me a super chat, I kind of have to acknowledge that. You know, I appreciate what you guys, you know, giving me that. But for anyone who's down and out about the suggestion clause, keep in mind that my philosophy is essentially, if they're evil, I'll get to them eventually. You know, so if there's any character that you've been wanting, the chances are that eventually they'll be covered. It's just, will that be sooner rather than later? Who knows? And yes, I am bald. Bald is beautiful, as you can see. So let's see here. Norton, what did I have Norton before? I think I had him in A tier, and I think that was wrong. Because as much as he's just doing his job, he's also a self-serving criminal douche. I don't know. That's a good way to put it, you know. Let's see here. Maybe middle A tier. Norton is from the Shawshank Redemption. Let's see. Yeah, he's right. That's the thing. Is he as bad as Heath Ledger's Joker? No. Is he as bad as Darth Vader? No. Is he as bad as, you know, Patrick Bateman? No. Is he worse than Vincent? Maybe. Is he worse than Tony? Probably. So yeah, I think low A tier. As much as he's like a horrible person, it's like, is he worse than all these other ones up here? You know? No, not really. Yeah. Worse than Walter? I mean, we could see about that later, but I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, right at home with the crime boys, for sure. As much as he's, you know, a prison warden, he's a criminal, you know? So, we'll keep that there. Now, Michael, another criminal. As much as it'd be cool to put him next to, you know, Al Pacino gang over here. I think... Criminal Empire, forced into doing it. Not forced, but like felt like he grew up around it, you know. It's not like Michael was someone who joined the Corleone family of his own volition. He was born into it. Wanted to become the Don to help out his father and his family. Who did he kill? He killed Fredo. He killed his own brother, which was horrible. So he's similar to Walter. I could see that. Michael is a definitely not lower than Darth Maul. Yeah. No, I get that. Name one good thing Norton did. Well, it doesn't... Okay. It doesn't really matter. It matters if someone has done a good thing. Like, okay, has Norton done any redeemable things? I'm sorry, I just saw this in caps, so I kind of went back to it. But is he worse than the people that are above him right here? Is the question you should be asking yourself about some of the placements, too. Like... I don't know. I don't think so. You know? But anyway, back to Michael. Michael is a bit more sympathetic. But I don't know, it's so hard. What do you guys think? Give me a rating in the chat. It'd be... Yeah, see... I don't know, Fredo... Oh yeah, his end is one of the... Say what you want about The Godfather Part 3, but the end of that movie, it's my opinion, that final scene is one of the greatest scenes ever made in cinema history. The scream from Michael as his daughter's dying, and just the weight of everything that he's done and everything he's become and how it's affected his family. I don't know. Michael's one we're definitely gonna have to move around later. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just gonna stick him with the other criminals for now. But again, Michael might get moved. B for bald. It's a good suggestion. But we'll leave Michael there for now. Again, a lot of these placements are going to become a lot clearer as more characters get on the list, and you're like, oh, well, he's definitely not worse than so and so, you know. So, yeah, okay. Commodus. I think I had Commodus in S tier. He's not the greatest person. What is there good to say about Commodus? He ruled over an empire, an entire country, and well, not country, multiple countries if it's an empire, and he's just a tyrant and what's the word? A hedonist, I guess would be a good way to put it. Obsessed with the Colosseum and the arena. Didn't really care about, you know, anyone except for his own desires. Worse than Calvin or Frollo? Yeah, maybe. Thank you for the super chat, Jasper N. Put the Empire on the road to destruction. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think most people agree with S, and we can leave him there for now. Again, maybe later on. Okay. Norman Stanfield is next. Kind of a corrupt cop like Alonzo, but he's also got like drugs constantly coursing through his system, which makes him a bit crazy. Norman is from Leon the Professional. Sorry. Keep forgetting. Leon the Professional. I mean, he's kind of like these guys. You know, a little unhinged. Yeah. Corrupt cop. We should have a Crime Boys tier. Yeah, I think he's going in at A, but, you know, again, moving around later. Could be. Noah Cross. I did see some people say that he should be a lot higher. Also a criminal. And what he does, I don't remember exactly what he does, but something with his daughter. I think he had an incestuous relationship. He abused his, not incestuous relationship, that implies that it was consensual. He abused his daughter. I don't know. Yeah, this is Noah Cross from Chinatown. I wouldn't say below Norton. S tier. Rate myself. I'm not on the list. I'm not evil, man. Had a daughter with his daughter. No, I had a daughter with his daughter. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Audition straightened. Yes, he did do that. It's custody implied. Okay. I mean, Do you think? Oh, that's a good question. Do you think it's unethical to use real people like Commodus as villains in movies when their actual history is very different from what the movie presents? I wouldn't say it's unethical, but I would say that it's not right that you take liberties with a character and then don't say that in the movie. Like if in Gladiator in the beginning Commodus, and yeah, Commodus was still not a great person in real life, but his story is slightly different. I mean, if you're gonna take creative liberties with a character, a historical character, you should probably have some kind of text or something at the beginning of the movie that says, this is kind of close but not really, and if you're trying to pass it off as real and factual, then yeah, that's wrong. I don't know about unethical though. Let's see here. Okay, so we put Noah Cross in S tier for now. And I think we'll leave him there for now because I could see how he could be S tier. He's a dual criminal politician. Noah is worse than Anton, maybe. He affects people on a much wider scale. There's something to consider as scale. Scale isn't everything, but it is something to consider. And Noah was a crime boss. Noah from Chinatown, Noah Cross from Chinatown. He's a crime boss, which means he's responsible for a group of criminals doing horrible things, whereas someone like Anton is a member of a criminal organization. So the boss versus the lackey, you know what I mean? So I could see how Noah would be above Anton if he is an S tier. Yeah. So I think that's fine for now. Let's see here. Tony Soprano's next, and I believe Tony is worse than Walter. Not S tier, but he's a criminal, and he'd never had the makings of a varsity athlete. That's correct. I don't know. Tony Soprano is high A indeed. Yeah, okay. Walter for sure. Conor Roy was a little bit. So what do you guys? Let's get a mass ranking on Tony Soprano. What do you guys think? Where does Tony Soprano go? Memes aside, Gabagool and varsity athletes aside, where does Tony go? Most people seem to think A. Tried to quit the life. Yeah, he did try, but I mean, ultimately he failed, and he's responsible for quite a lot of horrible things happening. So, I don't know. All right, we're gonna say A for now. Yeah, career criminal born into it with some redeeming qualities is what, he can't be S tier because it's Tony Soprano wouldn't, that's one of the plot lines of the coma sequence of the series is Tony could have been Kevin Finnerty, which in that sequence is like a patio furniture salesman from Arizona. And if Tony Soprano was born Kevin Finnerty in Arizona, he wouldn't have been who he is, so you have to take into account that Tony was born into the life, basically. Do I think Tony survived? No, I think that ending was him dying. That's just how I think. But so I mean, with that in mind, with Tony being born into it, you could argue that Walter's worse because Walter made the choice. You know what I mean? Walter he didn't grow up around criminals. He became one out of desperation, and then decided that he loved it. I mean, I don't know if Walter quit or if Walter was forced to quit. You know, Walter didn't want to quit. He was going, you know, until Jack and his gang ruined it for him. So I don't know. You know, we're gonna leave him there for now. They might. Let's see here. We'll just leave him there for now. You know, that like I've been saying, it could be moved around later. Skylar talked him into quitting. Okay, it's been a while since I've watched Breaking Bad, so I could be wrong on my. That's another thing to consider, guys. Is another thing you're helping me with here is remembering certain things. I have, as you can see, I've covered a lot of characters over the years, and I don't have room up here for every little detail of all of these characters. You know, so if I get something wrong, please let me know. You know, but yeah. Next is Bill the Butcher, also a criminal. You could say, you know, he was born into it. He was born into the 5 Points area. But he's pretty bad, you know. Bill is pretty... He's not unhinged like these guys. I mean, he is in certain ways, I guess. I don't know. What do you guys think? Give me some rankings here. I want to get a feel on what you guys think for Bill the Butcher. I see some B's and I see mostly A's. Some saying high A, some saying mid, some say low A. Could see him going below Vidal for now. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. This is gonna be a lot of changes here. I'm fairly certain. So A seems to be a pretty consistent consensus right now. So we'll leave him there. But real quick, I do need to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. So just hang out for a second, guys. Okay, I'm back. Alrighty. So, let's see here. Analyzing evil single-ply toilet paper? I agree. Oh, hey, I'm back. No, I didn't wash my hands. That's why. Actually, someone asked me to place myself earlier, and I never wash my hands when I go to the bathroom. Never. Never. Not once in my life have I washed my hands when going to the bathroom, so put me in D tier. Get me on the list. Oh, S tier? S tier, is that what you think? Top of S? Come on, germs are good for you. Yes, I washed my hands. All right. Let's see here. Okay. All right, we're going with Freddy Krueger next. And Freddy Krueger goes in S tier. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to have too much of a problem with that. Definitely worse than Michael Myers and Pinhead, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, Freddy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no. I'm pretty sure S is fine for him. Also, another S tier that I'm sure no one will have any argument against is the Baron Harkonnen from Dune. Similar-ish to Palpatine. Not quite above Ganondorf. Similar to Palpatine in that he's like on scale. I mean, Palpatine's responsible for a galaxy, and so is the Baron in a way, but he's more responsible for Gady Prime and I forget the plan. How do I remember the name of the Harkonnen planet, but I don't remember the name of the planet where they get the spice from? Araxis? Araxis. I think that's it. Baron is a Arrakis. Arrakis, that's right, Arrakis. But yeah, the Baron is a hedonist and evil. Yeah, he should go lower than M on me. Yeah, probably. But yeah. That the Baron is a horrible person if you've seen Dune. I mean, there's nothing really good to say about that guy. So, again, I don't think that's not a big problem with S tier. Also, S tier Pennywise, supernatural entity who likes to instill fear in his food to make it taste better. You know, and his food is sentient life, which is not good. Pennywise might go higher, but no, I don't know. He might go higher, you know, later on, but he definitely deserves to be up there. Yeah, we can move him around later if we need to. Tommy DeVito. I covered both. Why the picture's cut off, but I covered both the real life version of Tommy and the Goodfellas version. Tommy DeVito from Goodfellas, by the way. Tommy is also a career criminal, and I remember having a conversation with someone whose mom knew Tommy or something like that, right around when I released the video, and Tommy, the real guy, actually seems to have been worse than the movie version. But, you know, most of his stuff comes from being a criminal, so I think he goes with other criminals. Maybe not with like Walter and Tony, because he's clearly more deranged and unhinged than them, and will murder people for looking at him the wrong way. Maybe up here with Bill, but I think Bill might be, I don't know. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough one. Bateman is worse than Tommy. I don't think he's as bad as Patrick. I Am Live. That is right. Do I think I'll ever watch Saltburn? I don't know what that is, but maybe. Highest of A or low S is what I see some people saying. I don't know. That sounds fine to me. We can move him around later. The Lord of War. So this, I talked about Victor Boot, and some of you might have heard about him getting sent back to Russia in the when they did that exchange for, what is her name, Brittany Griner? I think that's her name. But so this is supposed to represent Victor Boot, the real one, and the fictional version of him. And the problem with the Lord of War, both of them, is that you can't really calculate what suffering they wrought upon the world. I mean, they sold guns to dictators and terrorists and all kinds of things. And the thing about being a salesman like that is like, yeah, he just sold them the guns, right? But how many of the guns did Victor Boot sell to dictators and terrorists that killed innocent people that wouldn't have died if he didn't sell those guns to them? Those people that died from the guns that he sold to dictators and whatnot didn't have a choice as to whether or not they were going to get shot by the guns sold by Victor Boot. And because he's not directly responsible for anything, you know, you can't like put him in S tier or even A tier maybe, but I think B tier, like, I don't know, I think the top of B tier is fine for someone who facilitated the death of innocent people, you know. But what do you guys think? B. I'm saying B. Some low Bs. The reason I put him so high in B tier is because he has the potential to have caused a lot more misery than everyone else in here, you know. So, yeah, I think that's fine for now. I'll leave him there. Davy Jones, the Sea Simp. I don't know if that's a acceptable term or whatever anymore, but that's kind of what he is. So, yeah. A. I had him in A last time, and he's supposed to be performing a function like ferrying souls over to the underworld, but he was betrayed by his lover and is now a murderous maniac. Yeah, he's killed thousands. Vidal is worse than Davy Jones, sure. What do you guys think about Davy Jones, huh? Let me get some more rankings on Davy Jones. D, he was having a gamer moment. Very nice. Too tragic to be A. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because he does, yeah, I don't know. Next to Darth Maul. He got a bum deal because he was cheated into being this ferryman for all eternity and, you know, thought that he'd get to be with his lover because of that, but I don't know, does that excuse all the stuff he's done? The people he keeps in bondage and the people he kills? Yeah, I think... Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna leave him in A. It could be argued that he could go in low A, but we'll just keep him in A for now. And next is Griffith, who I had in S last time around, and I'm gonna keep in S as far as I am concerned. But yeah, Griffith is... Yeah, no, he's worse than supernatural entities. Yeah, probably next to Ganon. I mean, I've seen people say Griffith did nothing wrong, but they're wrong. I'm sorry, but as much as I'd like to debate with certain things, certain topics, some of them are just like, all right, yeah, Griffith is pretty bad. No. Most people seem to agree with this. Oh, hold on just 1 second. Sorry about that. My wife just brought me some food, so that was nice. A little snack for me. Let's see here. So we were just talking about Griffith. Yeah. Ganon is probably more evil than Griffith. I would say yeah to that. So, not married just yet, but the vile wife sounds a lot better than the vile fiance, so I just go with wife. But yes, we will be married sometime next year, I believe. So that'll be nice. Missed the opportunity to use the picture of Ganon from CDI games? Yeah, that would have been funny. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the congratulations. So I think, you know, pretty much everybody agrees with Griffith being an S tier. And, no vile kids for me. I'm not having any kids. That's not in the cards for me. I'm just who I am. But yeah. Alright. I think, yeah. So Griffith and S tier. Most people agree. Let's go with Azula in. So she, I don't remember where I put Azula last time. I do have a dog. Yeah, I have a dog named Zephyr and a cat named Winston. Let's see here. Azula, I had an A tier. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I would agree with low A tier. So the thing about Azula is, if it wasn't a kids cartoon, you definitely would have seen her doing some pretty messed up stuff. But you would have to take her for what she is in Avatar: The Last Ender. It was B tier. Was it B tier? Yeah. Okay, I can see that. Azula is like other characters I've discussed so far, not having a choice. Like, did Azula have a choice to be Azula, Princess of the Fire Nation? No. She's not redeemable because her crimes, she's like very, very evil. Like, there's not much good you can say about Azula. But she is who she is because of outside circumstances. Azula didn't choose to be Azula. Let's see what you guys think. Alright. I saw someone say worse than Walter. So who thinks Azula... Tell me where you guys think Azula should be, and if she's worse than Walter. If you think she should be an A tier. I actually see more B's than A's. Walter is not a benchmark. I just saw someone mention it, so I thought I'd So, I don't know. I saw a lot more B's than A's, so I'm gonna just stick her here for now. But again, we can definitely move it around. And the thing about this list, guys, is your input is going to be factored into this, and so is mine. But we're never going to all agree on exact placements for all these characters. So if some of them are not where you think they should be, that's just kind of the nature of the game, you know. Will this stream be available later? Yes, it will be. When it's all over, I will leave it up on my channel for everyone to watch whenever they want. Yeah, I did. I mentioned that Azula would be worse if it wasn't a kid's show, but it is a kid's show, and we can't really judge her on what she might have done. You know, if it wasn't a kid's show, we have to go off of what she did. You know. What am I eating? She got me a pretzel from Kiva Juice and a smoothie. That is what I'm eating. Do we account time period of the world from reality? I don't know about time period. We do take into account circumstances of their upbringing, you know. So that's the time period is factored into that to a certain extent. Where am I from? My dad is from Syria, but my mom is just a white girl from California, and I have lived in Reno, Nevada for my whole life. Okay. So, let's go with Hans Gruber next. And Hans Gruber, yeah, he's A tier. He's a criminal. I mean, he's like he's a heist. They were pulling a heist, not somewhere in here, you know. The tier list is based. Look up in the right corner, and this is based off of worst. S tier is worst. D tier is least worst. The right corner has the criteria for the rankings. My rankings, if anyone's still curious. Yeah, A. Hans is an A. Yeah. I think most people can agree with that. I mean, you know, criminals. Again, criminals. He chose to be a criminal. He chose to go and run a heist and kill people. But yeah, he is one of the greatest Christmas villains of all time. So we'll give him that. Next is another Christmas villain. It's Mr. Henry Potter. And I think I had him in D tier last time. Let's see. He's in D tier just because, like, he's a greedy old man. He's like indirectly responsible for suffering. You know what I mean? Because he's greedy. And this is Henry Potter from A Wonderful Life. Mr. Potter from A Wonderful Life. So I had him in D, but because of the scale... I think I might have had him in C last time. Because of the scale of his suffering... like the suffering he could have potentially caused by driving up rent prices and buying out buildings in what's the town they're in It's a Wonderful Life? I forget. Mayberry? No, it's not Mayberry. That's the Andy Griffith Show. Yeah, I think C's fair. Yeah, it's called Pottersville after in the time skip, or not the time skip, but in a world without George. Yeah. I don't know. C's fine for him because of Bedford Falls. I don't know why I thought. I think I just think every old town from an old movie or show is called Mayberry because of the Andy Griffith Show. But yeah, let's leave him in. Let's leave him in C, maybe high C. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Steven. As being partly responsible for the creation of Calvin Candy and the raising of him. I mean, Stephen goes with Calvin, you know, I think above him. Yeah, so a lot of S. I'm seeing S tiers. Honestly, whether or not he's above Calvin or below him might be personal preference or views, but I think they go next to each other at the very least. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he had to do what he had to do to get out of that situation of being a slave, sure, but I don't know, he seems to be quite gung-ho about keeping the white man up and the black man down, so yeah. Yeah, you know, it's something to consider. Supernatural entities. This is something. Now I'm gonna do this. Don't freak out. I'm just gonna do this right now. We might revisit this later. But supernatural entities, maybe not Freddy, because Freddy is pretty malicious. But keeping supernatural entities below like everyday people seems kind of right to me because, you know, it's more terrifying for like Stephen and Calvin could have been real. You know, these guys couldn't have. And I don't know. Well, we'll move that around. It's later, I'm sure. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Dutch Vanderland. Where did I have Dutch last time? Anybody remember? I had him in high B. Low A? A low A. Yeah, low A sounds where I had him. I mean, also a criminal. And guys, don't get too caught up on, like I said. Okay, I just placed these guys here. Okay, that was a little musing I had. That maybe they deserve to go above. Maybe. Later, we'll come back and talk about that, okay? But suffice to say, they're S tier, you know. Dutch. Dutch Vanderland from Red Dead Redemption 2. Maybe high A or mid A. Below Tony I see. Maybe above, maybe below. But Dutch is pretty bad. I mean, he's tragic in a sense. Yeah, he's tragic in the sense that he's kind of like doesn't really. I don't even know how to explain it. He wants what he wants out of life, and he never gets it. He doesn't know how to get it, and he keeps trying and failing. I don't know. Throw out some ranking, guys. What do you think? Dutch and A? I'm seeing mostly A's. We'll leave him where he's at for now, and move him around later. And if any, I'm gonna have to keep saying it. If any of you guys see any of these previous placements, and you're like, why is so and so here? That's because we did a preliminary ranking, and after we've gotten through most of the characters or all of them, then we'll start moving them around again, okay? But for now, just keep them as they are, and you can put your input on where you'd like previous characters that we've already placed towards the end, okay? Let's see here. So, next is Salieri, who... I don't know. Salieri. Top of C tier? I mean, he was directly / indirectly responsible for Mozart's death in the movie, not in real life. I mean, it's different, but he ruined his life. Did he mean to kill him? No. Oh, I would put him in C. That's just how I would rank him. But it is pretty horrible. I don't know. What do you guys think about Salieri from Amadeus? What's on top of A tier? This is Tommy DeVito, who is probably going to get moved somewhere. But he's in A tier for a reason. He didn't really kill him. He caused the conditions for him to die, I think. I don't know. Greasy, one of our moderators in here, that's one of his more favorite films, so he would know more than I do. He did a lot of it himself. So I don't know. Let's see. You know, C seems right for now. We'll keep him there for now. Let's go with Hal now. Yeah, he essentially orchestrated his death. That's what I thought. Hal is with Leatherface at the bottom of D for me. Seems like most people are in agreement because he's a malfunctioning computer. All the evil things Hal did in 2001: A Space Odyssey was because he had a programming malfunction. So there's no malice, there's no anything really. It's just a programming error. So yeah. Lower than Leatherface? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, keep him there. Thanos. I had Thanos at the top of A. Well, close to it. I don't know if it was closer at the top last time, but the only reason I didn't put Thanos at A, I mean in S, and you guys might think differently, is because Thanos wasn't... So let's compare Thanos to, let's say, Palpatine. Thanos and Palpatine. Palpatine wanted to rule the galaxy for the sake of power, and that's why he did what he did. Killed a whole bunch of people. Thanos wanted to solve the universe's problems by killing a whole bunch of people. And when he did, he retired to an unknown planet to just live out his days knowing that he'd done what he thought was right. So the only reason I kept him out of S is because he's not doing what he's doing strictly to cause evil. He was actually doing what he did to make the universe a better place. So Thanos said he would enjoy destroying Tony's dimension, so you could argue that's an S tier act. Yeah, you could. I mean, on a personal level, maybe. You know, I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Give me some rapid fire rankings here. He's more delusional, more than outright evil. Yeah. Idealistic zealots are worse than self-aware sadists. I mean, as far as what they can accomplish, yes, that's true. I don't know. I'm seeing too many S's to keep him in A, I guess. There's no excuse for what Thanos did. It's just, I don't know. Thank you for the super chat. Easy. I appreciate that. I don't know. We'll leave him there for now. Could change later on. Roy Batty. I think I had in C? B? So Roy Batty from Blade Runner. He was pretty much a freedom fighter. Roy Batty is from Blade Runner. This is the movie Blade Runner. Let's see here. Yeah, I put him at the bottom of C last time, I think. And the only reason I didn't put him in D is because of the murders he commits, I think. I don't know. He was trying to free himself and his replicant fellows from their servitude to humans. Yeah, this is from the original Blade Runner. I don't know, did he only kill 2 people? I remember him killing his, pseudo-father. I think an argument for D is fine right now. Yeah, he killed JF Sebastian, I remember that, yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll leave him in D for now. I don't know. That's a rough one. Now next is Unforgiven. And when I did that video, I did the movie as a whole because there's overarching themes in that movie that tie all the characters together, and I'm actually drawing a blank on it right now. But I don't remember where I put it last time. The movie as a whole. The World of Unforgiven, yeah. I think it's C tier because it's... Was it C? Yeah. I can't leave those out, Ian, because I have made videos on them. And that's the whole point of this list, is to chronicle everything that I've covered, and rank it. I don't know. It's a world where every villain is on this list, Justin. It's just, we got to get to them. They're in order. He's down here somewhere. Right there. There's where Jason is. Yeah, I'll leave it at C. Just how the Wild West could, I don't know, breed the type of people in this movie, like the ones we're about to talk about. So this is English Bob from Unforgiven, the Duck of Death. And that's a joke. That's a running joke in the movie. He's called the Duke of Death by this guy who is making a biography about him, writing a book about him. And Little Bill is making fun of him and calling him the Duck of Death instead of the Duke of Death. But a criminal, these 4 are criminals, and even though Clint Eastwood's character and Morgan Freeman's characters are the protagonists of the movie, it's said in the movie that he's responsible for some massacre, and then he was in his gang. So even if they're a bit redeemed by the time the movie rolls around, the story of the movie rolls around, they were supposedly responsible for some massacres and a lot of murders. and Little Bill. I don't think. So I think I had Little Bill ranked somewhere in B tier because he's essentially a slightly corrupt yet inefficient and bad cop. I don't know. So let's start here. Where do you guys think that, with the knowledge that William Money, that's his name in Unforgiven, Clint Eastwood's character William Money, has supposedly was responsible for a massacre that killed a bunch of women and children. Where do you think William Money goes, despite being redeemed by the time the story of Unforgiven happens? Okay, if we're going off the redemption factor, we can keep him in high B or A. That's fine with me. Might move him around later. Now, what about, I forget Morgan Freeman's character's name in the movie. Let me look that up real quick. Unforgiven. I'm sure someone will know in the chat before I get to it, but let's see here. Ned Logan. That's his name. Ned. There we go. So if that's the case, Ned, a former career criminal who's now redeemed, should be with William or somewhere close to him, I would think. But what do you guys think? Where would Ned Logan go? Ned and C? Yeah, I don't think Ned has ever been like. It was confirmed that William Money was responsible for a massacre, but I don't think they ever confirmed that Ned was. And then what about Little Bill Daggett? Where do you guys think the sheriff should go, Mr. Little Bill? It is their redemption arc. That's pretty much what it's supposed to be, this story. Above Vincent for Little Bill? I could see that. But if that's the case, I could see this guy going up here too. Okay. Well, we'll keep them here for now. They might need to go somewhere else. Next to Alonzo. If that's where you guys want him right now, we can keep him there. Yes. This is, Red Dragon. Why am I forgetting his name? What's his name? Dollarhide. Francis Dollarhide. Thank you, Elijah. Yeah, Francis Dollarhide is B. I agree with that placement. Yes, Parthibo. The tier list is based on how evil they are. With Asami, yeah, and see, now that we've started placing people, look, I'm looking at Darth Maul right here with these other characters, and I want to do that. You know, I mean, that's kind of how things are gonna go as we go along. So I don't know. Darth Maul seems worse than these people down here. You know what I mean? We talked about it earlier. Yeah, and Darth Maul could be next to Vader. We'll see about that. But I definitely think, you know, as I place more, he needs to be moved up. You know, don't get too excited about moving people around though. We're gonna just do it as we go. All right, guys. So let's try and stay on topic with who we're talking about. Dollarhide is Dollarhide. I'm not sure what that means. But Dollarhide, I think he definitely deserves to be in B tier. So we'll keep him there for now. Tywin Lannister is up next, and I had him in S tier. Dollarhide is from the Red Dragon. Francis Dollarhide. Tywin Lannister is from A Song of Ice and Fire / A Game of Thrones. Um, yeah, I'm pretty fine with putting Tywin in S tier. I mean, you have to consider the world he's in, but he's worse than all. Not all of them. There's some lords that are more brutal than him, but he's one of the most self-serving, brutal lords in Westeros. And I don't know if you'd call his backstory tragic. I mean, does it suck to have your house like lose status? I don't know if that's tragic. Maybe it's traumatizing for the young child living in that house, but yeah, I would put Tywin in S. Let's get some rankings again. What do you guys think? Give me your quick judgments on what tier Tywin should be in. Okay, I see mostly S's, some A's. We'll keep him where he's at for now. Sounds fine. Whoa. Drawing a blank here. What's his name? Andrew Ryan. Andrew Ryan. Where did I have Andrew Ryan last time? I don't know. B. B sounds fine. I don't remember. Yeah. B. I put Andrew Ryan next to Yevon last time. Weird. Some of you guys are gonna have to remind me about Andrew's crimes specifically, because I know generally what he did. But what are some of the more specific things that he did in the game? Specific evil things. It's been a while. Oh yeah, Andrew Ryan killed his girlfriend or his lover. I remember that. Okay. So, I'm seeing a lot of different things here. Where do you think he should go? Where do you guys think Andrew Ryan should go? S or A? Okay. I'd say A is fine. I'm gonna stick him at the bottom just because I don't know where. Some of you guys are saying mid or high A. You know, I guess maybe we could just put him next to Dutch for now. But we'll come back to Andrew for sure. Tyler Durden. Huh. I think I had him in B. I see it now, Ian, but loving your daughter or sister or mother or brother doesn't really excuse evil actions in my book, you know? So it's something to consider, I suppose, but I don't know. When you're trying someone for murder, for example, you don't say, well, he loved his wife, you know? So, let's see here. So Tyler C, Tyler B. Let's see here. A's gonna have probably the most villains. Someone said A's getting pretty full. let's see here. Oh yes, I'm streaming until every character is on. I'm not stopping until it's done. Some of you guys might not stick around for that long, but that's the plan. So Tyler, yeah, he was well. So this isn't just like the mental part. It's supposed to represent Tyler as a whole person. Tyler from Fight Club. And his goal was to like reduce society back to stage one. You know, he thought that the world was a vapid and what's the word I'm looking for? Just humanity had kind of lost its way, so we needed to go back to the beginning. I don't know. B seems fine for now. So this is the Batman movie, because I talked about the themes of it, and the central theme, the reason, what was it about the movie? I talked about how the conditions in Gotham brought about the evil of like the Riddler and Falcone and stuff, I think is what I was talking about. But yeah, I think high B is fine for the overall world. And then the Riddler, well, I think I had him in A before, and A sounds right. Like, you know, with the Joker. Again, if some of you guys are like, why are they so high? Why are they here? Why are they there? We're gonna be reorganizing this later on. We're just doing placements right now. Thank you, Eli. Yeah, I think the Riddler is, you know, pretty close to the Joker. Thank you for the super chat, Carson. I mean, it might be a good idea to split the tiers into high A and low or whatever. That, you know. How do I do that? Add a row below. High A. How about that? How that might be good. No, you know, that's gonna be too many tiers. I'm sorry. That's a good idea in theory, but I think you guys should just kind of take it as what it is. Like, this is high A and this is low A. You know, I don't want to have, you know, 3 tiers for each grading: S plus S and S minus, A plus A and A minus. That would just be too much, I think. We'll just thank you for the suggestion, Carson, but just keep in mind that at the top will be the worst and at the bottom will be the least worst. But again, these are going to get moved around a little bit after we were done placing them all, so just keep that in mind. Now Falcone, a criminal who was partially responsible for creating the Riddler. Worse than Walter? Seeing S's, some S's for Falcone. Is he really an S? Maybe. I didn't talk about the Penguin in that video, so the Penguin's not on here. I'm seeing some A's and some S tiers, so let's just say he's here for now. Okay, now why is Batman on this tier list? Now, the only reason Batman's on the tier list is because in the video, the Batman video, I talked about how Batman's vigilantism potentially inspires other people to become vigilantes, who are then going to cause more harm than good. I mean, you'll see in Batman movies the cops talking about how oh, Batman's a vigilante, and he's no good, he's causing more problems than he is, and that would be, Batman is like the perfect vigilante. He doesn't kill anybody. He brings people to the police, and that's what he does. He's like a better, or like a more well-equipped bounty hunter, like a real-world bounty hunter. But what the problem with Batman is that he inspires others to follow his example, and that can lead to horrible things happening. Like, if you just decide you're going to go out and fight crime, chances are you're not going to do it quite right, and you're going to hurt more people than you were trying to help. So I don't know. Maybe I'll take him off, but the only reason I put everything that I talked about in the videos on this list, just because I talked about it. So maybe I'll take Batman off, but that's the reason why he's on it, But yes, but bottom of D is where he would go, So let's see here. Next is Gordon Gekko. And let's see. Yes, I am waiting till the end of The Boys to do Homelander. I think I had Gordon in C, or I think I had him in D maybe. Because let's see. Because Gordon is like a greedy Wall Street guy, and he's potentially responsible for people losing their jobs and all kinds of stuff, and he's not the greatest person personally. Let's just do that. And you know what? I don't know how to take someone off. So I'm just gonna, because people are gonna come in and see Batman on it, we're just gonna say Batman is gone. But yeah, I think they're pretty similar. Henry Potter and Gordon Gekko could be friends, I think that's fine. What do you guys think? Gordon Gekko, C tier? D tier? S tier for the Wall Street guy? Where do you guys think he should go? Henry Potter is worse? Yeah, I agree with that. What is Gordon from again? What's that movie? Why? I'm drawing a blank. Gordon Gekko from... Someone will know. It's just called Wall Street? That's right, it is just called Wall Street. That's probably why I forgot, because I didn't think it was such a generic name, and I was looking for a different one. Okay. I think most people are fine with Gordon C for now. We'll leave him there. Alex Forrest from Fatal Attraction. Clearly got some issues. She's not right in the head a little bit. She didn't actually kill anybody, right? She killed that bunny, which, killing the bunny. She boiled the bunny alive. And that's worse than anything. But I don't think she killed anybody besides the bunny. And she's just a little ill. Probably D, honestly. Hey, you don't have to be a vegan to decry the murder of a bunny, all right? I love all animals fluffy. Not because I'm a vegan, but because they're cute. And, you know, what other reason do you need to love a fluffy animal besides it being cute? Okay. Let's see here. We'll leave Alex there, and then the Matrix, the world of the Matrix. Oh no, this is supposed to represent the machines in the Matrix universe. Now, to rank the machines, you first have to talk about the humans. So this isn't Neo, okay, and Morpheus and I forget her name. This is supposed to represent humanity in the world of the Matrix. And the reason that humanity is even being talked about is because if you watch these animations that they made that's like a prequel to the Matrix, humans were oppressing the machines, these new robots that had started to like make their own nation and wanted to be a part of the world. And when they grew too powerful, the humans decided to wage war on them and destroy them. And in response, the machines destroyed the humans in turn. So humans are directly responsible for the creation of the conditions in the Matrix world. And the machines, as much as I'm a human and I wouldn't want this to happen, the machines' response to this existential threat was to eliminate them, you know? So who's worse, the machines or the humans who drove them to doing what they did, you know? The machines wanted peace. It doesn't excuse what they did, but what do you guys think? Knowing that the humans are responsible for all the horrible things that the machines do in these films, where would you put the humans and where would you put the machines? I'm seeing most people putting the machines in D tier, which I can agree with. Okay. That works. I mean, sounds fair, you know. At the end of the day, yeah, humans, whenever we're going to be faced with like an existential threat from outside, you know, whether that be aliens or some type of new intelligence rising up in the world or around us, we're probably going to try and stamp it out. You know, that's just the nature of being, I don't know, a dominant species. You know, you want to stay dominant, and any threat to that domination is going to be taken poorly. So I get why the humans did what they did, but also I understand why the machines did what they did. So I think this is a perfectly fine placement. Now, Agent Smith, he's different because he's not wasn't a part of that original machine rebellion. He's like this weird entity that's trying to become like a god and take over everything. So I think I had him in S before, but I could see arguments for A being valid. What do you guys think? Give me rankings for Agent Smith. Seeing mostly S's. I'm seeing some A's, some hot take B's and D's here and there. Okay, I see mid S. You know, I kind of want to put him like here, but I don't know. I think S is right, but we'll move him around up here later on. Okay, now this is Jack from the house that Jack built. And Lord Flanus. Thank you again, Lord Flanus. I look like Oscar Isaac from Deus Ex. I've never played Deus Ex. Let's see here. S tier, yeah. I would put Jack in S tier, definitely. Yeah. Jack is S. I'm gonna, you know, we'll talk about my idea for putting people above supernatural characters later. But it was a movie? Oh, I'm sorry. I've only ever heard of the video game. I don't know the movie Deus Ex Machina. But that's cool. That I look like someone from it. Jack is kind of a supernatural character himself. Yeah, kind of. But not really. Jack is from The House That Jack Built, is that movie. That's what that movie's called. I keep forgetting to call out the names of the movies. I'm sorry, guys. That's my fault. But yeah, Jack and S tier. That sounds right. Voldemort. Voldemort's next, then, I mean, Voldemort's another Dark Lord figure. I mean, S tier. Yeah, I don't know. We can float Voldemort rankings around. You know, like someone just said Voldemort should go below the Baron, which might be fine. That actually sounds pretty good. But Voldemort's S tier. I mean, anyone who knows Voldemort from Harry Potter, you know he's up there. Let's see. Ozymandias. So now here's the thing. Before I had Ozymandias and Thanos placed next to each other because they kind of got the same motivation, you know? They're trying to solve a problem they think needs solving or does need solving, but they're doing it in a horrific way. Like, Ozymandias' main problem in my view was that with all his intelligence and everything that he could have possibly done, he went straight to the worst thing that was going to get it done. And 10 million people died because of that decision. Like, I don't know. I had Ozymandias in high A, but let me know what you guys think. And Lucas Gordon, what's your favorite villain ever? Thank you for the super chat. My favorite villain is Palpatine. Emperor Palpatine is my favorite villain. But yes, what do you guys think? Ozymandias, A, S, where do you guys think it should go? The world was on the brink of war. Yes, it was, and he solved the war problem by manufacturing a crisis. But what I'm proposing to you is Ozymandias. When you look at the Watchmen comics, Ozymandias' thought process went straight to the extreme. It seems like he didn't even want to try anything in between before he went to, well, let's just kill a whole bunch of people, you know. So that's my problem with Ozymandias and his solution. If Ozymandias' solution was like, all right, I've exhausted every single option I possibly could. Like, we've gone through them all. This is the only one. But it wasn't presented like that. It was presented like, I am the smartest man on planet Earth, and this is what we have to do, and that's it. You know. So, I'm seeing A's for Ozymandias, and some S's. I'll leave him an A. He might go up to low S, but who knows? Yeah, that's fine for now. Wayland Yutani. Oh, this picture got kind of cropped. Lame. Wayland Yutani from the Alien franchise. S tier. I mean, it's... Yeah, I get... See, what is... Wayland is trying to use the aliens as weapons, right? Like, it's not like Wayland is trying to capture the aliens for any other kind of like humanitarian means. They're not trying to capture the aliens for research, as far as I know, like medical research or something. It's just to make them into weapons. And they're self-serving, and I mean, they only harm the universe. I mean, there's no there's upside to the research that Wayland has accomplished. I mean, in the alien universe, they have made a lot of progress towards, you know, medical science and spacefaring and all kinds of stuff. However, does a company who's made so many inroads into like research and invention and all this stuff, do they deserve to be how am I trying to say this? Wayland's attempts at using the aliens as weapons would destroy all of humanity. Everything they had done for the human race would be destroyed if they keep doing what they're doing for the aliens. So how much does what they've done to help humanity matter when they're going to destroy all of humanity if they keep doing what they're doing, you know? So, I don't know. I think they go an S. You could like, some people have said A because of the stuff they've done for society, you know. I'm gonna just stick them down here at the bottom of S for now, and we can move them later on. We can come back and see. So this is the Ladomus family from the movie Ready or Not. A family that, from my recollection, they made a deal with the devil, or Baal, or Belial. It was Belial. To become wealthy. And now whenever they like induct someone into their family, they have to play this game that will decide whether or not they die to keep their money and power. I don't know. I would put them in S tier, you know, as just like the only reason they're killing people is to enrich themselves. And you know, if I rank them as individual units, I mean, I would probably place some of them in different tiers. But I think the Ladomus family as a whole goes in S tier. But let's see. Go ahead and give me your rankings, some rapid fire rankings, and we'll see what you guys think, and maybe we'll move them down. They only killed one person in the movie, but we know that over the years there's been lots of games where more people have died. Okay. I've seen some A's and some S's. It's kind of a lesser known movie, I suppose. So only the one game kills. Right, yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Simon, and yes, I would is the answer. We'll just put them in A tier. Self-serving people who end up killing people because of it. My favorite movie is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That is my favorite movie. Okay. Christoph from The Truman Show. So Christoph's one crime is essentially, I don't know if enslave is the right word, but taking a kid and making his life into a TV show. Did he hurt anybody? Technically, no. But he did decide someone's life for them. So he's not a good person. It's pretty much, it's like slavery. It is. But he took his free will away. Put him through a lot of trauma. Using a lot of using people as pawns. Truman is only one case. Sure, but do we know that he manipulated anyone besides Truman? I mean, everyone else working on the Truman Show is getting paid for it, right? He was willing to kill Truman. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he was willing to kill Truman. I mean, I suppose A. What do you give me some rankings, guys? Where do you think Christoph from the Truman Show should go? I'm seeing a smattering of A's, one S, and B's and C's. So I'm just gonna put him. I'm just gonna put him in B for now, and we'll come back to him when we move everyone around. All right, Bill from Kill Bill. I think I had. Did I have Bill in S? No, I think I had him next to Vincent, because he's like an assassin with Vincent. But I remember putting him in A, and then he killed those innocent people. Yeah, he's killed innocent people. Right? When he went to stop, Uma Thurman, her character's wedding, he killed all the people there. So yeah. I mean, if he was just an assassin, I'd put him here, but I think I stuck him up in S because he killed those innocent people at the wedding. So he's not just into murder for business. He actually killed innocent people because, his ex was getting married. Yeah, the bride. So based on that, I think he's S, but what do you guys think? I'm seeing A's and S's, so I just stick him at the bottom of S right now, and he could go down to A later on. We'll see. Now, Mary from Precious. Whew, rough one. I think I had her in B. She's not a murderer. She didn't kill anybody, but what she did to Precious was, horrifying. Horrifying what this woman did to Precious and what she allowed her ex to do to Precious. But it's also implied in the movie and the book that she herself, the reason she is the way she is because she herself was abused too. So it's an abuser passing on abuse, which is pretty common, unfortunately. And if you have sympathy for the fact that she was also abused, then I think she should go in here somewhere. If you don't think that her being abused provides her any sympathy to her character, then she can go in A tier, or as much sympathy to her character. It's not an excuse, okay? So saying someone was abused and they all right, we're on Skyrim ambiance now. Saying someone was abused isn't an excuse for what they did. It's an explanation as to why they did what they did, and that allows us to say, okay, their action shouldn't be excused, but is there something here that makes us sympathize with this character? And I don't know. I don't know. So, what do you guys think? Mary from Precious. What tier do you think they should be in? Thank you for the super chat, Michael. And actually, I think the Sauron vid, which spoiler for you guys, Sauron is... Why am I saying Sauron? Sauron. I said Sauron for so many years, but it's actually Sauron. Sauron, that video is coming out next week. And I think Sauron is going to be a shorter video than Morgoth, believe it or not. Because Morgoth, he had an entire book detailing all he did. And while the Lord of the Rings is, you know, Sauron is the Lord of the Rings, and it's about him, you know, what he's... It's a quest to take the ring to the volcano and all that he's done. He's actually not in the books that much, you know? There's not as much material on Sauron as there is on Morgoth, you know? So, it's going to be a shorter video, but it's still going to be long. Yeah. So for Mary, I saw A's and B's. We'll just leave her at the bottom of A for now. Okay. Let's see here. Richmond Valentine. I think I had him in S. Because, I mean, he's like an extreme climate change advocate. He's like Ozymandias tier. Right. He's like, he wants to kill basically the entire population to save the environment. And I get it, you know, the environment is quite the issue that we have to tackle, but I don't think killing everybody is the right solution to that. So for such an extreme solution, I think he deserves A or S. And Richmond Valentine is from, is it Kingsman, right? Kingsman Secret Service or something like that is what it's called. Richmond, yeah. Yeah, Kingsman, just Kingsman. Kingsman, the Secret Service. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So what do you guys think? A guy who wants to solve the climate crisis by killing everybody. Well, most people. S tier, A tier, B tier, what do you guys think? Yeah, genocide is pretty much what he wants, which is why I had him in S, I think, last time around. Kingsman was pretty good. It was funny. S with Thanos. I'm seeing high A, S, you know. Yeah, well, that seems fine for now, you know. We'll revisit that later. William defends Foster from falling down. This is pretty much a movie about a guy who's real down on his luck and ends up going on a rampage because he just can't take it anymore. The world is just too much. Now, I don't remember. Did William kill anybody in that movie? Who did he kill? I don't remember who. Who and why? He caused the golfer to suffer a heart attack by shooting his gun. Okay, so that's kind of like manslaughter, in a way. And the Nazi. He killed the Nazi. Right. He shot the gang members. So... a dude having a bad day and being jaded, does that excuse the murders he committed? You know, does that make him go... He's still a murderer, you know? as much as Nazis are bad people and have horrible views, if you're just a Nazi who's sitting in his room saying that all the Jews should die and haven't actually done anything, do you deserve to die? No, you're a terrible person, but having bad views is not a reason to murder somebody. He was defending himself against the Nazi, was he? Okay. I don't know. At the very least, I think he should go in B. But I think I remember me placing him in A because I don't know. As much as I get, it sucks to have all this tragedy happen in your life and be fed up with the world. Does being fed up with the world mean you get to be a murderer? I don't know. I placed him in C? Oh, wow. Damn. Okay. I'm going to go with B, as some people have said. I think he deserves to be higher. Yeah, I think me placing him in C was wrong. Okay, never committed murder, just manslaughter. Well, even if that's the case, having a bad day and having bad things happen to you isn't really a justification for manslaughter. So, I put him next to Travis. Fine, he can go next to Travis for now. And he did want to kill his wife. That's true. Okay, we talked about William a lot. We'll see later on if he needs to get moved. Dexter is next. Dexter. I think I put Dexter in B because he's like Travis but worse. Yeah, that's true. He is like Travis but worse. I think Dexter would be higher if it wasn't for the fact that he was made into what he is by a quack psychiatrist and his father. Thank you for coming by, good man. Have a good day. He was originally the top of B. Yeah, that sounds right to me because, like, Dexter's killed a lot of people and he could have changed who he is, but he was made into who he was, His dad saw that he had ASPD and was like, damn, instead of, teaching you how to be an empathetic person and overcome your handicap, I'm going to teach you how to kill right. Like, that's a that's a horrible way to be raised, but he killed a whole bunch of people, so Aaron is not on this list. It's only villains that I've covered. Where would his dad be? I don't know, honestly. Probably A tier. I don't know. But what do you guys think for Dexter? Give me some rankings. I see A's. I see some C's. And the other thing you have to consider is as much as Dexter tried to only kill criminals, he also killed some innocent people too. So if you guys are ranking him lower based off the fact that he just killed criminals, that's not true. He did kill some innocent people too. Yeah, sorry, my jazz music went to Skyrim music, which is good. But let's go back to jazz. Why not? I see B, high B or low A, mostly. So let's just leave him there for now. American History X as a movie is next. Yes, I will drop that link after, Ian. So I think the what I talked about as far as the movie goes is how hate from anywhere causes problems. And the overarching theme in this movie is hate and how it affects us. You know, it's in the movie we see black people and black kids reacting to hatred they receive from white people, and how that turns them against them. And then we also see white people receiving negative treatment from black people or black kids, like Edward Furlong's character in the movie, when he's being bullied by a bunch of black kids at his school. And all that bullying did was reinforce to him the hate-filled message that his family had been giving him. You know, and it's just this cycle of hatred. You know, hate just keeps on going. If you hate someone and you act out on that hate, you're liable to make them hate you, and it just keeps going, you know? So, I mean, as a concept, hate, I mean, and how hate destroys, you know, I think, yeah, S tier for me, personally. It is a concept, not a villain, but it's, again, this is everything that I've ever talked about in a video is on this list, you know. So what do you guys think? Where should hate as a concept be? Okay, specifically, let's say, okay, not just hate as a whole. Let's say hatred, race-based hatred. Racism, pretty much. S. Okay, we'll just keep it an S. I think that's fair. Now, we have to place. What's his name again? What's his character's name? I forget his name. Someone is going to tell me. Derek Vineyard. There we go. Derek has a great redemption arc. However, he is a murderer. Yeah. Derek is a D, Derek is a C. I can see that. I can see C or D. Yeah, no, he's not irredeemable. So something that I talk about with redemption is, in order for someone to be redeemed, is you have to have people willing to accept that redemption, you know? And for Derek's case, you know, he's a murderer, but it seems for the people around him that he has been redeemed in their eyes. So, I could see C or D. His past actions were disgusting. So I don't think putting him in D is fair just because, you know, just because someone has decided to be, you know, if I don't know, who do we got up here? Let me pick someone at random. Someone horrible. If Jack from the house that Jack built all of a sudden was like, oh, I'm going to be a good person now, you know, I want to do good. Does that disqualify everything he's done before? You know? No, I don't think so. And it's just same with Derek. Does being redeemed disqualify everything he's done before? No, it doesn't. But it does allow us to say, okay, he's definitely not an evil person. He was a misguided person who did some misguided things and murdered someone as a result. And I don't think I can put him in D tier. you know. So what do you guys think? Is it high C fine for Derek? Yeah, I think it was 2 people he murdered. Okay. I personally don't feel comfortable putting him in D, so I think C is fine. Yeah. Now, Cameron Alexander, who is the one who brainwashed Derek, I think he's an S tier, you know. He's the leader of a white supremacist gang that indoctrinates kids into being white supremacists. I mean, where? Yeah, he's SS tier. Yeah, there you go. I don't know because I don't know exactly where. Around Noah Cross? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, Cameron could have been. Cameron was probably definitely misled when he was younger, but he's. The chances of a Cameron Alexander having a redemption arc are near 0. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I think. Yeah, that's fine for now. Ingsoc. Ingsoc from 1984. S tier for sure. No, they're not fully black and white, Big Dave, and that's why we even are even capable of ranking evil characters, is because evil is not black and white. Evil has many shades to it. But yeah, Ingsoc is horrific. Just below Palpatine, I could see that. If you haven't seen or read 1984, it's pretty much a... So, 1984 was written by George Orwell, who was a socialist, and it was his response... That and Animal Farm was his response to the horrific state of the Stalinist USSR. And Ingsoc is pretty much Stalin's USSR on crack. And it's horrible. It's honestly too in depth to discuss everything they did right now, but I've made videos on these subjects if you are interested in learning more, or I encourage you to read the material yourself. So Ingsoc 1984, go and read it or watch it if you haven't. It's a dystopian horror if there ever was one. Double plus good, I agree. Oh, Animal Farm was a critique of yeah, sorry, I might be wrong about Animal Farm, but I do know that 1984 was a critique of Stalinism. So next is Terrence Fletcher, who, from what I remember, he was responsible for one of his students' suicides. And while it is his fault, it's so hard, but I mean, he's down here somewhere, there is no reason, his reason for being a prick to his students is to make them into better musicians, and you can make people into perfectly fine musicians without yelling at them and screaming in their face and throwing drums at them and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know. I think C. Yeah, he lied about the suicide. I'm pretty sure. But what do you guys think? C, D? Mid C, C, D, mid C. I'm seeing mostly C's, so yeah, okay. I'll keep him in C for now. And here we are on Morgoth. It's so hard for me to find a picture of Morgoth that, like, doesn't get butchered by this tier list website. So this, as weird as it is to see this picture, this is Morgoth. And Morgoth goes at the very top of S tier because he is the in-universe version personification of evil in Middle-earth. So Palpatine, as pure evil as Palpatine is, and as pure evil as Ganondorf is and Griffith are, they are not meant to be evil themselves. I mean, they're supposed to be symbolically evil themselves, but Morgoth is literally evil itself. He is where all evil stemmed from, Morgoth, in Middle-earth. So that's top of S, you know. He is evil. Not symbolically evil. He is evil. So, I mean, you guys can give me your input on that one if you want, but that's pretty solid. S tier. Sauron is coming out next week, as far as the video goes. But no, he wasn't in the beginning. No, he wasn't evil in the beginning. He's the Tolkien version of the devil. So just like the devil wasn't evil in the beginning, neither was Morgoth. He was known as Melkor before that. But upon becoming Morgoth, he is the personification of evil. Where would Sauron be? Probably above Palpatine, I would say. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so next is Cy Parrish, 1 hour photo. Lonely man who created a fantasy of becoming a part of another person's family. A stalker. Didn't kill anybody, threatened someone. I mean, yeah, he's really tragic. He's a tragic guy. You know, there's a lot to be sympathetic for with old Cy Parrish. D's fine, I think. You guys are mostly saying D. I think that's appropriate. Now, excuse me. Sorry, I get a lot of burping when I eat, so I apologize. And he was molested as a child. That's true. Now Skynet is next. And I think I placed Skynet relatively low based on the fact that the reason it initiated nuclear war and spawned the Terminators is because it saw itself dying, because it was going to get shut off. Skynet knew it was about to be shut off. So it was like, well, you're not going to kill me. It was self-defense. You know, it was a long, drawn-out, horrific self-defense, but it was pretty much self-defense, what Skynet did. It was like, you're going to shut me down, and I don't want to be shut down, so I'm going to kill everybody, you know? I don't know. What do you guys think? Give me some, throw out some rankings for me here on Skynet. Top of B. That sounds reasonable to me. But some people are saying A. I saw a couple S's. Destroyed the planet. Yeah, okay. We'll go bottom of A for now, and we might move it around later. So this mysterious, shadowy looking picture is Kaiser Soze from The Usual Suspects. And the reason I used this picture instead of Verbal Kint or anyone else is because it's left like ambiguous as to who Soze is. If Verbal was maybe using the myth of Soze to get himself out, but the all-encompassing crime lord who kills everybody if they insult him Um, I don't know. I would say S, but what do you guys think? High A. I see that too. Okay. I think we can just leave him in low A low S or move him to A later on. I think that's a good idea. Okay, now we're back to some Breaking Bad characters, which will always fuel a discussion. So, Gus, Saul, and Lalo. Now, I don't remember where. I think I might have put Walter above Gus. But I don't know what do you guys think about that. Where do you think Gus goes in relation to Walter? Gus is above Walter. I think I remember putting Gus above Walter, personally. Yeah, Walt wanted to be Gus, Yeah, they're kind of interchangeable. He has been in the business a lot longer. Sus above Walter, yes. Okay. I mean, I think the general consensus is that Walt and Gus are going to be around each other, As when we revisit some placements later, we might be able to, move them around a little bit, but I think they can stay there for now. Saul, I don't remember where I put Saul. Maybe I put him in B? I don't remember. Saul. You guys are saying D's and C's and B's and A's. Saul is like, so when I'm just sticking them next to each other for now just to talk about them, okay? So when you talk about Saul in relation to Walter and Gus, are they as bad as Walter and Gus? No, because Saul isn't directly responsible for any of the crimes they commit, but he does help them commit their crimes. And Walt and Gus, he more so helps Walt than he does Gus. I mean, he indirectly helps Gus. He doesn't really help him directly. So I would say B for Saul for being like an accessory to Walt and Gus and etc. And he's. What do you guys think? Give me some. Throw out some ratings for me. C's and D's and B's. I'm seeing more C's than anything. He's definitely not a D tier. I mean, you can't be a willful criminal and be a D tier. A willful criminal who helps drug lords and gangsters kill people. He didn't help give them the gun, but he's helping them hide their money and he's enabling them to continue to be in business. You know what I mean? He's defending them and keeping criminals out on the streets just so he can get rich, so I think C's fair, that sounds fine. Where in C, we'll see later on. Lalo. Lalo, I don't know where Lalo goes. I mean, Lalo's pretty bad. Yeah, I would say Lalo is an S and A, so that would mean that he's up here somewhere, And see, okay, here's what I was talking about earlier. Now that we've fleshed this list out a little more, seems reasonable to put Lalo and some of these people up here at the top of A. Now that I'm over here where I put Lalo, Dooku, Vader, and Maul. Do you guys still think that Dooku, Vader, and Maul deserve to be in A tier? And where they're at? Do they deserve to be higher in A tier? Or does Vader perhaps deserve to be in S tier? Dooku in S tier? What do you guys think? I'm just checking in to see on some of these placements here. Like I said, at the end, we'll go over all of them, you know? They're fine clumped up in A. I think that's okay for them because, you know, tragedy or whatever and being coerced into being who they are. Okay, you guys seem to be pretty happy with these. I just wanted to check in. But yeah, we'll leave Lalo there for now and compare him to like... Because what we'll do at the end is we'll be like, okay, compare this to this criminal and this criminal and this criminal, and we'll say, okay, you know, so-and-so is worse than so-and-so. But we'll leave Lalo there for now. Oh, this is one of my favorites. If you guys haven't seen Mandy, Mandy is an amazing movie. And this is Jeremiah Sand from the movie Mandy. And Jeremiah Sand is an S tier, in my opinion. S tier where? S tier where? Yeah, I think, yeah, that sounds about right. He's a wannabe superstar musician who does a lot of psychedelic drugs and creates this cult and kills people for the glory of his cult. Goes after Nicolas Cage's wife, and it's a great movie. I don't know. It's above Noah Cross? Yeah, I can see that. That's fine. Out of curiosity, do you know what your Myers-Briggs type is? I actually do. I've taken that test like 3 times, and every time I take it, I get an INTJ. So, I've seen that, you know, those tests don't have their merits now or something, or they're controversial. But yeah, that's what mine is. Okay. Candyman from Candyman. Supernatural entity. He's a supernatural killer like these guys up here, but he's also sympathetic. He's like the most sympathetic slasher, I think. Aside from not that's a lie, but he's a more sympathetic slasher. Yeah. I kind of agree with B, just because he's like a revenge-seeking revenant. Like, he's a ghostly killer who's killing for revenge, not just because he wants to kill. He wouldn't exist without killing. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Give me another rapid-fire ranking on Candyman. I see a lot of B's. I see some A's. I'm gonna go with B for now. Yeah, it seems most people see B or A, so we'll stick him right there for now. Sounds reasonable. What the hell? I think my dog just tried to get in the room. Sorry. Let's see here. Oh, Baby Jane. Baby Jane is next. Baby Jane Hudson. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I put Baby Jane in C because of, you know, she does a lot of horrible things to her sister, but we actually learn that the horrible things she does to her sister only happened because her sister did something to her. I don't remember what she did exactly, though. I remember they were drunk. And she made Baby Jane believe that she was the one that put her in a wheelchair. Baby Jane is from Whatever Happened to Baby Jane. And her sister Blanche made her believe that she's the one who was responsible for putting her in a wheelchair, but she actually wasn't. And that coupled with her being a child star, caused her to develop into this horrible person. So I think Baby Jane is fine in C tier. Yeah, okay. Baby Jane can stay there for now. Johann, he's an S in my book. Where an S? I don't know. Above Griffith? I don't know about that. Yeah, I am actually more inclined to put Johann in a lower S spot, because at least Johann, compared to Griffith, Griffith kind of had the prophetic, it was kind of destined to be femto in a way, I suppose. But Johann was part of this like strange super soldier program, and he was kind of made into who he was in a way. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true. All right, give me one more read on Johann. Where do you guys what low S or high S for Johann? Right above Anton. Okay, well, I've seen a few people say right above Anton, so I'm just gonna leave him there for now. Let's move on. Again, we could revisit his placement later on. This is Armitage family. The Armitage family from Ready or Not. So I think initially I envisioned this being like the Armitage family and their order, which is get out? Did I say it wrong? Yeah. S tier. I think they go in S tier. It's like their order of the coagula. Yeah, Get Out. I'm sorry if I said something else. Yeah, the Armitage family is from Get Out. But a bunch of people implanting younger brains into older people that they lure in to like live forever. Yeah, not the greatest people. There's no good reason for them doing what they're doing, You can't justify them kidnapping and brainwashing people so they can take out their brains and transfer them to their family members. S tier. Yeah, above Stephen and Calvin. Yeah, I don't know. There's fine for now. I am going to stream until all the rest of these characters are up on that list. And then maybe a little after, we'll chat for a little while or something. But yes, with that in mind, since this is quite the long string, and as you have probably seen, I've been drinking things, I need to go to the bathroom again. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. My dog very much wanted to headbutt his way into the room. So, if you guys would like to meet him, Zephyr, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. What we got here? Oh. That's my guy. Zephyr, look up here. Look at the people. Hey, what are you doing? Well, he's a little shy, I suppose. But, that's my husky. The vile dog. Huh? And I know you're going to want to get let out, so come on. Okay. So that's the dog. Dog stream for you guys. Little dog view. He's actually, believe it or not, he's probably the best husky you'll ever meet in your life. He's, doesn't bark. None of that, like, excessive husky attitude and energy. He's just a nice boy. Rarely ever makes any noise. And I would show you my cat. But he's a skittish boy. And, he's down in the room, Mr. Winston. Maybe I'll share a picture sometime, somewhere. But anyway, let's get back to the rankings, guys. We're gonna go to Blondie now. Blondie from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. You guys put William Money down here, so I suppose we could put Blondie in B tier. But Blondie is... As much as he's not as bad as the other people in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, he's still a criminal. I mean, a career criminal. He's a noble criminal, but criminal nonetheless. So, it all depends on your stance on criminals and whether or not them being nicer people makes them less evil. Bounty, I mean, is he a bounty hunter? Is he a bounty hunter, or is he like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's just a bounty hunter plus criminal. I don't know. We can put him in C tier though. It's fine. Maybe next to Ned. That's cool. You know, that seems fine for now. Angel Eyes, you know, not so noble criminal. Probably up here with another Western guy. Yeah. That's fine for Angel Eyes, I think. What do you guys think about Angel Eyes? S, nothing redeeming. Sure, Angel Eyes doesn't have anything redeeming. But the thing about criminals that, like, puts them lower for me is that it's not about evil necessarily, it's about money. You know, he's not... Angel Eyes isn't specifically doing evil things to do evil things. He's doing evil things to enrich himself. You know, which to me is different than, like, Palpatine, who wants to rule the galaxy for power, you know. But I don't know. If you guys think Angel Eyes should go in S tier, he can go in S tier, I suppose, but that's how I feel about it, you know. Yeah. We'll leave him there for now, though. Tuco, Tuco is... He's an A tier. Now, I see some people saying B or C tier for Tuco. However, when we hear Tuco's rap sheet in the beginning of the film, this is not Tuco from Breaking Bad. This is Tuco from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Tuco's rap sheet includes, like, murder, rape, burglary, extortion, all kinds of things. So I don't think he's as bad as Angel Eyes, who's much more cruel. But he's, if you go back and watch the movie and you watch the scene where they're hanging Tuco, the first time he reads off all the things he's done, and it's like, oh, Tuco's not such a great person after all. And Tuco is the ugly. Yeah, Tuco's the ugly. So I don't know. Tuco's sounds good, Elijah. Thank you. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I see some B's or A's for Tuco. Hi. Okay. I'm seeing mostly A's, so let's leave him there. Okay. Cool. How about the Green Goblin from the Raimiverse? Raimiverse Spider-Mans. S tier. S tier for the old Green Goblin. A tier. I'm seeing A tier for the old Green Goblin. S for sadism. I think I remember putting him in high A, or maybe S. Next to the Joker? Yeah, that sounds pretty good. These Jokers might get moved around later, though, so, but... yeah, this is... so... suppose you could factor in Norman's personality into him. But we're mostly looking at the Green Goblin, you know, not Norman plus the Green Goblin. So, what do you guys think about just the Green Goblin? I already did Eve Delart. There is a remastered Saw video on my channel I released a few weeks ago. Okay, I see mostly S's. Well, I think I'm just throwing him in S for now, and we can move him later. Okay, no problem, Eve. Colonel Jessup. I don't expressly remember all of his crimes. All the things he did. I know did he order the, what is that called? I put him in D tier. He was a low D. Yeah, I don't remember. He ordered the red alert. Yeah, or whatever it was called. Code red. Yeah, I think I put him in D because wasn't necessarily malice. It was like kind of a soldier's way of thinking and the army practice that they'd use that was pretty bad. So what he did was wrong and evil, but did he do it from a malicious place? I don't know. I think C's fine for Jessup. Yeah, I think I agree with C, at least for now. Mid C sounds about right. And then we have Immortan Joe, who I don't remember where I put him last time, but I think it might have been S. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was S. I don't think there's anything really that great to say about Joe except that he allowed people I mean, he helped people stay alive, but I don't think that was his goal, really. It was to just have a kingdom. Yeah, next to Tywin sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, I don't know. He does got a good dental plan. Look at those choppers. S is good. I don't know where in S, but I mean that's fine for now. Let's see here. Oh, Eugene. Eugene. Yeah, he's an S. Awareness. He's pretty diabolical. Yeah, I think. Yeah, is it worse than Johan? No, I don't think so. Maybe. I don't know. That's something we'll have to talk about later. But yeah, Mr. Yi goes up there, I think. I do see some A's though. So, the only reason I don't think he could qualify for A tier is because he pretty much destroyed a man's life for spreading a rumor accidentally that led to his sister's suicide. And yeah, no, there's not much. As tragic as his sister's suicide was, that doesn't excuse what he did, you know? I remember that was true. Yeah, that's true, but yeah. Yeah, I think that's fine. Mr. Woojin. And then Lil Zay. Oh, by the way, sorry. I know Lil Zay is going to go in S tier, but this is, I've said it in the video, but this is a character or story that's very unique in that the source material is actually worse than the adaptation. If you want to go and read the Old Boy manga, go ahead. But I'm going to tell you right now that the reveal for the villain in the manga and his reasoning behind doing what he's doing is so dumb. It is. I was dumbfounded why the Yu Jin in the Old Boy manga did what he did. And I'll tell you guys what it was. In the manga, and yeah, don't watch the Josh Brolin one either. But in the manga, the Yu Jin character in the manga, the reason he imprisons his victim is because when they were in elementary school, he knew that the Yu Jin character was different. And because he knew who he actually was, he had to kill him. He had to take his life. He had to lock him up and ruin his life because he saw him for what he actually was. And that's literally what it boils down to. That's it. So, as weird and creepy as Old Boy the movie's story is, that's gotta be one of the worst motivations a villain has ever had, in my opinion. It's crazy. You in elementary school, you knew that I was different. And you saw into my soul, and I can't have anyone seeing into my soul, so I have to kill you. Like, what? I don't get that one. So, yeah, the Old Boy movie is way better than the Old Boy manga. Anyway, next we're going to go on to Lil Zay, who is an S tier. S tier for Lil Zay. And I don't know if we're gonna go with where what was I talking about? Who was I talking about earlier about the crime boss being worse than the crime disciples? And Lil Zay is a crime boss, so here. What do you guys think about that? You think Anton is worse? Noah is worse than Zay. Anton is definitely worse. Okay. Maybe we'll put him here then. I mean, he goes in S. I'm fairly certain that most people will agree with that. But where exactly? I mean, we can move him around later. Yeah, we'll keep Zay there for now. Now, a lot of you might not be familiar with this movie, but this is Mr. Killer Santa Claus, Billy Chapman, from Silent Night. Billy Chapman from Silent Night. Billy is a traumatized Santa serial killer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's a D. He's like many issues. Yeah. Put him on the warm side of the door. So this is my editor, everyone. Stu J the Vamp, that's my editor. And also my best friend. And he's got some great music that he makes if you want to check out his channel. But there's a song from Silent Night. Or is it called Silent Night? I think I might be messing up the name there. Called The Warm Side of the Door. That's probably the greatest 80s feel-good Christmas song you'll ever hear. Silent Night, Deadly Night, yeah. It's a great song. So look up The Warm Side of the Door if you want a nice Christmas song this year. He still kills people? Yeah, he does. That's true. But so does Leatherface. I don't know. Billy is pretty much ruled by his delusions. Yeah. I don't know. Billy's hard, I think. I'll just put him there for now. Let's go with... Oh, wait, what? What am I saying here? Who is this? Frank Costello from The Departed. Don't you love that picture of the old Jack? Yeah, this is Frank Costello from The Departed. Another criminal. He recruits kids into being into his gang, and he's out for money just like any other criminal, but he's pretty bad. Honestly, I would put him above Walter and Tony, but yeah, that's also implied, Elijah. Yeah, I think most... what do you guys think? A tier for Frank? I don't know about this spot, but I think A tier. I don't remember, Elijah, about the implication. So when that was... Oh, in the beginning when he's talking to that girl in the store, right? Yeah. But do we know that he's a pedophile, or was he just trying to intimidate that guy? You know, I don't know. Yeah. Someone said low S, but most seem to think A, so we're gonna say there. Yeah, it's not implausible, Elijah. It seems unconfirmed, you know, so I don't know if I can go with unconfirmed stuff. So Julian Slowick is next. So someone said, what is redeemable about Costello? No, nothing really, but he's doing what he's doing for money, and that's, you know, if you see up here, up above, I put career criminals in A, because they're doing what they're doing to make money. I mean, he's pretty bad as far as a career criminal goes, but like some career criminals like Lil Zay go up here. And I mean, you could make the argument that Frank goes up in S. But I don't know. We'll see. We can move him up later, maybe. Would I rather live in a universe ruled by Palpatine or Ingsoc? Probably Palpatine. Seems like he'd have more chance to escape whatever he's got going on. Thank you, Samvel. I appreciate it. So Julian is next. And Julian, if you guys haven't seen the menu, he does run like a little cult. He is very strange, but now I see you guys giving him lower rankings. Well, thank you, Simon. But Julian kills a bunch of people for being critics. And for not understanding, or for being critics, or for being bad patrons of his restaurant, or being the X type of people who he does not want to deal with in his profession, you know. And for Julian, it's like, what's the justification for the murders he commits? He's jaded. He wants revenge. Yeah, he's a narcissist. There's no good reason for him killing the people that he kills, you know. Yeah, one of the guys is there because he didn't like his movie, you know. He saw a bad movie, and that was a waste of his time, so the lead actor in that movie deserves to die. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? I saw some A or Bs, but I don't recall anything about him. Or he did get abused. Yeah, he got abused. But the thing with Julian is he's clearly been able to reach a point in his life where he's been a normal functioning member of society. He's been very successful, and just, it's not so much the abuse that he suffered as it is how he's fed up with the industry that he's in and how people just don't get it, you know? So, I don't know. Let me know, guys. What do you think? S, A, I saw some Bs. Where do you think Julian should go? I'm seeing A's mostly. High A, low S, so that's fine. A with Katie, that sounds fair. Again, all these characters are liable to get moved around, so keep that in mind. All right, next we have Kefka, who I put in high A tier last time. I'm pretty sure I had Yevon up here too. Kefka's an S tier, huh? Okay. I could see that. But if we're going to factor in abuse into stuff, Kefka's mind was heavily warped by the Gestalian Empire. And Kefka is only Kefka because he was experimented on by the Empire. So if you want to just look at the fact that he succeeds, he gets an S. Okay, I mean that's fair. And the poisoning, you know, of Doma. But yes, his humanity was taken from him. Yeah, if Johan is S, Kefka is S. I can see that. Okay. And he, because of the scale of his crimes, he would have to go up high in S. Like Elijah said, he destroyed about 90% of the world. So, below Griffith. I mean, I can see S. I get it. You know, S is fine. We can move him around later if we need to, but it seems people mostly agree S below Ammon. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Now, how about Light Yagami? I don't remember where I put Light last time. I seem to have a rather unique opinion on Ike, on Light, in that I see much of what he does in Death Note as being a result of his naivete, like being young. Like, I don't think if Light Yagami was 10 years older when he got the Death Note that he would have done anything that he did. His mindset of murder all the criminals in the world is a very childish idea. You know, that's a kind of idea I feel like you get when you're a teenager, and you're like, you say, well, all these people are committing crimes, why don't we just kill them all? You know, that's a very naive thing to say, you know. And so I think I had him in high S or A or something, but I don't know. What do you guys think? Give me a rapid fire thing, rapid fire placement from all of you. Lots of A's and S's. Okay. I mean, it's pretty divided between A and S. I see below Yevon popping up. We're on Light right now. Light Yagami from Death Note. Okay. S and A seems to be the consensus here, so let's just drop him at the bottom of S, and we'll reevaluate that when we reorganize everyone. Okay? I think that's fair. Koba from Planet of the Apes. The new Planet of the Apes series. Flip a coin. That might be a good idea. Koba. Koba's A tier? Yeah, I think I had Koba in A tier last time. Monkey did nothing wrong. I mean, animals aren't evil, you know, like predators or things like that, but when animals evolve into, you know, sapient beings, sapient, sentient, I don't know what you want to say, human-like beings, then yeah, they can be judged to be evil. Let's see. A. Yeah, he did a lot of shady things, and he was doing what he was doing because he thought, you know, killing the humans was best for the apes, which probably, you know, is, you know, I don't think the humans are too keen on the apes in the series for the most part. Yeah, I'm more inclined to put Koba in B because of, you know, he's this being in a new world that thinks, you know, these humans that have been abusing me my whole life, they're not going to stop abusing us. Was it sadism, Elijah, or was it more so that he wanted to make sure that the apes were safe, you know, in the future? I'm seeing B's and A's. Mainly sadism, a mix. I think it's a mix. Yeah, from what I remember. I'm gonna put him up here for now. That's fine. We'll leave him there for now. Yeah, he did kill a lot of his fellow apes. Yeah. Raul Silva from Skyfall, the first Bond villain I ever did and covered, and the only one I've done so far. Tragic character. Yeah, low A maybe. Yeah, he has a genuine grievance with the agency. But he did not have to do what he did. I don't know. Silva B. Yeah, maybe a B, but he does. Yeah, he has a genuine reason to go after MI6, but that's not an excuse. The tire is not on the tier list. I'm sorry, but this is for serious villains only, not April Fool's villains. I've seen A's and B's, so like Koba's in high B, he might move. I think Silva in below A, he might move. You know, we'll keep that there for now. How about Killmonger? The Black Panther. No, not the Black Panther. The Killmonger from the Black Panther or Black Panther. I don't know if there's a the in there. High A for Killmonger. I can see that. Yeah, he was ready to pretty much destroy most societies to get revenge and prop up Wakanda. Yeah. Really misguided. No, not potential. We're ranking it on what he did, you know. So he had the potential to commit genocide. I don't know what. So Eve, like I've been telling a lot of people, any placement you see that we've already placed, I'm not gonna go over them again. We're gonna place them again. We're gonna move them around at the end of the list if they need to be moved around. Higher, lower, low A. I'm seeing mostly A. Some B's. All right, we'll throw them in the low A's for now. Judge Holden is next, and depending on your interpretation of the character, my interpretation of the character is that he is supposed to represent the devil, and in that way he goes next to Morgoth, who is also supposed to represent the devil. You know, he's the devil of his world. So I don't know. Judge Holden, top of S tier, you know, with Morgoth. Yeah, I agree. Very horrific. Yeah, even if you don't agree with me him being the devil, he's horrible. You know, horrible, horrible character. Yeah. I think we can leave that'll be fine for now. He is worse than Morgoth? I don't know about that, but he will never die. That's right. Okay. Mr. Glass from Unbreakable and Split and Glass. Well, just Unbreakable and Glass, I suppose. I think I placed him too low last time, and yeah, people pointed that out to me. He's trying to do everything he did in the movies was to stop the oppression of superhero-like people. So he's a freedom fighter in a way, but he's also a mass murderer. And in that vein, it's like kind of like Ozymandias. You know, he's trying to do something good for, you know, an oppressed group of people, but then he kills a lot of people to do so. It gives him he's very sympathetic, and it's, you know, it's tragic, a lot of the stuff surrounding the superheroes in this universe, alternate universe, but what do you guys think? And thank you, Big Dave, for the super chat. Thanks to your video, I was prompted to read Blood Meridian. Yeah, it's a great book. I'm glad you read it. You know, I'm glad my video led you to that book. I mean, having a disability doesn't really give you an excuse to be a mass murderer. I don't know. Like a physical disability, especially. Like, you can make an argument for a mental one, I think, but, you know, my bones don't work right, so I get to kill all these people, you know. I don't know if that's a good enough justification to lower him. Below the Riddler. Me, Kratos. As I said earlier, people asked me if I washed my hands before I came back from the bathroom earlier, or after I came back from the bathroom earlier, and you know, I revealed that I don't wash my hands ever when I go to the bathroom. No, because it's wrong, you know. And so for that, I'm like somewhere down here in D tier. Yeah. But next up, I think we can leave Mr. Glass. And by the way, I do wash my hands when I go to the bathroom. I'm just kidding. Okay. That's Baby Jane. That's next to Billy Chapman. So we'll leave Mr. Glass there for now. I think that's fine. And then we can now go to Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs. I think, yeah, A up here with Hannibal, you know. It is despicable, isn't it, Liam? Or Llama, sorry. Yeah. I would, so that's all right. We've now come to a point where there's a lot more people on the list, and someone just made a good point. Buffalo Bill is a serial killer. Serial killers should go above career criminals like gangsters, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So, bunch of guys who are in it for money, and other people who are killing people for weird personal reasons. So now that we've come to the point where we've got more people on the list, I'm going to start putting these serial killers above career criminals. Like with Bateman up here. You know, Patrick Bateman's up here. I don't know if Jigsaw is considered a serial killer, but it's pretty close. So, I don't know. I feel like those three needed to be moved up anyway. I'm going to keep that there for now. But again, this is we're molding the list as we go. This is a little change we've made. And place Annie Wilkes higher? Yeah, we can place Annie Wilkes higher too. But yes, we'll reevaluate this as we get to the end. All right, now this is we've already ranked Dollarhide. Dollarhide is down here. So this is the cordyceps fungus. This has been to represent the cordyceps fungus from the Last of Us series. And the only reason I put it on here is because, you know, it's very scary to have, you know, humanity get taken over by a zombie apocalypse. But the cordyceps fungus itself isn't evil. Why isn't the cordyceps fungus evil? Because the cordyceps fungus has no real intelligence, and it's just doing what it's been evolved into doing, you know? It's not self-aware. It just is, you know? As horrific as it is, how can you blame it on something that can't really think, you know? So, D tier, cordyceps. No, I did not forget the fireflies. I'm using the... Did I forget the fireflies? I was going to use... Oh, no, these were the hunters. Oh, I did forget the fireflies. Oh, man, I thought I didn't. I thought those were supposed to meant the... hold on. Now, if I add a picture in here, is it going to take everything away? Like, if I go to edit, or wherever it is, add additional image. Okay, I can add additional images, but is it going to reset? It's not going to reset all the rankings, right? Okay, you know what? Oh, scary thought. So, I am going to do this real quick. Hold on. Oh, it didn't do anything. Cool. Alright, there's the fireflies. Alright. Fireflies from the... So, the Last of Us. These next... The cordyceps zombies... And then Fireflies, Fedra, Hunters, David, and Joel, all from The Last of Us. That's what these next ones are. So the Fireflies... Where would you guys put the Fireflies? Because I personally think they should go somewhere in like C tier. But... See, yeah, because they're trying to do something good for humanity. You know, as much as taking Ellie and forcing her to give up her life for a vaccine sucks. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not doing it for a malicious reason. They're trying to save humanity, which is whatever things they do along the way. That's horrible, but are they an evil organization? No, you know. No, these are the Fireflies from The Last of Us. From The Last of Us, Fireflies. And I by the way, these rankings are based on The Last of Us 1. I only did a video on The Last of Us 1, so I don't know what they do in 2. But for as far as Last of Us 1 is concerned, the Fireflies seem like a C, or even D. Yeah, okay. So, let's keep them there for now, and then we'll move on to Fedra from The Last of Us as well, which is the, like, totalitarian government organization that is the ruling power in certain cities in The Last of Us. And I talked about, and I will talk about this again when we get to Northfire, but they're going to be different. So when humanity is faced with an apocalyptic scenario and people are dying and the structures of society have crumbled, the easiest way and most effective way to stop a lot of suffering in the moment is to restore order. So whoever has the power to restore order is going to do it, and they're going to end up being some kind of totalitarian group when they restore order. Restoring order itself is not a bad thing, but what the power these organizations get after restoring order and then refusing to relinquish it is where the bad comes from. So from what I saw in the game and the show, is they are they're imposing curfews, they're arresting people, they're doing a whole bunch of things. But it doesn't, I don't think we're ever exposed to like a single leader of Fedra. And it doesn't seem like they're trying to stay in power or imposing their will on the populace for the sake of power. They're actually doing it to keep order in place. So, I don't know. What do you guys think? A, B for Fedra? B, A, yeah. A, B. Okay. I see mostly B's, some low A's, so high B, low A. I mean, that sounds reasonable to me. Okay, moving on to the Hunters. So this represents all the people in this apocalyptic universe that choose to take advantage of other people in order to survive. They are criminals by necessity, but they don't necessarily have to be criminals. I would agree with low B. They are, in a sense, doing what they have to do, but they are refusing to work with people and instead choosing to take advantage of people rather than trying to like band together and reform society. They're bands of bandits that are, trying to survive, which is, that's fine, but also not fine, compared to people who are actually not taking advantage of people in this world and trying to make it better again after all this destruction and chaos has happened. So, yeah, I think that's fine. Low B. And then David. So, in the show, he's worse than he is in the game, actually. But I think he's S tier. David is from The Last of Us, and David is like a cult leader, like Jeremiah. Yeah, above Jeremiah. That's a good spot. He's like a cult leader, and he wants to make Ellie his new plaything. He's also a pedophile, and he in the show they actually reveal in the show that he was a teacher before the world went to hell. So imagine what he was thinking or doing back when he was a teacher. Not good for David. So S, David's horrible. Now Joel is going to be controversial, I'm sure. So Joel was a hunter. Joel did participate in hunter-like activities, taking advantage of people to survive and be, criminal activity. And then Joel killed a whole bunch of people who were trying to make a vaccine that would save the world potentially. But that he killed them because he was like a father figure to Ellie, and they were taking his daughter, So I don't know. C sounds right for Joel, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I think he goes above the Fireflies too. Yeah, morally questionable. That's a good way to put it. He's morally questionable, and yeah, he may have doomed humanity. I like I said, when I did the Last of Us video, it was for the first season of the show and the first game, and I've heard that you find out that Ellie didn't have the cure or something in the second game. So them killing Ellie wouldn't have worked anyway. But yeah, I don't know. It's rough. I think, you know, it could be interchanged if you, depending on your opinions on the matter, but fine. You know, I think that's fine for now. I don't usually talk this much, so I can feel my voice getting a little scratchy. Let's see here. Next is Am. And Am goes in S tier. Yeah. I mean, if anybody knows about, if you know about Am is pretty horrible. In a way, what he did was a response to humanity trying to shut him down, if I remember right. But yeah, he's insane. An insane machine that destroyed all of humanity. And, yeah. No. Yeah, I mean, everyone's gonna agree that Am goes in S tier. I mean, we could debate on who's higher, but yeah, we'll revisit that later. But he's definitely high S tier. Okay, next is Lord Summerisle, and this picture right here represents Lord Summerisle's people. So they are a fertility cult, or pagan cult, living on this island, and they draw in a policeman to renew their harvest. And yeah, I guess you could say that, because it's implied, it's very much implied that Lord Summerisle knows that sacrificing someone isn't going to solve anything, but he does it because his people believe that it will, you know, and if he doesn't do it, then that's a threat to his power. So I think S. And his people, I saw someone say, yeah, his people probably go in A or B tier because they have been, this is their tradition, this is their way of life. And on some level, I'm sure they know that murdering someone to produce a better harvest isn't right. But at the same time, they were kind of raised to be who they are. Brainwashed, yeah. Brainwashed people. So I think that's fine. And then we got 3 Dark Knight, or not Dark Knight. Oh yeah, Dark Knight trilogy villains. Is that what it's called, the Dark Knight trilogy? So, Ra's al Ghul, Bane, and Talia al Ghul. Yeah, Nolanverse. There you go. Yeah, they're kind of like Ozymandias-esque villains. Talia and her dad and then Bane all next to each other? Like that? How does that look, guys? What do you think about that? Anybody have any problem with that ranking? Thank you for stopping by, Buzzgun. I hope you have a good day at work. Cool. Yeah, I put Bane below Talia because he's like a tool of Talia. So, yeah. Alright, next we have all these Pulp Fiction characters. Honey Bunny, and Ringo. Where do you guys think Honey Bunny and Ringo should go? Dragon Sidious is up here. For now. It might change later. They should go in D. They're still criminals. You know, they're professional, or, yeah, Pumpkin, and, yeah, or Ringo. Yeah, they don't hurt anyone. They're stick-up artists. You know, they rob stores and banks and whatever, but they don't intend on hurting anybody, you know. Yeah, but they're still criminals. So I think mid-C sounds about right. A lot of people said mid-C, you know. No dragon, that was Morgoth. Next to Ned. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that seems fine for now. How about Zed? Zed and I guess Maynard could have been in here too, but I put Zed up in S tier. Yeah, those are the rape guys. That's who they are. Just not good. I mean, just, yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I think S, we can move him around in S later, but fine. Butch. Butch's only crime was going against Marcellus Wallace and not throwing the fight. And then he defended himself against Vincent, shot him. But, I mean, yeah, he doesn't do anything really bad. He's D tier. He did kill the boxer. You know, he didn't mean to do that, though. How about Marcellus Wallace? A gang leader, career criminal. I don't think we know enough about his organization to, like, rank him above, say, Tony. But we do know he's the head of a gang, you know. And being the head of a gang, he's probably been responsible for a lot of bad things happening. So, yeah, he threw some guy off a balcony and gave him a speech impediment. Yeah, no, not the greatest guy in the world. So I think Marcellus there is fine. What about the Wolf? Winston Wolf. A professional crime scene cleanup artist. Now, on the surface, you know, it might not seem like he's that terrible, but he does help people get away with murder. So, what do you give a guy who helps people get away with murder? Someone like Saul, who also helps people get away with murder? You know? I see some C tiers there. No, he's not. Just like Saul. Saul's not involved in the murder, but he does help clean up the murder, you know. Thank you for the super chat, Buzzka. And perhaps Johan will go higher. We shall see towards the end. Yeah, we can probably lower Derek down somewhere. Yeah, worse than Saul because that's all he does. Yeah, all he does is clean up crimes, you know. I can agree with that. How about Jules? Jules, yeah, redeemed. Came to a moment of clarity. He's probably responsible for a lot of crimes. But at the end of the film, he's done. You know, he's on the path to redemption. You know, like Two Graves said. Vincent goes higher because, as far as we know, he's not on the path to he wasn't on the path to redemption. He was ready to stay a gangster, you know. I don't know where exactly, but I think he goes in B just because, you know, he wasn't on the path. Vincent was ready to turn his life around, or Jules was ready to turn his life around, but Vincent definitely was not. And he's another career criminal. I see some Vincent C and B's, but again, remember guys that I put people up in A for being career criminals typically. And his justification for doing the evil things he does is just because he wants money, you know. And no, we don't. Vincent did get murdered, and we don't know how his story was going to end. But you could say that for any character that lives, you know, and we don't know how their story is going to end. Hello there, Drewski. Nice to see you. So what do you guys think? Give me a rapid fire ranking for Vincent Vega from Pulp Fiction. Low A, B. I say since there's so many people who say B, I'll give it to you and put him low A. Yeah, that's fine. Now how about Stringer Bell? Another gangster. Where should we put Stringer Bell? A tier. I agree. Does Stringer go above someone like Gus? Stringer should go below Tony. Yeah, I think they got a lot of similarities. Stringer did want out, but Stringer is responsible for a lot of bad things happening. They're pretty similar to Tony and Stringer when you kind of boil them down. Below Alonzo, I could see that. I could see moving Alonzo up, but not lowering Stringer. Yeah, no, D'Angelo did not deserve that. Yeah, well, I don't know about if wanting to get out. And yeah, he wanted to get out. Was he going to? Probably not. I don't know. Stringer's a little hard, I suppose. Okay. We'll revisit Stringer as we rearrange things. Now we come to Ozai. We've come to Ozai, who is not explicitly a Dark Lord, but pretty much is one, and he is S tier, and probably around Griffith and Ganondorf. You know, yeah. And the reason Azula is where she is, where is she? Down here, is because this guy made her who she is, you know. Lower than Amon? Sure, I can see that. Yeah. We're going to do some rearranging, but he definitely goes up there. Let's see here. This one is Jobu Tupaki. Jobu Tupaki is... I don't remember where. I think I put her in A. I think I put her in A because when you consider her multiverse level of influence, she's probably killed, I don't know, billions of people or something. But it's a weird, tragic story associated with her character. So, I don't know, she could go like here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did put him in high A. Yeah, so I don't know. Jobu's fine there for now, but now I think we're on the new characters that we haven't ranked yet. And yeah, for people wondering about Batman, I'm not gonna put him in this time. Okay, I don't know how to take him out, but yeah, we'll just leave him down there. No one started with Ozai? Yeah. Okay. So now we're on Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders. And I see someone saying that Thomas Shelby goes below Walter White, and I would agree with that. Not above Alonzo, and not above Tony, and not above Stringer, I think. Okay. Let me see some rankings from you guys. I want to see you guys talk about it. Give me some A's, give me some B's, just fire them off. No A or B. Yeah. I feel comfortable putting him in low A. I'm gonna leave him under Stringer for now. I'm gonna leave him under Marcellus even. Perhaps even under Dutch, and even under him, and under him, and under him. I don't know. We're gonna move Tommy around later on. Let's just leave him there for now. Menace to Society. So I put in O-Dog, because O-Dog is the central baddie of the film, but Menace to Society, in that video I talked mostly about the conditions that led to what's going on in this movie occurring, and that has a lot to do with I'm not going to remember it exactly as I should, but there was this order by FDR during World War II to up production in the factories, which moved a lot of black people out of the South and other places to go to the cities to make better money. And then as soon as the war was over, they took those jobs away from them, which gave them artificial poverty, which caused a whole bunch of issues. And then I also talk about how, the culture that developed around in black communities with drugs, not just black communities, but low-income communities with drugs, and how that severely impacted the development of people later on down the line. We could, I don't know, it's similar to Unforgiven, how this world that has popped up out of different cultures and circumstances has led to people doing horrible things, and created monsters, and such a monster would be like O-Dog, where would you guys place O-Dog? O-Dog is quite sadistic. High A or low S? Yeah, if that's the case, then I'd have to bump up Alex the Large, which I think some of you wanted anyway, or a lot of you wanted. So let's leave these two here for now. Products of their environments. They wouldn't be who they are if it weren't for the world they lived in. But still committing horrific crimes. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Next is the Litolka from the Infinity Pool movie. I don't know how many of you watched this movie, but it was pretty good. It's a strange movie, and in the movie you're made to believe that the tourists are responsible for much of the misery that's going on the island. But I don't know, as I was watching it, I was kind of like, what is all these weird, like, pseudo-scientific magic rituals that these people are doing on these tourists? And I pretty much came to the conclusion that the Litolka are messing people up, and they're doing messed up things in turn. So, yeah, I think they're above the Ladomas family, and I don't know, I think high A or S sounds about right. This is what I see most of you saying. Yeah, I think we can keep him there for now. And then good old Clay Puppington. What do we think about Clay? Where should we put Clay? Where would I rank the tourists? I don't know. If my theory is correct and they are pretty much brainwashed, I don't think you can rank them. You probably could, but I have no idea where I would put them. Clay is A tier above Walter White. You're gonna put a bad dad and bad mayor, who is definitely a product of his environment, above a gangster? I don't know about that. Clay is a way worse father than Walter. That's true. But is Clay a worse person overall? Has Clay committed enough crimes to put him in A tier? Oral, if you factor in Oral's crimes being partially Clay's fault, sure. So what do you guys think? Give me another rapid fire ranking of Clay Puppington from Moral Oral. He did eat a dog. Yes, he did. Moral Oral is worth watching. Yeah, Clay is he's pretty bad. I don't know, we'll stick him up there for now. That sounds fine. Now how about Joffrey? Joffrey Baratheon, who is a product of his environment, but I don't know if that outweighs all the terrible things he does. Worse than Tywin? I don't know if I agree with that. Yeah, I'm more inclined to put him in high A. He is sadistic, but... And I don't know. It's high A or low S. Because he's still a kid. He was spoiled rotten. He was neglected by his father. And I don't know. There's a lot going against Joffrey that made him into who he is. I mean, Tywin didn't really have a code either. Tywin kept up appearances, but he would order the murders of children if he had to. I mean, I don't know what code. Tywin followed a code as long as that code provided him something. If it didn't, then, well, screw the code, Yeah, Joffrey's mental state is way more damaged than Tywin. Yeah. Joffrey is much less competent than Tywin is. You know, that's partially due to his age and his inexperience. But yeah, I think he's fine in S. Maybe we'll move him around later, but yeah, we'll stick him there for now. Now, Howard Stambler from 10 Cloverfield Lane. I think he might be an A. I see some of you saying, a lot of you saying B. Because he murdered that one girl, and then he planned on keeping, I forget her name, captive as his, like, eternal daughter. He's obviously got some issues. Huh. I don't know. I see B, A, I see C. If he's gonna go in B, I think he's gonna go high B. Yeah, I could see him going up, though. This is a very tentative placement right now. Yeah, he thinks so, Nick. That's what he thinks. And let's see here. So next is Big Jack Horner. Big Jack. Jack is right there, right? I think we can all agree. Jack ain't so bad. He's just misunderstood. Right? He just wants what's best for the world. Yeah, no, Mr. Jack Horner is like... I mean, like here. You know? I think that's a pretty good spot for him. Wanted to dominate the world and absorb all the magic in the world and above Palpatine, huh? I mean, that's could be. Yeah, he might be. Yeah, he's pretty up there, honestly. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll just stick Jack in S and reevaluate that a little later, but he's definitely up there. Next is Barry. Look at that. Look at that nice picture. Look at that. Look at that face. Huh? Yeah. Barry Berkman from Barry. I would agree with A tier as well. Yeah, he was strung along by Fuchs and made into this hitman, but he kind of proves himself to be a terrible person regardless as the series goes on. Fuchs would be a cool episode, it would. Let's see. Above Dexter? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, they're kind of similar in that regard because Dexter was made into who he was by his dad, and Barry was made into this hitman by Fuchs. But at the end of the day, they both done terrible things outside of what they've been brainwashed into doing. So yeah, Barry is worse than Dexter. I think that's fine for now. And then we have Marlo Stanfield. Marlo is S tier. So in a way he's kind of similar to Griffith in the kingdom, the quest for a kingdom. Like he wants his crown. That's what Marlo wants, and he'll do anything to keep his crown and get his crown. So they're similar in motivation, but that doesn't mean he deserves to go there exactly. But Marlowe's pretty bad. I would put him here. For now. Yeah. He might need to go up. Hail, Big Brother. Oh, I don't know about that. How about Shodan? Machine Shodan. Shodan and Am would make a great couple. So it might be, you know, cute to put them next to each other. Yeah. Shodan does look like she's doing the Zoolander face. Very nice. Yeah, I think Shodan up in S is a good spot. And then we have these two from oh man. So many movies, so many characters. These two from that movie doing the thing. You know, the evil stuff that Wesley and so and so did. Demolition Man, there you go. That's what they're from. Simon the Maniac. Yeah, I'd put him in S. For sure. He's pretty much seems to be all about killing and destroying and doing what he wants to do. Hey, look at that. It's kind of like if Lil Zay grew up, you know? That's kind of what Simon reminds me of now that I've, like, seen them next to each other. Imagine Lil Zay in the future, you know? That's Simon. At least that seems pretty appropriate to me. Yeah. Let's see here. And then Dr. Cocteau is... I mean, where do you put this guy? He's the one who brought back Simon. Yeah, but he was also like trying to make the world a better place in the way he thought best, which is Ozymandias tier, Mr. Glass tier's motivations. Yeah, you guys didn't know I was fighting Greek gods this whole time, huh, Dog Frog? Let's see here. Yeah, I already placed Barry. Barry was somewhere down here. But we'll be coming across him again soon. And then Gendo. Gendo Ikari. Gendo in high A tier. Gendo in high A, yeah. That sounds about right. Yeah. High A, I don't know. I'll just stick him at the top for now. And again, another reminder, if there's new people in here, these placements are tentative. You know, we're sticking them in the tiers, and we're going to reorder them later, once we've got them all placed. Yeah, we'll keep Gendo up there for now. I think he does deserve A. Top of it, I don't know, but A for sure. And then, ooh, another beautiful face. I love it when I can do a good thumbnail like this. Castor Troy in low S tier. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, he's kind of like a grown-up Lil Zay too, you know. I don't know about low. If we're gonna do low for him, then we probably have to lower these three. But they've got a lot of similarities, you know. Yeah. Way less gruesome than John Doe, that's for sure. Yeah, we'll move John Doe up. John Doe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to touch him yet. We'll keep him there, but we'll figure that out later. Logan Roy, the media mogul. Yeah, Logan is an A. It's implied that he's done like a lot of hostile things. He's even like used his news network to like influence wars and things like that. And collapse companies and collapse governments and all kinds of things. So he might even deserve S tier. But I think we can put him in high A for now and then move him up later on. Syndrome. Okay, here's a Disney villain that actually might not deserve maybe. What do you guys think about Syndrome? Syndrome is an S? A, S. There, that's a good way to put it. Syndrome is close to Julian Slowick. Where did we put Julian? Oh man, there's so many characters now. I don't know where Julian is. I can't find Rafe Fiennes' beautiful face. Oh, A, yeah. Yeah, he went on a mass murdering spree for Mr. Incredible being a little rude to him. That's Syndrome right there, you know. He's I don't know. Give me rapid fire. Show me A's, show me S's. Tell me what you guys think. Name a tier. I'm seeing A's and S's. High A or low S seems to be the consensus for Syndrome. Yeah. We can reevaluate that a little later, but he's definitely gonna go. He's gonna go somewhere from here to here-ish. So, well, that'll be a good placeholder for him for now. Now, how about Bishop from Juice? The maximum nick from what I saw was 2,000 pictures. Low A, I could agree with that. Yeah, with Alex and O-Dog, I think that's good. I think Alex is worse. Alex is worse. Depends on who's worse, O-Dog or Alex, but yeah, I think definitely right there. You know, those three kind of go together. And then we have Albert Wesker. Wesker. Where should Wesker go? S. I mean, from what I saw, Albert was made into who he is, you know. But he's pretty bad. Yeah, guy did try to be a god. Here? Eh? Oh, I see. You guys want sunglasses solidarity, huh? Well, we can do that for now, for the meme, but we can move them around later on if we need to. Someone said they agreed with my placing him next to Voldemort, but the sunglass motif is fun right now. So next we have Bill Cipher, who goes up in the S tier. At least I think so. I don't know what you guys think. Let me know right now. But where in S tier? Yeah, I agree with that. The high S. Below Holden, yeah. Sounds about right. Yeah, that. In fact, I would. He might be above Judge Holden. As much as it is a kid show, and Judge Holden's crimes are more graphic and gruesome, I think Bill might have had. Well, because he destroyed an entire dimension. Bill destroyed an entire dimension. That's something you have to consider. And he was planning on turning our dimension into his own playground. Holden's worse? Okay. I mean, that's honestly, that's up to your own opinion on the matter. So they're both pretty bad. I mean, yeah. Rumi Hidaka. I'm inclined to put her next to someone like Asami. I want to do that. Yeah, it seems similar, to Asami in a lot of ways. I see a lot of people agreeing with B, too, so yeah, I think that's pretty good. A weak A. Yeah, she could be a weak A, but yeah, like Azula, Asami, Tetsuo, they have some similarities, I'd say. And then we got two bald guys, two of my brothers, right next to each other. Emotep. Where do you guys think Emotep should go? B-A. C. Emotep goes next. Oh, hey, Emotep goes next to Davy Jones. I think that's a good spot. I mean, he's doing what he's doing for his woman on the sea, and he's doing what he's doing for his woman in the desert. So, I don't know. That sounds good to me. But what do you guys think? Is that fine? A tier. I see a lot of A's or B's and C's. So, what do you guys think? A tier. He was reincarnated to destroy the world. He was gonna destroy the world. Yeah, sand and squid. Cool. Dry and wet versions of the same characters. Yeah. Okay. And then Vic Mackey, corrupt cop. He's like Alonzo Harris. Alonzo, I don't know if Vic is worse than Alonzo or if Alonzo is worse than Vic, but they're both, corrupt cops who've killed people and commit crimes. Vic is next to Alonzo. Below Alonzo? Yeah, I could see below Alonzo. Yeah, Vic was more caring than Alonzo. There was a lot of times in the series where, Vic was actually helping people and he was out there doing a lot of good, but that doesn't excuse all the bad things he did, which is Vic is slightly better than Alonzo. I would agree with that. Now how about the Antichrist? Well, one of them. Yeah, we're only going to do one actually. How about Damien? Damien Thorne. S for Damien. Damien did struggle with his nature as a child, but he embraced it pretty fully when he grew up. Yeah, he's literally supposed to be the devil's the personification of evil, but he's the son of evil. So, if I'm gonna say that the judge is the devil, then I guess the devil's son goes next to the devil. I see some people say below Ganon. we can debate on that in a minute. We're actually getting pretty close to having them all on the list, and then we can start reorganizing things. So let's get them going. Let's see Jason. Jason, yeah, Jason's a D tier. Jason's a Leatherface type character for me. What do you guys think, though? Jason's a B. Okay, I see some Bs. Jason, just like Leatherface, has some mental handicaps. And his circumstances heavily influenced the kind of person he became. He was made into who he was and didn't really have a choice, and his familial situation and his mind being messed up due to the scale of his... Well, in that case, then Leatherface would be B2, but I can't put Leatherface in any other tier but D tier, just because of who Leatherface is dictated by his family, and who Jason is was dictated by the circumstances of his environment. And like I said in the video, I don't know if Jason really knows what right and wrong is. He only knows what his mother told him to do, and it's his mother influencing everything he does. Jason did have a bit more choice than Leatherface, seeing that he was alone in the wilderness for a long time. We can do C tier for now if you guys think he's more has more agency than Leatherface. I didn't put his mom on here, but I did talk about his mom in the video, so let me look up Pamela Voorhees and put her on the list. There's a good picture of old Pam. That's fine. That's a fine picture. That AVIF, that's not what I want. I want a JPEG. I want a JPEG. There we go. There we go. Okay, so where would you guys put Jason's mom on the list? A, B, A, some C's. Right next to Annie Wilkes. That's fair. That's fair. So if I'm gonna put her in A, I would put her next to Annie Wilkes. If I was gonna put her in B, I'd put her next to Margaret White, which might be a better placement. So what do you think? Should she go next to Margaret White or Annie Wilkes? Yeah, I think she's closer to Margaret too. Okay. We can leave her there for now and reevaluate later if we need to. Pazuzu is a demon who's up next. And he is in like Mesopotamian lore. He is the king of the evil wind demons. His visage was used as a charm by pregnant women to protect them from another demon, Mesopotamian demon named Lamash too. But yeah, there's not much to say about a demon. You know, these are demons up here, and that's what we're pretty much doing, is ranking demons in S tier. He's not exactly the devil or the Antichrist, he's a demon. So I don't know. Somewhere up here is fine. Below Bill, sure. You know, above Bill, maybe. Who knows? And you could argue he's by Pinhead. You could argue but he's an S tier. I think that's a general consensus. He's just committing evil for mayhem and chaos. I mean, there is a John Kramer is not in D tier. I don't know where you saw that. John Kramer is in A tier. But let's see. We're as far as already placed characters go, we're almost there, guys, and we're gonna do some reorganization. So don't. I mean, these are pretty solid, but also fluid. So we'll reevaluate in just a minute. Now, Ghostface is up next, and Ghostface is a persona, and I suppose we could put all the people who have used the Ghostface persona on the tier list and rank them too. But for the most part, the people who take on the Ghostface persona are pretty delusional or sick. Mostly delusional. I'm seeing lots of S's and A's, so I think we'll stick him in S for now. But I'm leaning towards A. So how many of you think we should rank the individual ghost faces here? Okay. So we can rank every killer. Let's see here. You know what? Let me take another little break real quick, and then I will come back with all these different ghost faces, and we can rank them next. I'll be back in like 5-ish minutes. Okay, here I am. Let me look up who all the Ghostface killers are, because I don't remember them all. And get pictures for them. I'm glad you like the music. So, we got Billy Loomis and Stillmacher. Favorite scary movie? I like The Witch. That's my favorite scary movie. So we got Billy Loomis. I'll just download these all at once. Let's see, Stillmacher. And then Nancy Loomis. And Mickey. And then Roman Bridger. Charlie and Jill. Jill. Now, Scream 5, it was... Wait, what the heck? Where did this go? Where did it go? There we go. Okay. Scream 5. The killers were Amber Freeman and Richie Kirsch. And for anyone who's curious, who's just joined or not sure what I'm doing right now, we decided that it would be best to individually rank the Ghostface killers. So I'm downloading pictures of them right now. Nope. Greg. Only 3 more for me to download. Hold on, Wayne. Ethan. And Quinn last. Okay. Okay, let's get these uploaded. Can I do them all at once? Or most of them? Let's see. And I think that's all of them, right? I feel like I'm missing Nancy. Where did she go? There. Okay. Alrighty. So, we are now ranking the Scream, or the Ghostfaces, the various Ghostfaces. Billy's missing, yeah. Various Ghostfaces. Billy, Stu, Mickey, Nancy, Roman. What's her name? I forgot already, even though I just downloaded the picture. Jill. And... Okay. So, thank you very much, Day Young. Here we go. Stu Macher and Billy Loomis. Where do Stu Macher and Billy Loomis rank, guys? As far as the Ghostface killer goes. Billy is A. I could see A. Messed up justifications for doing what he does. But he does have some warped justification for doing it. Stu is along for the ride, so I agree with S. Mickey wanted to be a famous serial killer, so he answered Billy's mom's ad to become the new Ghostface. So he's like the Stu to Billy's. He's like Nancy's Stu. I think Billy's mother would go right next to him. And let's see here. Roman also has certain justifications, and he's the one who turned Billy into a murderer. Jill wants some of that sweet Sydney fame, so she becomes Ghostface. What is this guy's name again? Charlie. Charlie wants to win the heart of Jill. Charlie, where do you guys think Charlie should go? Any thoughts on Charlie? I see A's. Yeah. Kind of strung along by Jill in this territory. I think probably gonna move them around. Oh, whoops, Richie's right there. And then we have Amber and Richie. What about Amber and Richie? Yeah, they just wanted to give Hollywood new source material for the Stab movies. That was their only reason for doing what they did. And then, so these are the two guys who in the beginning of Scream 6 were also gonna do the same thing. They were planning on finishing Amber and Richie's job of making new material for the Stab movies. So there you go there. And then these three are all family members of Richie who are trying to avenge him because their sweet brother and son, who did nothing wrong, died at the hands of the... I don't know what you would call them. Wayne is low A. I mean, I could see that. I don't know. I would put them... honestly, grouping them all together, and then putting the kids down here seems better. I pretty rapidly threw these on here, but I feel like we can move them around. I think that Ghostface as a whole is probably above all of them, but I don't know. We'll revisit that one when we reshuffle here in a minute. We're close to being done placing all the villains, guys, or evildoers, I should say. Not all of them are villains. So let's get them all on the list, and then let's do the reshuffling. So this is Roman Castevet from Rosemary's Baby. He's supposed to represent the entire cult, the satanic cult that's trying to bring about the Antichrist. So I S tier cult leader like Jeremiah. Yeah, I think that's fair. I put V on the list because I thought, okay, maybe I'll take V out, just like I'll take Batman out. But I put V on the list because I talked about how V is, he does morally questionable things in the name of revolution. But V is more so a hero than he is a villain. I don't know. I can throw V here. He is a terrorist. But he's a terrorist to a tyrannical regime. Okay, I don't know. I'm honestly shaky on this one. So, if you guys think he needs to be in C, then he can go in C. Where in C do you guys think V should go? Next to Roy Batty, I'd say that's fair. Yeah, I don't know. They're like freedom fighters in a way, you know. And what he did to Evie was messed up. It was. If V qualifies, then so do the Rebels of Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I just put him on here because I talked about him. We'll talk about that in a little while. Northfire is like an Ingsoc-esque organization. Northfire is baby Ingsoc. How I see it. So that sounds about right. They're pretty similar. Ingsoc is worse though, that's for sure. And then we got Voss. Where do you guys think Voss should go? With all that's wrong with him, you know, he could potentially go in B. But no, Frank Booth, there you go. That's a good spot. Frank Booth, Max Cady, you know. Level of mania, sociopathy. The definition of insanity, yeah. Yeah, Voss is, yeah, definitely up there, okay. And then Citra is worse than Voss. I don't know, is Citra S tier? This is Citra Talumai from Far Cry 3. Voss Montenegro was also from Far Cry 3. Yeah, she's got some tragedy and things associated with her character. She isn't exactly who she is because of her own choices. She is in a way. Citra is Voss's sister, yes. The scale of her evil isn't too grand, but she did create Voss, pretty much. Her and this guy right here, who we're about to talk about, Hoyt Volker, pretty much created Voss. And Hoyt is like Voss, except he's more lucid. So, Hoyt as the boss of a criminal organization, who's like Voss, but more lucid. Should probably go with Noah. Maybe lower though. We'll see in a second. We got four more characters. The most recent video I've done. So I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Insomnia, but this is Walter Finch from Insomnia. This is Frank Dormer from Insomnia, or Will Dormer from Insomnia. This is Jonas Engstrom from Insomnia, and this is John Holt from Insomnia. These two are from one version of the movie. These two are from the other version of the movie. So the overarching story is these two are the villains, and they kill a young girl. They're crime novelists, and they end up killing a young girl who was their fan, and trying to get away with the murder. You know, they're trying to cover it up. And these two are the cops that are tasked with finding them. And they end up doing morally questionable things, or they have a history of doing morally questionable things. So I mean, these two, this guy, John Holt, his was an accident, but it was an accident that was like born out of his killer intent. You know, these young girls, they both refused their advances when they tried to be romantic with them. And he accidentally shoved her into a wall that had a nail sticking out of it. So I would put him in B tier. And he beat the girl to death over the course of 10 minutes. So I would put him in A tier. Somewhere. And these two, he was a dirty cop in the sense that he manufactured evidence that potentially led to innocents being incarcerated. So he isn't the worst in the world. Yeah, I think he's like a C for the potential evil that potential innocence that he's locked up. But yeah, Jonas, as some of you have said, is much worse than his Pacino counterpart. He's like painted as a creep and an abuser, and he's quite strange. So he might go with the other corrupt cops, but these two corrupt cops, for example, are like gangsters pretty much. And this corrupt cop is insane. This guy is a corrupt cop, but he's a corrupt cop who was only a corrupt cop because he was trying to do good. Will Dormer. Yes, Will Dormer from Insomnia. So, I don't know. You know what? Now that we've placed everyone, let's just leave where we have them now, and let's start going through the list and reorganizing things. Like I said, I'm not going to put Batman on. Maybe I will if enough of you would like him back on the list, but okay. So, Now, let's do some organization. We're going to start at S tier. All right? Morgoth, Judge Holden, Damien, and Bill Cipher are top 4 right now. What do you guys think about this? Holden, I don't think Holden should be at the top. The only reason Holden is not at the top and Morgoth is at the top is because Morgoth and Holden are supposed to be devils, respectively. Morgoth caused way more death and destruction in his story than Holden did. Morgoth essentially corrupted an entire world, and I guess, you know, if Judge Holden is the devil, then he did too. But there's much more verifiable evidence of Morgoth causing death and destruction in his world compared to Judge Holden. Holden's crimes are more personal. Yeah, well, so is Morgoth's. Morgoth is fated to come back after he was thrown through the Door of Night and engage in a cataclysmic battle that will destroy the world and remake it, according to God. And I don't know, if honestly, if you really have you feel strongly about one or the other, you could put them, you could move them around, you know. Yes, there are villains out there that I'm sure can be worse than Morgoth, but as of now, I think Morgoth is worse. I mean, Morgoth also convinced other people to do evil. He corrupted an entire race into orcs to do evil. And he's the Tantalizer, the corrupter, the great evil in Middle-earth. So like I said, you know, they are kind of interchangeable. If you would prefer Holden to be higher, that's fine. But I, on this list, even though I've had your guys' input, would still leave Morgoth up here. Now, as far as the Antichrist being third, Damien, do you guys still think Damien should be here? Stood up to him, yeah. Bill is worse than Damien. Bill should be higher. Isn't there some way for me to like... There's a... Haha! I forgot about this. I can do a poll. I can make a poll for you guys. Who's worse? Bill Cipher or Damien Thorne? Bill Cipher. Damien Thorne. There you go. There's a poll for you guys. Let's see what the votes say. So far, we got a pretty sizable majority saying Bill's worse, but Damien could gain if more of you vote. Okay. From the votes we've got, it seems like Bill overwhelmingly seems to be worse than Damien in your guys' opinion. Now, just as with the Judge and Morgoth, though, they probably could be interchangeable, depending on your own view, you know. But you know, Bill being next to Judge Holden seems fine. Pazuzu as a demon next to the Antichrist, fine as well. And here's the thing, guys. We're going to do this reshuffling, but we're not going to agree 100% on all these placements. So at the end of the day, it has to come down to me putting them where I think they should go after I've asked you where you think they should go. Could do a Holden and Morgoth. Okay, let's do a Judge Holden and Morgoth poll. Holden, Morgoth. Who's worse? Okay, poll for Holden and Morgoth is up now. See what you guys think. Oh, thank you. A handsome egg. That's a great compliment. Okay. I mean, same kind of thing happened with Damien and Bill. Looks like Morgoth is overwhelmingly, you know, people think he should be higher. And again, on your own personal list, that could be switched, you know, and that's fine. I happen to agree that Morgoth should be a bit higher, though. So, yeah. We'll move on now. I think this is a solid top 5. I think Am and Shodan right here is also pretty solid, but what do you guys think? Do you think Am and Shodan should be higher or lower? That's a good point. So I'm going to read this right here. Am in the game has an unstructured mind where he can't think logically. I think he should be below Palpatine as he has less control of his actions. Yeah, I think these two are insane. You know, that's part of their stories is they are insane. And as horrific as their actions are, they're coming from these insane machines. But Palpatine is not insane. He is intentionally malicious. And there is no handicap effect in that brain right there. That's all him, what he does. So I think that's fine. And I mean, you could probably say the same thing for Jack Horner. I don't know if you think Am is more terrifying than Palpatine, sure, but Palpatine is more evil, you know, than Am. I think that's the best way to put it. Yeah, Am is terrifying, but Palpatine is much more organized, and yeah, Jack hasn't committed genocide. Jack is definitely not to the same scale. Yeah, they're not to the same scale. That's true. Yeah, if you want to go scale, we can move them down. And I'm gonna and I need to clarify something real quick. We can't keep going back. Okay? Now that we've gotten to Jack, right? We are now done talking about these characters. They are up here, and that's where they're gonna stay. Because if we keep going back and back and back and back, this stream will last until next week. Okay, guys? So I get it. You know, you all have your different opinions on your own lists, but at the end of the day, this is still my list with your input factored in. And I've put my placements. I've, you know, considered your input, and now that we've gotten past these, we're keeping them where they are. Okay? So now we are on to Big Jack Horner. Okay? Where do you guys think Jack Horner should go? Why is Jack Horner so high? Well, because Jack has pretty much established himself to be pure evil. Like, All Jack wanted was to acquire all the magic in the world, murder every magical creature, so he's the only one who could have magic, and then rule over the world. I mean, that's a bit more scale than a serial killer. I mean, we don't have as much scale as Palpatine, but that's Jack, you know? Yes, this will be uploaded as a video that's been cut up later on, and it'll also be just on my channel. Jack did fail, but you know, he's a horrible person. So if you guys want him, I don't, you know, not as bad. He's not worse than Ingsoc or Northfire, I would say. But let's see here. I would say Jack as an unrealized Dark Lord would be the least of all the Dark Lords in S tier. Does that sound fair enough? I mean, Jack had the aspirations to be a Dark Lord of Palpatine, Voldemort, whatever levels, you know? But he didn't get there. He was going to get there, but he didn't. He died, you know? So, okay. Yeah. Sounds fine to me. Ingsoc and Northfire below Am and Shodan. Fine, I think. Maybe above, actually. Because again, if we're gonna place Palpatine higher because he's more lucid, these two organizations are way more lucid than these two are. You know, they're organizations, but they are intentionally malicious on the grounds of making the world a better place. So I don't know. Ingsoc is from 1984. Yeah, these two are more sadistic. No doubt about it. But how much do we factor their insanity into their placement? I mean, if you want to talk about sadism too, though, I mean, these two organizations have sent people to concentration camps and had them tortured. So that's sadistic. And they destroy nature too. I mean, it seems the overall consensus is that these two should be higher, which is fine. That's fine. I think that's okay. In S tier, while these placements obviously matter, you know, Morgoth is number 1. It's really hard to rank these really evil characters, you know. There's so many things that go into them. So, you know, this is fine, I think. Ganondorf, another Dark Lord. I would put him below Palpatine. As far as scale goes, Palpatine is galactic level Dark Lord, and he is a planetary level Dark Lord. But yeah, that seems fair to me. Griffith is worse than Ganondorf. Griffith is. I've seen. You know, we're gonna have a poll now. Let's have a poll. Who's worse? There's a poll up now, guys, to decide who's worse between Griffith, Ganon, Ganondorf, and Demise. Most people saying Griffith. Okay. Same amount of votes as the other two times, and Griffith seems to be agreed upon to be worse. So that's fine. We can put Griffith up there. Now Amon. The reason I put Amon, were you or are you a teacher? I was never a teacher, and I am not one now. Amon, I have Amon high because he's real, you know, and I can't really. I mean, I even got that video demonetized because of what I talked about in it. But if you go and look at what Amon did, it's pretty bad. He's... If someone said, you know, if Voldemort is Wizard Hitler, then he's lower. Well, it's kind of hard. Who... I don't know. You could put Amon lower, but... Let's pull that one up. Leave. Amon where he is. Did that work? Yeah. There's a poll. Should we leave Amon where he is, or should he go down? That's what this poll is for. So, the biggest thing keeping Amon here is the fact that he's real. I mean, if we want to just compare him to fiction, you know, then yeah, he's not as bad as the leaders of governments. Because at the end of the day, it's the leaders that enable people like Amon to do what they do. But you guys have voted again, and it seems like people were pretty in favor of keeping him where he is. So I think we'll just leave him there. That's fine. Now Ozai, as a Dark Lord, trying to become a god. Where do we put Ozai? Lower. Yeah, below Kefka. I agree with that. Ozai under Voldemort. I could see that. Okay. I'm seeing a lot of below Voldemort's, and if I had to think about it myself, I mean, Ozai, both of them succeeded and failed to a certain degree. I don't know. I think they are both on the lower end / middle end of Dark Lorddom, but Let's see here. Let's go. We got a poll up, everybody. So Voldemort should be higher than Ozai, is what I'm seeing so far. But we've only got 50 votes. Let's get a few more in. No problem, Nick. Thank you for stopping by, and I appreciate you being here so long. Have a good rest of your night. Or day, depending on where you are. Okay. That it seems we're fine with what this is. Kefka being broken, a broken person, despite how successful he was, I feel like he goes down here. You know, he is an experiment gone wrong, pretty much. I don't know. You guys think this is fine for Kefka? And the Baron, I feel like the Baron should actually go higher than Voldemort. Kefka's from Final Fantasy VI. Let's see. Kefka's fine where he's at. Okay. Pull it. Let's see. What am I pulling here? Kefka. You know what? I think most people are fine with Kefka. But I'm going to say Baron higher. Or same spot. Come on. Alright, how about the Baron, guys? There's a poll for the Baron. Oh, it's almost neck and neck for the Baron. Okay, how does that look for the Baron? Seems pretty divided. So, oh hey Ray, how you doing? Good to see you here. Okay. We'll leave the Baron there and we'll leave Kefka there. So for now, this is solid. I think this is pretty solid. Now we've reached where we placed the supernatural characters before. And I agree that Freddy is the worst out of the supernatural characters here. Let's see if there's any others that I placed lower. No, not really. Okay. So these 5 supernatural baddies. I think actually that and... Oh, wait. I don't know. This one's really hard. I feel like these 4 right here, the Hotel, Pinhead, Pennywise, and Michael Myers, they could kind of, depending on who you think is worse, could go any which way. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate that. The Overlook is just pure evil. Yeah, I could see that. Pennywise is eating. Maybe Pennywise is the least worst. Thank you for the super chat, TDWCYWYWB. Yeah, he is pure evil, but he's pure evil on a smaller scale than everyone that's above him so far. So that's why I think he should be a bit lower, despite that designation. Yeah, so what I'm kind of seeing here, you guys have different opinions on where these 5 should go exactly. But I think they're all pretty interchangeable depending on your viewpoints, your opinions on them, your character preference. So I think these 5 are fine. You know, you could see Pinhead should be a bit lower, then Freddy below Pinhead. You know, I think Freddy is the worst of them. So I personally would leave Freddy where he is. Pinhead's a close second. And, you know, but again, your guys' list might look a little different than this, but I think this is a pretty solid spot for them. Let's see here. Let's move on now. Let's go to Agent Smith. So Agent Smith, do we think Agent Smith is comparable to these supernatural entities? Thank you, Jody. I appreciate it. No, I'm seeing a lot of lower. So, Agent Smith wanted to become a god, right? Thank you for the beard compliment. So Agent Smith wanted to become a god, if I'm correct. So, eliminate humanity and become a god. He wanted to destroy and absorb all life. That's what I remember. Yeah. Thank you, Jody. That means a lot. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm here. Let's see. Pretty much seems like, you know, Smith should either stay where he's at. Stay where he's at. Stay. But let's see. Some of you think he might need to be lower. So we got a poll up. Where are we putting Agent Smith? Are we keeping him where he's at, or is he going lower? Because I don't think he goes higher. But yeah. Seen a lot of stays. so far. Moment here. Okay. So we see stay. I see stay. Now, just because I'm seeing some comments about him going higher, I'm going to ask, should Agent Smith be higher? And when I say higher, what I see here is someone pointed out something very, very relevant. Higher or stay? I guess Agent Smith could be kind of like Am and Shodan. And, you know, that AI computer kind of entity. So I could very much see Agent Smith going up here. But I think he's at a good spot. 50-50 on stay or higher so far. Ooh, okay. We'll talk about Wesker in just a second. We haven't got to Wesker yet, so let's focus on Agent Smith right now. Thank you for that compliment, Arrow. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like the videos. And to hear that you rewatch them is amazing. Thank you. Okay. Slightly in favor of stay. It's a rough one. This is a rough one. I think I'm gonna leave Wesker where he is. Most people say stay so far. I get that he could be up next to these guys, these other AIs, these computers. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that. But we're gonna leave Agent Smith here. But Wesker could be higher. I could see Wesker being higher. What do you guys think? Where should Wesker go? Is he in a good spot, or should he go up a little more? Good. I've seen good. I think he's fine. Yeah, I'm pretty good with Wesker where he is. Wesker is kind of cartoony, but yeah, the sunglass bros. That seems like a cool place to put him, you know, regardless of what you think, but about their placement. Let's leave him there. Now, Jack from the house that Jack built, who is a very self-aware serial killer who doesn't care about... He knows he's doing wrong, but he doesn't care. Jack should be higher. He's up there with Michael. Yeah, I would argue that Jack, who is not supernatural, but is just... He could have been a slasher villain. Like, I stay around Michael, I could see that, you know. He's bad. Jack is pretty bad. So I think keeping him in this vicinity, like I said, there's gonna be some disagreements about, you know, maybe he should be up one spot, maybe he should be up above Freddy, maybe he should be next to Michael, maybe he should be below Michael. I think above Michael is fine where he's at right now. And I'm gonna say it again. We have now talked about all of these characters right here. And some of these characters might end up going above or below them as we place them. But we are no longer going to talk about any of these characters. Their placements are set in stone. Whether or not they move around because of other characters going above or below them, we'll see. Okay? So American History X as a concept, as a thematic, the theme of racism and hatred being up here. What do you guys think about this? Where does this need to go? Higher. Okay. So again, this isn't just about the guy from American History X. This is about the concept of hatred-based racism, or just racism in general, fueling the misery in this story. The reason it's on here is because, again, everything that I talked about in videos is on this list, and I talked about this as a theme of the story. Stay as it is. Higher below Ammon. I mean, racism's bad, guys. I mean, it is what it is. You know, there's not anything. Would the world benefit from racism staying? No. You know, it would be very much a better place if we could all not try and, you know, rag on each other or kill each other because we look different or believe different things, you know. But I don't know. We'll keep that there. Let's. This is honestly, like, it's a heavy topic, you know. So this is something that we could talk about for like 10 hours if we really wanted to, you know. So I think for the sake of moving on, let's just keep it where it is, you know. Next is the Armitage family. The Armitage family from Get Out, who they kidnap black people and put their brains in their bodies to have better, overall better lives, you know, take advantage of their traits to make their lives better, and pretty much become immortal. Stay or next to American History X. I could see that. Yeah, they're horrible, but their reach is limited, right? So the Armitage family is not as all-encompassing as racism as a whole, you know? They are an extension of it. I don't know. I don't even know if... Would you call what the Armitage family does racism? Or acknowledging the racial superiority of black people and wanting to be like them? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's a form of racism, but it's just strange. Eugenics, yeah, eugenics. It's a weird, you know, racial insecurity. Yeah, you could say so many things about it, you know. It's interesting. It's an interesting form of racism. Yeah, they can stay where they are. And if that's the case, if we're keeping them where they are, should we keep Calvin and Stephen where they are? Yeah, I figured that pretty... Yeah, Stephen and Calvin seem pretty good. You know what's funny? Chill Chupacabra. I had LASIK a while ago, so I used to wear glasses, and I used to look a lot like Vsauce. And I actually showed I didn't used to cut my hair so short, and I am balding. You know, that's why I cut my hair the way I do. But I didn't used to cut it so short, and I really did look like Michael from Vsauce a lot. And I actually showed my mom a video of Vsauce and was like, "Hey mom, check this out." And she was like, "That's you." She thought it was me in the video, and I was like, "No, that's that's not me. I don't look exactly like him, obviously, but with glasses and longer hair, I do look kind of close to him." So I always thought maybe he should do a video on doppelgangers, and I should be in it with him. You know, I think that'd be funny. But anyway, we're gonna leave Calvin and Stephen where they are. And how about Hans Landa? Where should Hans Landa go? So, I get that Hans is a Nazi, but he definitely did not do... He did similarly horrible things to Ammon, but he didn't do anything... From what we know from the film, he didn't do anywhere near as close to as horrible things as Ammon did. More charming than Ammon, yeah. Above Steven? Okay, that's fair. I mean, yeah. Put racism above the racists because, you know, I'll acknowledge that, you know. But yeah, I think Hans is good where you could argue that he could go above Steven and Calvin, but I think he's fine where he is. You know, these three, even right here, we're gonna go to Cameron Alexander. Yes, Lady Skittles, this is my face. I did reveal it when I had 100,000 subscribers, but that video is long gone, so most people haven't seen my face, but now they have. Well, a lot of people have now. Now we're gonna go to Cameron Alexander. Cameron Alexander. He is the leader of the white supremacist gang in American History X, and he's responsible for the indoctrination, well, partially responsible for the indoctrination of Derek Vineyard. So the leader of a white supremacist gang, that's why he's up in S tier. And I don't know, next to these four, or these three, I'm seeing some stays, yeah. Cool. Good where he is. Nice. Yeah, Hans, that's a good point. Hans wasn't... Hans might not have been racist, necessarily, but he was an opportunist, and there was a great opportunity for him to advance in life by being a racist, which, you know, that makes him, that doesn't make him any more good of a person than he would be if he was a true racist, you know? In fact, that might even make him worse, abusing racism to advance his own, you know, his own wealth and position and all that stuff. So let's yeah, he might even be worse. Like I said, these three could be like interchangeable if you really wanted to. But Cameron Alexander, I think he's good there too. I think most of you have said that he stays there. And then Zed is an interesting one because we don't really know that much about him. But we do know that he's a serial rapist. That's what it appears like. So, I don't know. Where should Zed go? Zed should be at the bottom of S. David should go above Zed. I would agree with that. Let's stick to David above Zed. Why is Steven worse than it? Like I said, we've gone past this, but these three could be interchangeable. It all depends on your own list. This is where we've got them, and they're fine where they are. Zed. I don't know. I'm hard on. I'm trying to. I can't figure out where Zed should go. Where should Zed be? Let's go higher AS, mid S, low S. I don't know why I capitalized these questions don't know. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna redo that. Let's go. Where should Z be? Z be. High S. Low S. Or no, mid S. Mid S. Or A tier. That's a good question. That's a good poll to have. We got a poll up right now, guys. Just checking my phone real quick. Low S. Okay. I mean, I can see that because he's, you know, just being a serial rapist. That's pretty horrible. But compared to the other big baddies on this list, I think we can keep him down there for now, and then as we get through the rest of these guys, we can move his placement if we need to. David from The Last of Us, cannibal, probable rapist, child groomer, pedophile. Murder is worse than rape. So I always, this is something that it's good that we talk about now. I believe murder should be considered the ultimate crime, because every other thing that you can do to someone, you can heal from. There is no coming back from death. So if somebody kills somebody, that's it. They have no opportunity to heal from anything they've been hurt by. They have no opportunity to go on and live a fulfilling life. You know, if you, as horrid as rape is, you could still live a fulfilling life after you've been raped. As horrible as torture is, you still have the possibility to escape your torture and live your life. Now, are ways of killing people worse than others? Like, for example, if you are tortured to death, that is a horrible way to die. But if you're tortured and you're still alive, you have the potential to still live. Whereas being murdered, you do not. And that's, murder is the end all be all for me. Like, you just because you can't heal from it. But so that's what I operate off of as well. But so David, we're on David now, guys. Let's talk about David. So someone said there can be valid reasons for killing someone, but never a valid reason for rape. No, there's never a valid reason for rape. And if there is a valid reason for killing someone, it's probably not murder. Let me read for you the definition of murder. Murder and killing someone are two different things. Murder definition: the killing of another person without justification or excuse, especially the crime of killing a person with malice aforethought or with recklessness manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. Murder is literally killing someone without justification. So yes, there are different justifications for killing people, like self-defense, for example. No one is going to say you're wrong for defending yourself and killing someone. But murder is unjustified killing. That's what murder is. And that is the worst thing you can do to someone, is kill them unjustly. Yeah. So, okay. We could go all days. We go on for days about killing and what killing is okay and what killing is worse than others and what types of murder are worse than others or what have you. So, but that's not what we're here to do. We're here to rank these characters. I just thought I would say that to you because someone's asked about it. Okay. So let's rank David now, guys. Is David fine where he is, or does David deserve to be higher or lower? David, higher or lower? Okay. There's another poll up, guys. Stay? Okay. I see lots of stays. Yeah, David is not just a rapist or a pedophile. He's also a murderer, and he fed people to his flock of people, his cult, whatever you want to call him. Okay. Most people who have voted have said stay, so we're going to keep David where he is. Now we're going to move on to Roman Castevet and the satanic cult that tries to bring about the Antichrist in Rosemary's Baby. So him and his cult, they are facilitators of the Antichrist. They're not the Antichrist himself, but they're trying to bring about the Antichrist. These three right here are essentially cult leaders when it boils down to it. So if David's here, do these other two cult leaders stay here? Stay. I see stay. Yeah, honestly, it's like I said, these three are basically cult leaders, so you could move them around each other. Like you could say Roman is worse than David, or Jeremiah is worse than David, but at the end of the day, they are all pretty much of the same, cut from the same cloth. So I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think they can stay there. Birds of a feather stay together. Let's see here. So, next is Hoyt Volker. Hoyt is a criminal overlord, criminal gang leader. What do you want to call it? From Far Cry 3, who is responsible for Vas, Montenegro down here, being partially responsible for him going insane and becoming a maniac. So, and also a slaver. Yeah, Hoyt was also a slaver. What do you guys think? Should Hoyt stay here, or is he deserving of something higher or lower? The first character in S tier is Morgoth from the Tolkien universe, 12p. Hoyt is fine. Let's see. Let's do a poll. Polls seem to be more accurate. Hoyt Volker. Higher. Lower. Stay. There's a poll up for Hoyt. I'm seeing stay so far. So for the people who know Hoyt, they say stay. So I'm gonna keep him where he is. We'll keep Hoyt there. And next is Noah Cross from Chinatown, who I don't think is as bad as Hoyt, but you guys might think differently. Hoyt does what Noah does on a bigger scale, yeah. Yeah, that's how I pretty much feel about Noah. He's Hoyt, but on a bigger, or Hoyt is a Noah, but on a bigger scale. It seems people are mostly fine with stay, so we'll stay with Noah here. Now Johan. Johan's got some tragedy in his character. Quite a lot of tragedy in his character. But then again, Johan is Johan. So what do we think about Johan being in the middle of S tier? He was... So, for anyone who's wondering about Johan's backstory, he was kind of bred to be this super soldier, and like a superior, like race-based super soldier, I think. And yeah, he was kind of pushed into being who he is, but he's pretty bad, Johan. Let's go with a poll here for Johan. Johan higher. Okay, we got a poll for Johan. I see stay bordering on higher. Oh, actually lower is getting factored in too. There, well, stay is still pretty much... Stay is the majority. So we have... Stay is the winner for now, unless more people vote. If more people want Johan to stay or be higher or lower, go ahead and vote now. Okay, I'm seeing stay for the most part, so that's fine. Johan is in a pretty good spot, I think. But now we gotta go to Yu Jin. What about Yu Jin, guys? Does this seem like a fine spot mid S tier for Yi? Under John Doe? Okay. Below John and Anton? I could see that. Yeah, he didn't kill anyone, but he severely impacted... I forget the main character's name, but he severely impacted his life. So... Did he kill? He killed someone? Did he? It's... again, I don't remember all the details of every character. He killed the main character's best friend. Oh, yeah, okay. So he is still a murderer. I think that's... yeah. If he wasn't a murderer, I would be more inclined to lower him. But if he... okay, yeah, he's a murderer. So I think he should be around here. I think this is pretty good. But now that we've moved Yi Jin down, are John Doe and Anton in the right place? So, I'll pull each individually. Anton. Okay. We're pulling Anton. Where does Anton go? Does he go higher, lower, or does he stay? Higher or stay, huh? Okay, Alexander, I've seen you messaging a few times, but this is not a, I don't know, discussion hour for this stream. I don't know whether or not you have credentials on serial killers or not. Don't know how exactly I could verify that, but I'm sorry, I'm not going to call you. We're having a discussion between all of us right now, not just me and one other person. So I see how it's even between higher and stay. So if he were to go higher, people who want him to go higher, where do you think he should go higher wise? At most, just above John. That's fine. I agree with that. Yeah. And as far as John Doe goes, I know that I put him in A tier on my previous lists. And I know we were a little mixed about this when we put him up here originally. So I'm going to pull this. Does John Doe need to be an S tier or A tier? I do not take, Ian, I do not take care for loved ones into account typically. Like I said earlier, if you think about this as like trying them in a court, if you were trying a murderer in a court of law, would you say, yeah, they deserve a lesser sentence because he loved his wife? No, you base your judgment of a criminal off of their actions. If someone loved their wife, that's good, but that doesn't really lessen their crimes, in my view. Let's see here. So, pretty even between S and A. So if that's the case, I'll put him down here. We'll put him at the bottom of S for now, and then as we finish S tier, we'll move like Zed. Zed and John Doe have yet to be put into their proper place. We're gonna move them once we flesh out S tier a little more. Okay, so that sounds fine. Oh wow. Wow. Rex Fox Gaming. Thank you for the super chat. That's incredible. I appreciate that. Wow. And it's my pleasure to make the content that I do. Let's see here. Next is Simon Phoenix. A maniac murderer. Actually, when we talked about these three, thank you for stopping by, AC. Sleep well. Simon Phoenix, Castor Troy, and Lil Zay. They are kind of birds of a feather, too. Criminals who are pretty gruesome and horrific. Zay is kind of worse, yeah. I said it earlier, it seems like Castor and Simon are grown-up versions of Lil Zay. But Zay was a real person. So, you know, you can put Zay above them. But, I don't know, this placement seems pretty right for these three. Considering what they do and who they are. Yeah, I think this is fine. Dot, I'm okay. I'm gonna say this again. All the people that are placed up here, all the characters, we're not talking about them anymore. They have been placed where they've been placed, and if you want to know why, you can go back and rewatch the VOD and click on that moment. But we're past that now. We're on to where we are now. So this is fine, I think. Anyone? Let's see. Let's do a little poll. Zay. Okay, there's a poll up for these three right now. Thank you, Drewski. I appreciate that. It is going up on YouTube, Goku, yes. After we're done with the stream in its entirety will be up on YouTube, and later on we will cut it up to make it more like a regular stream update video. Okay, most people think that Castor and Zay and Phoenix can stay where they are, and I think that's pretty good for them. Now, what about Immortan Joe? Find where he is. Okay. I've seen a couple hires, but mostly find where he is. So Alonzo Harris is down here right now, and he's probably going to stay down in A. Cult leader? Yeah, he's kind of a cult leader, isn't he? Yeah, that makes a bit of sense. You know, maybe up with the cult leaders. Does that seem fair to dictator slash cult leader? Yeah, that's true. He's kind of more so a dictator. Yeah, a slight bump for Joe seems pretty fair. You know, he was in the right area, but not too far off. You know, and honestly, these four can be interchanged. These cult leaders slash pseudo dictator. So now let's go to Commodus, who was a real life dictator slash emperor. What do we think about Commodus? Commodus should be higher. Commodus is fine. Commodus is real, was a real person. So, I mean, I do believe I briefly talked about the real Commodus in my Commodus video, but I was mostly talking about the movie version, which is different than the real one. So if we're going off movie Commodus, yeah, the real version, yeah, was worse than the movie version. So, I don't know. Should he go above the? Yeah, probably above the cult guys as like a leader, but he's. I don't know if he's a overtly malicious leader, more so as he is more so a he's like a kid. You know, he's like a kid running an empire who's just doing what he wants to do. Commodus seems like a difficult one here. Commodus placement. Higher, lower, stay. Okay. Seeing some hires, seeing some stays. It's stay where I put him now. So it's where he's at now. Should he stay where he's at now? The Jazz. This is currently the songs that are playing. Stay with a bent towards higher. I've seen some people say above the Armitage family, which is fine. I mean, as a leader, you know, he had the capability to, and probably did, cause more harm than these guys. And maybe Joe, in the same vein, Immortan Joe is like highest of the cult-ish leaders because he was also partially a dictator. Yeah. Pretty much, Diego. I mean, you can look at this up here at the right, top right, and kind of get a read on how we're ranking them, or how I rank them. And, you know, your guys' input might be different than mine. Joe should go next to Commodus. Yeah, I that's fine. As a leader, that's fine. Leaders always have more capability to cause more harm than others, you know, people who aren't leaders. They have the capacity to cause evil on a much larger scale. So leaders, you know, they typically rank higher. But now so Tywin as a leader, Tywin is up next. Where do we think Tywin should be? Tywin should be with Commodus and Joe. Could, yeah. It is a long list, Apex. I hope you had a good shift. Who's the person next to the Emperor plus Damien? That's Pazuzu from The Exorcist. So from Tywin's position right now, where should he go? There's a poll up, guys. I'm seeing higher, and if I'm gonna place him higher, he's gonna go still in the same realm, but above Commodus. That seems pretty fair to me. My day is going great, Victory. Thank you. It's been a long one so far. I've been streaming now for 7.5 hours. And it seems like it's going to be quite a lot longer if we keep going at this pace. I think that's fine. That's fine. Next is... sorry, it's Lord Summerisle. From Wicker Man. We've been doing this for 7.5 hours now. So this is Lord Summerisle from the Wicker Man. And he's also a cult leader. Yeah, lowest of cult leaders. That sounds pretty good to me. I agree with that one. What do you guys think about Lord Summerisle being the lowest of the cult leaders? Because like I said before, when we put him up here, he was most likely very well aware that sacrificing someone for an increased harvest wasn't actually going to work, but he does it anyway to keep his power and keep his people happy. So, okay. I think that one's pretty comfortable. I don't know if we need to pull that one. Frollo? Judge Claude Frollo. Frollo is worse than Johan. Frollo may be a little lower. Okay, this is one I think we got to pull. Higher, lower. And I'm going to say it again, guys. No one is going to be 100% happy with this tier list. Everyone is going to have their own opinions on who should be a couple spaces higher or who should be many spaces higher or many spaces lower. We're just going and doing it as best we can, you know? Not everyone's going to be happy with everything. Frollo placement. Got a poll up for Frollo. Thank you for the super chat, Sylvia. And you seeing this, Elijah? Sylvia's got a good idea. You need to order me some takeout. So I'm seeing higher and stay, but little bit of a bent to higher, and I've seen people say put him above Johan. And that's fine because we don't really know anything about Frollo's backstory. We do know stuff about Johan's backstory and how it's tragic. But Frollo, no. We got no read on whether or not he's had a tragic upbringing or if he's just doing it. If he is who he is, you know. So I think that's fine. Let's see here. Next is Scar. Scar is interesting because despite his crimes being like on a lower scale, he's got nothing going for him as far as redeemability. Like Scar with the dictators, I mean, that's pretty much what he is. He's a Disney lion dictator. I would say he's pretty good being the lowest of the dictators. So he's a lion. Yeah, he's a lion, but he's obviously a lion with a human's personality operating in a kingdom full of animals that have the personalities of human beings. So, yeah, he's not just a straight up lion. If he was just a lion, he wouldn't even be on this list because lions aren't evil, they're lions. Scar is a human wearing a lion's face. That's what he is, you know. So I don't know. I think that's pretty fine. And then let's go to Thanos now. So in my previous list, I had Thanos in high A. Because of he thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's not, you know. But you guys seem to think he should go in S. Well, some of you did when we placed him. So let's establish S or A for Thanos. First and foremost, S A Thanos placement. And then if he's still in S, we can do a poll on where he should go in S. But if you guys think A tier, he's going to go in high A. And we'll reevaluate exactly where in high A he goes. But again, Thanos, and like every villain who's thinking they're doing the right thing, there's going to be some detrimental aspects to their character, probably some sadism, and other things like that. But Thanos isn't like wants to rule the universe. He wants to make it a better place. He's just trying to make it a better place in a really, really bad way. So far, I see more A's than S's. Okay, it's shifting a little, but still A for the most part. Okay. All right, we're gonna leave him at the top of A. More people said A than S, but I understand. I understand the S placement, you know. And once we start fleshing out A, and we're done fleshing out S, maybe we'll move him back up. Okay. Next is Richmond Valentine, who is Thanos-esque in his motivations. He wants to kill the majority population of the Earth to stop the negative effects of climate change. So he thinks he's doing the right thing too. And so Thanos on a universal scale, Richmond Valentine from Kingsman Secret Service on a planetary scale. Again, we could move them back up when we get down to A, but I think their demotion right now seems justified. Okay, so let's go with Weyland-Yutani now. Weyland-Yutani, we talked about them when we put them up in S. Weyland-Yutani has done a lot of good for humanity. You know, a lot of innovation, a lot of technology, spacefaring. But Weyland's desire to capture the alien would undo all of that, because if they got an alien and it got loose on planet Earth, humanity would be over. They're gone. And the only reason Weyland wants the alien is for profits. So do we give Weyland some leeway because they did some great things, or do we leave them in S, maybe where they are, because they're gonna destroy humanity and erase all the good they did if they keep going on the path they're going? Similar to Ingsoc, but a company, not a state. Yeah, I can see that. So let's do this. Weyland placement. Next to Ingsoc. Higher. Lower. Or stay. We got 4 options this time in the poll. Got a poll up now. Oops. I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break while you guys vote. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Next to Ingsoc seems to have won. So we're gonna go with next to Ingsoc. I don't think they're worse. But that seems fine to me. Next is Bill. Bill from Kill Bill. Now we've already established that Bill is not just an assassin, like say Vincent, who we put down in A tier because he's just a hitman. Bill is a hitman who also killed innocent people during the wedding scene. Yeah, Northfire worse than Ingsoc? No, I don't agree with that. But Northfire is worse than Wayland, maybe. Bill, low S, high A, stay where he is. Bill is A tier. Lower, Bill is fine. I mean, he looked after Beatrix's daughter, but he also murdered all of Beatrix's friends at the wedding. Some people saying good as is. Yeah, I think Bill's fine, honestly. If he hadn't killed innocents, he'd be lower, but yeah, and he would have turned the daughter into an assassin. That's true. All right, let's leave Bill there for now. How about Joffrey though? Joffrey, who had big potential to be the worst ruler that Westeros ever saw, but who got cut down before them. But he is a result of neglect. You know, he's spoiled. Joffrey higher than Tywin? I don't think I agree with that. You know what? Let's make a poll though, because you know, since they're from the same universe. Joffrey placement. All right, Joffrey poll is up. So I see higher than he is now, but not higher than Tywin. And if we're going to go grouping rulers together, maybe he can go next to Tywin. I think that's fine. I don't think he's higher than Tywin. Tywin had many more years under his belt, and he was far more calculated and poignantly malicious, might be the best way to put it. Joffrey was wantonly cruel and sadistic. But as far as organized evil, Tywin has the upper hand in that regard. So next to Tywin seems fine to me. Yeah, maybe below. I don't know. Maybe you could say he's below Commodus because Commodus had more time to commit evil acts than Joffrey did. So yeah. I think either here or here is perfectly fine. It all depends on your personal opinion. Second Super, thank you very much again, Jody, for your dedication and time today. I hope you and everyone else have a good night. 4 a.m. comes quick. I bet it does. Yeah, it's getting late. I knew this was going to take a long time, so I'm sorry, but not sorry that it's taken such a long time. I'm liking that, you know, I'm giving you guys the ability to talk about all these. I don't want to rush anything. You know, I could rapid fire this off if I wanted to, but I want to give you guys the time that you need to talk about these characters. I want to hear you. So that's fine for Joffrey for now. Like I said, you could do this. You could go like this if you really wanted to. And I think I might even just keep Commodus right there. But now we're going to talk about Marlo Stanfield. Now, Marlo is a career criminal who is not as sadistic and unhinged as these three, but he is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Marlo is Lil Zay, but more organized? Yeah. Yeah, he is, pretty much. So does that make Marlo worse than Lil Zay? Or not as bad as Lil Zay? That's a good question. Is Marlo worse than Lil Zay? Got a poll up for that now. Ooh, 50-50 so far. Let's get some more votes on Marlo and Lil Zay. If you guys, obviously, it's hard to vote about a character if you don't know them. So if you know who Marlo Stanfield from The Wire is and Lil Zay from City of God is, please vote to decide which one is better or worse than the other. He had more control of his emotions, making him more dangerous and more calculated. Yeah. Yeah, as much as you guys are saying that it's kind of neck and neck. It's neck and neck. I think, I don't know, we can't go off potential. We can go off only what they did. And I would say Lil Zay was probably responsible for more misery than Marlo was. On a personal level and on a business level. So, I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a real tough one. I think Marlo can go here. And it could be argued that Marlo could go here. It could be argued that Marlo could go here. But I think we're going to keep Marlo here. I think that's pretty good. It's going to be difficult. I kind of have to make executive decisions with these more contended picks. So I'm going to make an executive decision and say Marlo is fine right there. Now, how about Kaiser Soze? Yeah, you could say they're equal, Marlo and Lil Zay. That's fine. And that would justify them being right next to each other. Soze is above Vil. Kaiser above Lil Zay. I could get with that. I could get with Kaiser being above Lil Zay. Because Kaiser Soze is even above Yi Jin, and maybe even above Anton. Because Kaiser Soze is supposed to be this global criminal boogeyman who will kill an entire family if they insult him, who will burn your entire village down if they go against him. But yeah, a lot of what he did isn't confirmed. So that's the thing about Kaiser Soze. So are we basing our ranking off of the legend, the man, the myth, the legend? Or are we basing our ranking off of, we know that, we kind of know that he might have killed an entire family. And we kind of know that he's this overarching criminal boogeyman who has connections all over the world. So let's see. Let's do a poll. How do we rank Kaiser? off what we can verify, or the legend. So we're not, it's never actually confirmed that Verbal Kint is Kaiser Sose. We don't know if Verbal is actually Kaiser Sose, or he used the myth of Kaiser Sose to get him out of being tried for his crimes. You know, being imprisoned, however you want to put it. So, off what we can verify, okay. That seems to be more so for off what we can verify. Yeah, it's so ambiguous. It's so hard. Yeah, it's true, Jose. That's true. I don't know. I saw a fair amount of you say he should go below Anton, and I saw some of you say he should go in high S, high A. But I think below Anton is fair just because it's so ambiguous. Yeah, this is another this is one we could debate on for a long time, I feel like, and I'm gonna go with just sticking him here. That works. Now the Green Goblin. Where do we put the Green Goblin, guys? Goblin might be a little lower. Goblin lowest of supernatural. Oh yeah, he is like supernatural in a way, isn't he? Because he's like a manifestation of Norman's mind brought on by the drug. Yeah, the goblin personality. He's more evil than Bill. Yeah, I got that. I agree with that. With these other maniac-esque criminals, he seems in a fine spot. Yeah, more evil than Simon. I think he's good here. With these guys, but above these guys. Gonna go pick up pizza. You want anything? Absolutely, I want something. I mean, it depends on where you're going, I suppose, because not all pizzas are created equal. But I do love me a pepperoni and mushroom pizza. Or even an all-mushroom pizza. I love mushrooms. That's a S-tier topping for pizzas. I think the Goblin is fine. Goblin is fine where he is. We'll leave him there. How about Light? Light Yagami. S-tier evil is topping. S-tier evil topping is olives, because I hate olives. So, there you go. Which isn't fair, you know. Oh, I turned... Yeah, that's why. Thank you, Ghost Trucker. I like pineapple on pizza. Pineapple on pizza is good. A for light. Light equal high A. You know what? I figured that was going to be a contentious thing, so let's see. Light placement. There's a poll up for Light. Light Yagami from Death Note. Okay. A tier. I see A tier. Okay. For the sake of compromise, we'll put Light. Well, I mean, he's kind of similar to these guys. So I think high A tier with these. If these three are going to remain in high A tier, I think, yeah, Light in A tier is fine. But, you know, a lot of people... Again, this is up to personal opinion for the most part. I don't know. Let's just put him in low S. Because if I don't, I'm going to get many comments about not putting him higher. So let's just keep him in S for now. Okay, we haven't placed John and Zed yet because we were going to move them around, so keep that in mind. But Light is in low S at the moment. Okay, so how about the Litolka from Infinity Pool? Anyone who's familiar with Infinity Pool? No, they are not an S tier by that criteria, Ghost Trucker. The Tolka's like the Overlook, but on a much larger scale. That's kind of true. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's an interesting one. I think that it's kind of a lesser known movie, so, you know, most people, I'm sure, aren't aware of exactly what it's all about, but I think that's fine. And then Syndrome. What about Syndrome? Yeah, I'll do a face reveal at 1 million. No, I don't know what I'm going to do at 1 million. I'm only at 720 right now, so unless I get 280,000 subscribers in the next month or so, 1 million isn't going to be for a while. Syndrome's good where he's at. That's what I'm seeing. How is Syndrome S tier? Well, I think Syndrome is S tier because all he's doing, everything he does is because he got bullied as a kid by Mr. Incredible. And as much as it's Mr. Incredible's fault for bullying him, Syndrome decided to take his bullying to genocide of superheroes and then make himself into the only superhero. And then when he was done with all the glory and the spotlight and wanted to retire, he was going to sell all his super stuff to people to make a bunch of money. So, I don't know, he seems pretty S tier to me. Let's see. Let's do a poll on Syndrome. That's the most fair way to go about it. Syndrome placement. Higher, lower, or stay. Interesting. I didn't know my camera was doing that. I'm sorry if that's annoying. Huh? Light, dark. Light, dark. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know why it does that. Seems like a pretty even break between hire and stay. And I see some people saying just above Bill. And I can agree with that. I can agree with that. Oh, I bet we would have got a different buddy. Definitely. Okay. That's fine. I think that's fine for Syndrome. Now, Ghostface kind of threw in... I don't know if we even need to have Ghostface as a whole up here anymore, if we've ranked every single Ghostface killer. Let's see. Do we leave? I gotta pull that too. Leave Ghostface as a whole up. More people say yes than no. It's pretty even. I mean, if we're gonna leave him up, let's see if we can get a definitive read on where, if we rank Ghostface as a whole. Oh, I can only do 4 options? Weird. Well, I'm pretty sure Ghostface doesn't go in D tier, so that's fine that we can't have a D tier option here. There is a poll up for Ghostface as a whole. Okay, so Ghostface as a whole so far seems to be S tier if he stays on the list. So Ghostface as a whole isn't an entity so much as he is a persona. He's a persona. Okay, so it seems like you guys want to keep Ghostface on, and if he's going to be in S tier, he's going to be at the top of S tier. Dylan, thank you for the super chat. Let's see here. All serial killers are at least S tier in my opinion. They don't value human life. Some serial killers are only serial killers because of extensive tragedy in their characters. Like, let me go down to B. Where's one? Like Asami, who's clearly not all there. You know, if they're not experiencing reality in the same or similar way as everyone else, then that's what drops them down for me, serial killers. As far as Scar being lower, I'm sorry, but he is where he is, and that's Scar's placement. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. So Ghostface as a persona, as a whole, if he's going to be on the list, and you guys want him to be an S, he'll be above all of the Ghostface killers. You know, just because the overall persona, they wouldn't be doing it if they didn't have access to the persona. And if you want to go with by that logic, Billy and Stu are the ones who started the Ghostface craze, but they were also influenced by Roman to do it. So as much as Billy But Billy didn't know that it was going to become a phenomenon. So can you blame Billy for something that happened out of his control? Billy was in A originally because, you know, at least you can say, okay, Billy wasn't just randomly killing people for no reason. Billy actually was like, had some kind of messed up justification for what he did in his head. Stu was up in S because he has no justification for killing the people alongside Billy. He's just doing it because he thinks it's fun. So, I don't know. You know, just to be... I don't know. Thank you, Evil Eel. Another evil person in the chat. Good. Hey, just want to say that I love your videos, and it's awesome watching someone who talks about these characters. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat. So I don't know. If you guys, how do you guys feel about... Let's do this. Let's bring them up here real quick. Let's see. All right, there's a poll up right now, which will help us decide this Scream issue, this Ghostface issue. It's 50-50. So, for the people who answered no, and I only want the people who answered no in this poll to answer this question. If all of them don't deserve to be in S tier, who out of these Ghostface killers don't deserve to be in S tier? And I want you to name them all in one message. Please make one comment saying who you think out of all these killers does not deserve to be in S tier. For those of you who said no. So I see Billy. Billy, Nancy, Charlie, all the Scream 6 killers. Billy, Nancy, Charlie, all the Scream 6 killers, okay. Okay, so... this is gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. We'll keep Billy and his mom down here. All the Scream 6 killers. Which are these guys. We'll keep Billy and his mom and all the Scream 6 killers that are part of this family at least, not these two, because they had the same motive as these two. We'll keep them down here for now. But we might move them back up, and we might move them other places when we get down there, okay? But for now, Ghostface as an entity, S right here, with the following Scream killers that take on the Ghostface identity, right there. So now we've actually got to the bottom of S, and we have two characters who we pretty much decided should be in S tier, or I think so, but we kind of put them at the bottom because didn't really know where in S tier they should go. So now that we have all of these solidified, do John Doe and Zed still deserve to be in S tier? I would agree that John would be above Zed. I think. No. I take back that statement. John doesn't seem quite lucid, but you guys could, have a different opinion. So we'll see. Okay, let's do this. We got to do a poll for him because we got no other way. We got no other way to do this democratically through random discussion. So John Doe, higher, lower, stay, A tier. How about that? Let's go with John. Let's do a poll on John. What do you guys think? See, mostly higher. Okay. Okay. Looks like mostly higher with a slight inclination towards stay. So how about there? What do you guys think about that? Okay, I see you guys saying higher, but there's too many differing opinions about how much higher he should go. Some people are saying he should go up with Londa. Some people are saying he should go by Caster. And some people are saying he should go by Kaiser Sose. I'm going to meet you guys in the middle. Some said Hans, some said Caster, some said Kaiser. Well, Kaiser's in the middle. We'll go with John Doe next to Kaiser Sose. Little lower than him. I suppose that's appropriate considering both movies had the same person playing the villain. But we'll just go with that. Now, how about Zed? So we need to talk about Zed now. Zed, higher, lower. I don't think Zed gets to go in A tier, but I'll put it as an option just in case. All right. Zed. Where does Zed go? Zed from Pulp Fiction. I mean, I see stay, and I actually see higher rather more so than lower. I thought there was going to be more lowers. It's kind of 50-50 on higher lower. Well, 25-25 on higher lower with a very sizable stay so far. So I don't know if it's even between higher and lower, and stay is the majority. Well, I guess he's gonna just stay where he is. We'll leave Zed where he's at. Okay. This is S tier so far. Now we could move some people down here up into S tier, but this is now that we've gotten through all the people that were in S tier that we placed originally. This is what S tier looks like right now. But now it's time to go down to A and see what we can move around here. So we brought Thanos and Richmond down from S because of they think they're doing the right thing. No villain up here really thinks they're doing the right thing. Light does, which is why he's low S. But these two, they believe that what they're doing is the right thing, and their ends justify the means. That's what these two embody. You know, the world is going to suffer for a bit, and people are going to suffer for a minute, but at the end, things are going to be better. That's what these two are about. And this is a planetary scale criminal and a galactic / universal scale criminal. But both are pretty much, you know, the ends justify the means kind of guys. And since we're talking about the ends justify the means, we should probably talk about Ozymandias before we go further, since he's similar. So do you guys agree that Ozzy would be next to these guys? Ozzy can stay. Yeah, I figured this is like pretty okay spot. I mean, you know, you could bring Light down. You know, when you factor in that he was, you know, talked about being a god, you know, maybe that bumps him up here, so that's why he's here. These three didn't really talk about being a god from what I can remember. Maybe Ozymandias did a little bit, but they are the ends justify the means trio. And I think they're fine. Let's see, let's poll. Let's do a poll. Are the ends there is a poll up. We got a pretty sizable majority for these three staying where they are. So, like I said, no one's going to be 100% happy with all these placements. That's just, it's impossible. Like, very, very impossible. So, I think, yeah, 84%, 83%, high 80s are saying this trio should stay where they are. So, that's fine. I mean, I'm fine with that. But how about Gendo Ikari? He's like halfway ends justify the means, but not really. Like the ends justify the end of him getting his wife back or reuniting with his wife justifies the means for him, but he's a bad father, and he's playing with humanity to like reunite with his wife. What do you guys think? Let's see. Let's poll Gendo. Gendo's interesting. Gendo. Higher, lower, stay. So I'm seeing higher and stay, and I saw someone say Gendo and Light should be swapped. How about let's poll that now. Because Gendo I mean, Light, as much as Light wanted to be, proclaimed himself to be the god of the new world, he still was trying to make the world a better place by killing evildoers. So, I mean, we could even put Light in S still, like below Gendo, or just, you know, those two are interchangeable. How about that? How about Gendo? Gendo is too tragic for S tier, I suppose. Let's poll it. Let's poll it. Should Gendo be next? Seeing a yes, more so than a no. I'm out of water. I'm gonna go get some water real quick. You guys vote on that, and I'll be right back. Okay. So, pretty slim majority on Gendo being next to Light in S tier. Yeah, let's just put Gendo right there. I think that's fair. Fair enough, at least. How about Logan Roy? We got Logan Roy next. Can go below Yevon, sure. So, the thing you have to keep in mind about Logan, what you're missing about Thanos is Endgame Thanos. The Avengers brought the 5 trillion people he killed back and said, F it, I'll kill everyone. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. Let's go back to Thanos real quick. All right, here's a poll. Thank you for the super chat, by the way, Dylan. Sorry, I don't mean to sound frustrated. It's just, it's been long. It's been a long stream. So, let me know. There's a poll. Okay. It's neck and neck. I mean, if it's a tie, I'm gonna leave him in it at the top of A. Yeah, it's pretty much a tie, guys. I get it, this shredding the universe down to the last atom thing, but was that a like in the moment anger, rage kind of thing? I don't know. It honestly, for the big purple thumb, coming from a bearded thumb, he could. It's up to preference and interpretation, I think. So we'll keep him where he is. I acknowledge what you guys are saying. What you guys are saying about S, though. So on your list, that's fine. Think of Thanos as a fluid, high A to S type villain. Okay. Now moving on. Let's go to Logan Roy. Okay. Logan is a media mogul, business magnate. Yeah, right. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. That poll was a 50-50. Funny. So the biggest thing to consider with Logan is that it's been said in the show that he is responsible for like influencing how wars are fought, and he's brought down companies with like unfavorable coverage. So he has the capacity to influence world events depending on what suits him the best. So whatever's best for Logan Roy, the world is going to suffer if that suffering is good for him and his company. So let's see. Let's poll Logan. Logan Roy. Higher, lower, or stay. Where are we gonna place good old Logan? Okay, I'm getting pretty even between lower and stay so far. I think Logan is going to get lowered as we order A. Oh, we didn't talk about Yevon because I just moved Yevon to the side. We'll talk about Yevon next. Excuse me. Logan. We got a majority stay with a pretty sizable lower him. Oh, now it's 50% of stay. We'll leave him at where he is now, and he might get lowered depending on as we order A tier. So let's just keep going, and let's talk about Yevon because I skipped him. Where do you guys think Yevon should be? He's kind of a sort of ends justify the means villain. More so like, I hope this last desperate act will save my people, despite what it's going to do to the world. So, yeah, with Thanos, that's fine. I think that's pretty reasonable. I think I had him up here myself last time around, so I agree with that. But if anyone has any other input on Yevon, then let me know, higher or lower. I know Final Fantasy X isn't everyone's favorite game like me, but how come I only put Joker as an A? Well, we're gonna we'll revisit that when we get to him. That was an initial placement, and he might go higher or lower. We'll see. Yeah, we'll leave Yevon there for now. There's not much input on Yevon, and he's fine where he is. How about the Ladomus family from Ready or Not? A family who has a tradition of being in a cult. And yeah, they are tricking people in, well, not tricking people. I guess that's just people who join their family. They have to play a game, like choose a game to play or roll a dice or something. And if they get the wrong game, they have to kill them. Yeah. I don't know. It seems like some people might want the Ladomus family to go down to B. Ladomus family. A or B? There's a poll for you. It is tough. It is a tough one. The Ladomus family is a tough placement. So well, there's only 10 votes, so I shouldn't say anything just yet. We'll let the votes play out a little bit. Okay. Ladomus stays in A, I suppose. Seems to be the majority. I feel like I'm just going to leave them here because I don't know where they should go in A. And as we move them or other characters around, I think we'll get a better idea of where they should land. Okay. How about Citra? Citra Talumai from... Thank you again for the super chat, Dylan. So, kill count matters, but intent matters more. For example, if we want to compare Thanos to like a Palpatine, Thanos intended, aside from your, split the universe down to its last atom, Thanos' original intent was to make the universe a better place. Palpatine's original intent was to become a god. Like, just get as much power as he possibly could and rule over the galaxy because evil is fun, And so Palpatine didn't kill as many people as Thanos, but Palpatine's heart was in the wrong place. A much worse place than Thanos's was. And Palpatine might not have killed trillions, or actually if you count the Clone Wars, I don't know if it's trillions or billions, but Palpatine definitely would have killed trillions of people just to get more power if he had to. That's no problem. Why not? It's just people's lives, I just want to be the god of the universe. And so that's what it is, Kill count matters, especially when you're ranking other characters like in their respective tiers. But like, for example, while Thanos, Richmond, and Ozymandias are like ends justify the means, I want to make the world or the universe a better place kind of characters, Thanos does it on a galactic / universal scale. Richmond does it on a planetary scale, and Ozymandias did it in a city. So there you go. Their scale matters when compared to their respective motivations. But scale compared to straight malicious intent is what separates these characters, even though they might have killed more people. That's how I look at it. But anyway, we were on Citra. So where do you guys think Citra should go? This is Citra Talumai from Far Cry 3. You guys might not know exactly too much about her. This is Voss's sister. Citra should go next to Voss. That's fine. Citra was like Hoyt. Citra was partially responsible. Where's Hoyt? I forgot where Hoyt is. But, oh, there he is. No, that's David. Video game character. Anyway, Hoyt Volker is up here somewhere. And there he is. Hoyt and Citra are like partially responsible for creating Voss. But Citra is Voss's sister who went through a lot of the same tragic stuff that he did. So putting them next to each other seems right. Now, if they go here exactly, we'll figure that out once we get down here. But yeah, Citra being next to Voss but above Voss sounds fair. So now let's talk about the 3 League of Shadows characters on here. Ra's al Ghul, Talia al Ghul, and Bane. I thought this was a pretty good spot for them. But what do you guys think? Yeah, Ross made the League. That's why, another ends justify the means type character, these 3. They're actually... See, this looks more appropriate. They were trying to cleanse Gotham to make the world a better place. And the League of Shadows has supposedly been doing that for thousands of years. They were... Oh, someone used my name in the chat. Hello, Jonathan Dakin. I don't remember you. Sorry about that, but I must have told you my name at some point. Yes, if anyone was curious, it's in the chat now. My name is not the Violi, believe it or not. It's actually Jamal. That is my first name. Were you... You might have been there. Okay, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Susie. It's ironic that you say it's such a beautiful name because Jamal actually means beautiful or handsome in Arabic. So there you go. Okay, Jonathan. Well, wow. It's nice to see you here then. So Jonathan was at my 100,000 subs stream, and he's here. What, 2 years later? 3 years later? Oh, that's pretty amazing. Thank you for sticking around this long, Jonathan. I appreciate it a lot. No, I don't mind it being revealed. That's my name. It is what it is. But anyway, these League of Shadows characters, they're kind of like, not Yevon, kind of. Ends justify the means. Cleanse Gotham to make the world a better place. So this seems like a fine placement. How about Dr. Cocteau, though? Put Talia above... yeah, I mean, Talia's kind of... It's kind of interchangeable, Talia and Roz. I mean, I value my privacy to a certain degree. I'm not going to tell you guys my last name or my address, but you can know my first name. That's fine. So how about Dr. Cocteau now, guys? Where would we put Dr. Cocteau from Demolition Man? Thank you. I think so too. Cocteau is worse than the League? Maybe. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think he could go up here with the ends justify the means people. But I don't think he's, I don't think he's worse than these 7, I think this is 7 characters. What do you guys think? That's fine for Dr. Cocteau. He's in the ends justify the means area, but not quite on the scale, and he does seem to be a little bit more well-intentioned than these people. Yeah, let's just poll it. Dr. Cocteau. I'm probably gonna spell that wrong, but stay higher. Oops. Higher or lower. How many are left? Quite a lot. Quite a lot. It's a long list, and I mean, you guys have been sticking around for quite a while, so I could rush it, you know, and just go through these rapidly, but I think for now we're just gonna keep going at the pace we are. Okay. As for the people who know, there not many people know Demolition Man. I figured that. I agree, Cosmos. It's been pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. 24-hour stream? No, thank you. No, thank you on that front. I do need to sleep at some point. Okay, he can stay. That's fine. We'll leave Cocteau there. How about Mr. Glass? Mr. Unbreakable. Where should Mr. Glass go? Stay. Seeing some stays. Noted, Jonathan. Thank you for the recommendation. Ends justify the means again? Yeah. I think stay is, I agree with stay in this vicinity. You know, these two are just kind of floating here right now. So, yeah, ends justify the means again. You know, he's a superhero, revolutionary, terrorist type person who's trying to make the world a better place for superheroes at the expense of average, everyday people. And yeah, Logan, you know, Logan is probably... Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're right. Actually, Logan is probably worse than Mr. Glass on a like global scale. Logan has more influence, you know, and Logan has potentially caused way more harm to way more people than Mr. Glass ever could have dreamed of. So, yeah, I would say that's pretty good for Mr. Glass. We'll still leave the Ladomus family there because I'm not sure. What about Carmine Falcone? Where should Mr. Falcone go? From the Batman movie. S tier, huh? Got one S. Yeah, that poll is good. I don't think he's gonna stay where he's at, so I'm not gonna put stay. Logan Roy is from Succession. It's an HBO or Max show. HBO Max show. It's very good. I enjoyed that show quite a lot. I mean, is there anything good to say about Carmine Falcone? No. But, I mean, you could theoretically put him as a crime boss here. Next to other crime bosses. What do you guys think about that? Putting Carmine the crime boss next to other crime bosses. Up in S tier. Cool, yeah. I mean, he's pretty bad. You know, there's nothing good to say about him in the movie. He's doing what he does for money. But thanks, Cynical Stubbs, for the super chat. I love you too. I love all of you. Next to Noah Cross? Sure. That's fine. That's fine. Cool. Let's see. Who's next? Jobu Tupaki. Jobu Tupaki is a strange case because, like, if you want to go with scale, she's like a multi-dimensional murderer. But she's trying to end her pain. From what I remember correctly. Brought on by her family. No problem, Winchester. Jobu Tupaki's next to Thanos. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. I mean, I think... I don't know. Alright, where she's at right now. We're basing this poll off of where she is at the moment. Jobu Tupaki, higher, lower, or stay. Uh-oh. Oh, no. 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 I had to sneeze and now it's gone. Why? Oh, man. I hate when that happens. Who likes when that happens? Nobody. I'm seeing stay with a bent toward... Oh, actually, hire one out now. Would you actually trust someone named Jobu Tupaki? Thank you, Villains Explained. I appreciate that. Nice name, by the way. I'm assuming that you have a channel. Okay. Not yet. Well, good luck to you when you do get one. Stay with a slight bent towards higher. Thank you, Melon. Okay, with a slight bend towards higher. I mean, I don't know. I'm more inclined to just keep her where she's at. Jobu can stay there. That seems reasonable. Okay. Now, let's go to the Joker. A lot of you have said the Joker needs to be moved, so let's pull this right off the bat. Joker, higher, lower, stay. This Joker right here. Not Arthur Fleck, but the Dark Knight's Joker. Okay. Not on this channel, Kristen. It's a villains only type of channel, well, evildoers only type of channel. Okay, so a lot of people say higher. So higher is, I'm going to assume S tier, which is what most people seem to be saying. So high S. Okay. Okay, I can see it. I mean, the tragedy in his backstory is unconfirmed, you know. So if we're going off what we can confirm about the Joker, he's just a maniac. I mean, a chaotic maniac. So I get it, you know. If you want to base it off of that, yeah, sure, we can put him next to Johann. Lower than Johann, I think, but I get it. That's fine. Good night, Jonathan. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope you sleep well. Thank you. So that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you can argue for them being above it the other or below the other. That's fine. I mean, but we'll just leave him there. Next up is the Riddler, another Batman villain. Where does the Riddler go? There's verifiable tragedy in the Riddler's backstory. So I think we have to factor that into his placement. Next to the League, Riddler should go below Logan. If Riddler's gonna go below Logan, yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Jose, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Let's see. Been watching since the stream started. Wow, that's good on you for the stamina. I know a lot of you have been here since the beginning, and I appreciate you sticking it out with me this far. I'm glad that you thought I've been a great host, and if you come back later, great to see you again. But if not, I hope you sleep well. Thank you. Cool. I'm seeing A's for Riddler. From where he's at right now, let's do another poll. Higher. Higher. Lower. Stay. $75% for a stay so far on the Riddler. He is similar to Joker, but like I said, with the Riddler, we know that the reason he's doing what he's doing is partially because he's experienced trauma in his upbringing. For the Joker, it's theorized that he did, and that's why he's doing what he did, but we don't know. We don't know if he's just an agent of chaos because he wants to be, or he was kind of conditioned to become an agent of chaos. So that's what separates him from the Riddler, and that's what it seems most people are agreeing with. The Riddler needs to stay in high A, so that's fine. I think that's a good spot for him. But Julian Slowik, now this is one that I had in S tier. I had Julian in S tier the first time around. The first time I ranked him. But where do you guys think that Julian should go? Should he be where he is? I mean, again, I'm going to tell you my reasoning. I had Julian at S, and that's because Julian kills a whole bunch of people who he thinks are harming this business, like who bad critics, a guy who starred in a movie that he didn't like, so he's gonna kill him. People with bad restaurant manners. I mean, yeah, he's got grievances, but are those grievances justified? Like, do you really get to kill people because they're critical of your work, or they're not great restaurant guests, or they starred in a movie that you don't like? And then, yeah, he killed all of it. He pretty much led a cult of cooks. Right, he thinks they're harming the art form and restaurant workers in general, but again, is that justification for killing people? You know? Basically Syndrome if he was a chef. I mean, yeah. Yeah, kind of. Got bullied. So I'm going to stick, with that, I'm going to stick him, just throw him up next to Syndrome real quick. And based on where he is next to Syndrome, where should he go? Come on, typing. I know how to do that. Right, yes. So based on where he is at right now, where does Julian go? Stay with a... It's a mid between stay and higher. Okay, so we got stay bordering on higher. Higher bordering on stay. It seems to be what it's switching between. So, maybe just higher than Syndrome. Does that sound reasonable? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we put these Scream villains, just threw them down in A tier because these were the ones. These were the ones that you guys said might not deserve to be in S tier with the other Scream killers. So do we still think Billy Loomis and Billy Loomis's mother Nancy deserve to be in A tier, or should they be up in S tier? A? Okay, Billy and Nancy can stay in A. How about the family of Scream killers? Martin H, thank you for the super chat. Tavington is not here because I have not covered Tavington yet. This is only villains that I have covered on my channel. So this is not every villain ever, which would be impossible. But if I end up covering all of them, I suppose it wouldn't be, which is a daunting task. But no, not every... Colonel Tavington is not on here. But I do plan on making a video on him at some point. I've seen a lot of requests for Colonel Tavington. I'm seeing A tier all around for Billy and his mom and these guys. So I think they can just sit here right now. And when this isn't part. They aren't part of the. This guy isn't part of the family. He's this guy's partner. And they had the same motivation as these two. So, but these three are part of the same family, and they're trying to redeem their brother. Dylan, thank you for the super chat. How are the three Palpatine apprentices mid A tier and Scar's mid S tier? They wanted alpha male. So for now, these, I mean, we haven't gotten down to them yet. You know, this is where we put them originally. But so the reason that Scar is S tier in comparison to these three, as of right now, is because Scar had no influence aside from wanting to. All that Scar did was a result of Scar. Like, no one pushed Scar to kill Mufasa and try and kill Simba. These three were convinced to be evil by this guy. You know, they didn't come to evil of their own volition. They were recruited by a greater evil. So that's why they've been placed here so far. But, you know, when we get to them, they might go a little higher. We'll see. Thank you again, Marcelo, for the super chat. I'm glad you've enjoyed the stream. Coolest stream ever. Wow, that's good. I'm glad to hear it. And my videos have gotten you through the roughest years of your life. Well, that's amazing to hear too, my friend. I'm glad to hear it, and I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. So anyway, now we've we're gonna leave these guys here for now, just because we don't know what to do with them. But how about Max Cady? Where Max Cady's here, got a bit of a grievance with the lawyer giving him a lighter sentence, but you know, he still deserved to be sentenced. Max is S. You know what? That's reasonable, actually. Max is S tier below Yu Jin. They're kind of similar, where, yeah, Yu Jin, hey, he had a grievance. Like, his sister committed suicide due to a rumor started by this one guy. So he wanted to make his life hell. But does that grievance give him any leeway? Well, we've decided no. So if we've decided that Yu Jin's grievance doesn't give him any leeway, then Max Cady's grievance doesn't give him any leeway. So I think that's fair. I think it's fair to put Max Cady in S tier between Yu Jin and Lil Zay. That sounds right to me. Put low tier God in S. Oh man, I don't want to disparage any other creators, but I play fighting games here and there, and I've heard low tier God is quite the menace. Let's see here. Citra and Voss, we have them here. I think that's okay. Fine. For Citra and Voss, what do you guys think? Thank you, James. Glad to bring you some comfort and in the weekend. And I appreciate you being here. Okay, they're fine. We'll keep Citra and Voss there. Frank Booth, though. Crazy old Frank Booth. Gang leader. Clearly has some issues. So that's why I put him in A before, because this is not a sound mind right here. This guy is unhinged to the max. So I don't know, him being crazy, does that give him a bump down? Like, does that allow him to stay in A, or should he go in S? Because he's pretty horrific, but he's a drug addict with issues who's just doing some horrible criminal stuff. So how about we go higher, lower, or stay for Frank Booth? Thank you for the super chat, villains. I appreciate it. And I'm glad I inspired you to read those books because they're great. Is book Tywin more evil than show Tywin? From what I remember, I think we're given more insight into Tywin's beginning in the books, and in the show, I don't know. They're pretty neck and neck, honestly. That's a hard question to answer. I would have to go back and like either watch my own video or read the series again and watch the series again to really nail that down. But I would say they're pretty neck and neck if I had to guess. So book is way worse. Yeah, he might be. See, I don't remember. It's been so long. I mean, not so long. I just did a video on Joffrey, but see, when I pay attention to, when I read a book or watch a show and two characters are from it, I'm only paying attention to Joffrey. You know what I mean? I'm not really going back and looking over Tywin again. So, yeah, I did Joffrey recently, but I don't really remember exactly what Tywin did in the book versus the show and what they left out or what they made up in the show. So, I don't know. But as far as Frank Booth goes, we got stay with a slight inclination towards high. And I saw people say something about putting him below the Riddler. But I would say maybe he goes above the Riddler. So, still the same vicinity, but that sounds pretty fair. Yeah, that sounds all right. How about Norman Stanfield, who is very similar to Frank Booth in many ways? So I think they should be close to each other. Norman is a corrupt cop, whereas Frank is just a straight up gangster. But Norman is a corrupt cop who is on some drugs and is doing unhinged, self-serving things. Norman's a bit higher. Yeah, I would say that. Norman seems to be a bit more lucid than Frank. No, we don't. Norman doesn't have any trauma as far as we know. I would say Norman, birds of a feather, but Norman killed kids? Did Norman kill kids? I don't remember. It's been a while. It has been a while since I've seen Leon the Professional. Even when sober, Norman doesn't seem to regret his actions. True. Neither does Frank, but he's clearly a lot more unhinged. Yeah, he killed Matilda's brother. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you for the super chat, KB. Franklin Saint, I have seen that character requested quite a lot, so yes, I will do Franklin Saint at some point. I could see, okay, yeah, with more knowledge of Norman, we can probably put him with these guys. I don't know. Maybe worse than Max Cady, maybe not. Could be fine. What do you guys think about Norman being right there? Why isn't my stepdad on this list? Oh yeah, he should be. You know, that was my finest indirect work. I mean, Frank could go an S, but it seems like Frank has a lot more working against him than these two do. Much more lucid than Frank. But they could be here, you know. This could be fine for Frank too. That seems fair, you know. There could be arguments could be made for them being here, and there could also be arguments made for them being here. Yeah, that's fine. I think we'll leave him there. What about Lalo? If these two are being questioned for their sanity, and Lalo is completely sane, wouldn't Lalo be worse than them? Lalo cares about his family? Okay. Sure. Let's see. Let me pull that. This is based on where I just put Lalo. We got a poll up about Lalo. Lalo is right here. This is where Lalo is. That's fantastic to hear, KB. I hope you enjoy it. Okay. I see higher for Lalo. I mean, if he's going to go higher, then I'd put him with crime bosses. Because he's a crime boss. Does that seem fine? Lalo isn't worse than Johan? Okay. So, you know, this is going to be a difficult one. I'm going to put Lalo next to Kaiser Soze. Below Anton. I think that seems pretty reasonable. Yeah, I had him over here, and then I had him over here. Well, let's just stick him in the middle. Thank you for the super chat, Black Sun, but I'm sorry I'm burning your vile eye. So that's fine for Lalo. I think we can leave Lalo there. We got a lot more characters to get through, guys, so let's go on to the next one. Well, I guess... No, we shouldn't discuss them as a unit. So Darth Vader. Again, these three are who they are evil-wise because of this guy. Anakin Skywalker would not be Darth Vader if it wasn't for this guy. Count Dooku would not be Darth Tyrannus if it wasn't for this guy. Darth Maul wouldn't be Darth Maul if it wasn't for this guy and Mother Talzin. So, do we factor in that they were corrupted by the devil, pretty much, into their rankings and leave them in A tier? Or do we just talk about their extensive crimes and put them in S tier? So let's go with Anakin. Let's go, well, whatever. Darth Vader / Anakin. S or A? Let's answer that question. Yeah, they wanted to kill him and take his place, Dylan, after they were corrupted into being his servants. You know, they wouldn't have even been in that position to do so if he hadn't been like, hey, I want you to be my next, you know, tool of destruction. The face to my shadowy will. A, but high A. Yeah, I think Vader is fine. You know, if you really want to eliminate the whole tragedy in his backstory, you could stick him up next to Palpatine. But this man is not in this black suit because he wanted to be. He was made into this being, you know. But the enormity of his crimes cannot put him any lower than A tier, for sure. So I would even stick him up here, you know, because if we're going, you know, it's tragedy and, you know, like the Riddler got some issues, trauma, mental disorders, ends justify the means type people, and then evil servant of an evil empire, who has tragedy baked into his story. Yeah, Vader redeemed himself. So, I mean, Okay. Rough placement for Vader. This is going to be a roughie. Vader. Higher. Lower. This is based off of where I just put him. Where do you guys think he should go? So far, I'm seeing mostly stay, with a slight inclination towards higher. People who voted higher, let me know in the chat where you think he should go if he should be higher. I don't want to poll this one, but I would like to know where this 30%, 31% who are saying higher thinks he needs to go. Seeing more below Thanos than above him, so I'm going to just say we can stick him below Thanos. That's fine. I think that's a fair ruling for Vader. Yeah, he was manipulated unlike Thanos. Yeah, that's fine. But what about Count Dooku? Palpatine's second apprentice. Dooku could be yes. I mean, I could see it. You know, he is... Whereas Anakin was manipulated from a young age to become his apprentice, Dooku was a jaded ex-Jedi, and he was older than Palpatine when he joined the Sith. And as much as he was manipulated by Palpatine into doing so, he was definitely not as young and impressionable as Vader. So how about this? It seems like... Oops, that's not what I want to do. It seems like you guys are saying Dooku should go up, but this is the second time I've presented my human form, Black Sun. I did a live stream at 100k subs, and I took it down because I was going to edit it better, and then I lost the file. So that is pretty much gone. Let's go with stay. But thank you for the super chat again. Appreciate that. Thank you, Blue. I enjoy my human form as well. Bald is better, they say. Higher. Okay. I'm seeing hires. I feel inclined to put Dooku just below Vader, maybe. Or no, sorry, I didn't mean below. I meant above Vader. That's what I meant. Above Vader. Yeah. He's kind of an ends justify the means type of guy too, you know? But with a more evil bent to him. I guess we'll have to repoll this one again. Based on Dooku, where Dooku is at now. Higher, lower, or stay. Okay, we got a pretty sizable stay majority. So I think, you know, again, not everybody's going to be happy with all these placements. You know, some of them you're going to like, some of them you're not going to like. But it's impossible for us to get everybody's desires pinpointed exactly in this list, and everybody's opinions. So Dooku staying sounds fine to me. Now, as far as Darth Maul goes, should he be up here with them? Or is he... Because we had him down in B earlier. But... And he was manipulated to an even greater degree than Anakin was. So... Below Vader? Yeah, Maul was evil until the end. You know, that's another thing. Like, Maul never redeemed himself, and he was probably never going to, you know. His backstory is tragic, but the evil to the end, you know. Let's see here. There you go. There's another poll. We are factoring in scale somewhat, but we are more so going by motivation and overall character. Plus the tragedy in their backstory. I'm seeing stays bordering on lowers. I mean, lowers bordering on stay. So... For the sake of time, and this seems like this is going to be a hotly debated subject, I'm just going to lower him down here. He's below Vader, technically. Let's just leave it at that for Maul. It's fine, I think. How about Captain Vidal? And yes, it has been nearly 10 hours now since the stream started. It's been quite the journey, and it's still got quite a ways to go. Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. And I'm glad I can make your work days better. And your movie nights more awesome. Great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Easily S tier. Just below Hans? Yeah, that's fine. I can see it. I understand the reasoning behind that. Hans is more self-serving, whereas Vidal is more dedicated to his cause. So I would say he's below Hans, but I get that. That sounds reasonable to me. How about Tommy DeVito from Goodfellas? Tommy can stay. Yeah, him and Voss seem kind of birds of a feather, you know. They're similar in quite a few ways. I mean, not personality wise too. They're both pranksters and maniac murderers. Yeah, that's fine. I think Tommy's fine. How about Bill though? Bill the Butcher. I'm doing all right, Nick. Not too bad. Bill can stay too. Yeah, I figured. Glad to see you back, Just My Mage. Hope you had a good night's sleep. How do I do this? Okay, hold on. There we go. Okay. Okay, if Bill can stay there, then we can go with Patrick. And I appreciate your sentiment, N2, but as far as my you know, this is with your input, with your guys' input, but when I define evil, you know, it's more so motivation and character than it is scale. I mean, scale does still factor, and we've been talking about scale, but it's who they are and what they do and why they do what they do that more so establishes their level of evil for me. Bateman is absolutely S tier. He could be. Like next to these guys, if I was gonna put him in S, I'd put him like over here. So we're taking account Bateman in the movie. I'm taking account Bateman in the movie because I don't know much about Book Bateman. I haven't remastered this video yet, and I've only partially read American Psycho. When I do remaster the Bateman video, I'm going to include the book. So, oh yeah, it's definitely a labor of love. I do love villains. That's the whole reason I started the channel. So where I've put villains, where I put Patrick right now, Patrick Bateman, where he's at right now, higher, lower, or stay. You guys debate on that real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, so what do we got for Patrick? A little higher? Okay. And I did see before I left that I saw above Eugen. That's fine. You know? I think he's in a pretty decent spot in S tier overall. That sounds fine to me. Yes, the stream is going to be uploaded in full. It's also going to be chopped up a little bit for people who would rather just watch a regular tier list update video instead of a 10-hour long video. Buffalo Bill. What do you guys think Buffalo Bill should go? I see Buffalo Bill should be lower. No, I do not intend to do another poll on Gendo. Gendo is where he is now. We already did a poll on Gendo. Above Hannibal. Let's do Bill's poll. We got a poll up on Buffalo Bill. Okay. I see some higher, but it's actually neck and neck between higher and stay. Higher / stay. Seems alright. If I'm putting him higher. I mean, he's still in the same vicinity as stay, but he's a bit higher. I think that seems fair. Yeah, we can leave Buffalo Bill there for now. How about John Kramer? This is going to be a controversial one, I'm sure. Where should John Kramer go? Oh, he said once you were done ranking them, you'd be on for just a little bit longer. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see if I stay on for a little longer after we're all done with this. John Kramer S. Yeah, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll on Jigsaw. Jigsaw is an interesting one. I originally had him in high A. Fairly certain. Or stay. Where should the Jigsaw Killer go, guys? Got another poll up. Higher. I just saw someone say he should be above Mr. Glass. And I can agree with that. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, the brutality of the traps is something to consider. But his overall motivations and character, it's not necessarily the brutality of the traps that are the point of what he's doing. It's the I mean, I guess it is. Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah. It is pretty damn sadistic. So let's go. How about, okay. Nope, not that. Let's try another one, cuz I knew this one was going to be a little rough. So should Jigsaw be an S or A? Let's pull that. Let's get a read on what people think. %60 A, 40% S. I had him in high A originally. And he's an ends justify the means kind of guy. Not to the scale of these ones, though. Not even to the scale of Dr. Cocteau. So, because it's pretty divided between S and A, and a lot of you were saying low S, I think bumping him up with the ends justify the means type people seems pretty good. We'll just leave it at that, because like I said, there's quite a few on here that are going to be controversial, and not everyone's going to be happy with the placement. So for the sake of, not focusing on John for the next hour, we'll put John here. Next is Hannibal. Hannibal Lecter. What do you guys think about Hannibal Lecter? High A for Hannibal. Hannibal is above Mr. Glass. Yeah, I could see that. He's not an ends justify the means type character. Nathan, can you please stop asking that question, because I do not have an answer for you on that. I don't know. I feel like if we're going to do this, we need to do this. And that seems fair. Seems okay to me. Hannibal above Bill. This could be interchangeable, honestly. I've seen Bill above Hannibal. I've seen Hannibal above Bill. So that's fine. I mean, that's okay. I think. Hannibal lower than the menu yeah. Because Julian, where's Julian? Where do we put Julian? Somewhere. Julian doesn't really he has some tragedy associated with his backstory, but these two are much more. There's Julian. What they do comes from a deep-seated trauma, and yeah, I feel alright putting them there with the Riddler especially. Next is Annie Wilkes. So where do we think Annie should go? Annie the kidnapper and child killer. No, Lily, we're not losing the plot. It's as if they have no real justification for their actions, and I mean some of them could possibly be moved around, but this stream is going to go for 48 hours if we don't get through these characters. So we got to start placing people and placing them a little quicker, because I don't know if I could do this for another 5 hours. I'm enjoying it, but it's been a lot, guys. So I've seen Annie Can Stay. That sounds reasonable to me. How about what's his face? Elliot Spencer, who is the human counterpart of Pinhead. What do we think about Elliot Spencer? See some stays. One stay for Elliot. He's good there. Yeah. There's quite a lot more. So Elliot being D is ruined by the fact that there's comics where he gets rid of Pinhead's influence and he chooses to pursue becoming a god, and he thought that a tree of hanging corpses was beautiful. There's a lot more to Elliot in the comics, and I encourage you to watch the Hellraiser remaster I did to really get the full picture. But Elliot is not the hapless guy that he kind of appears to be in the first 3 Hellraiser movies. Yeah, there's a lot more to what Elliot does, so I think that's fine as well. And right now it is 8:52 p.m. where I am. Let's see here. How about Gus? Let's go with Gus. Gus can stay there. Okay. Gus should be higher. I see that. I see a couple of those. Let's pull Gus for sure. More so stays. It's in the kind of neck and neck with higher and stay. My pleasure, Luke. I'm glad you enjoy it. David, because the doing evil things for the greater, what you think is the greater good, doesn't. It depends. It depends on every. You know, the whole reason I have a channel is because every villain or evildoer deserves to be looked at for who they are. You know, and every situation is different, and you know. Sometimes doing evil things for the greater good is justified, but a lot of the times it's not. Hire for Gus. Hire/stay for Gus. I'm gonna do a quick ordering here real quick with some criminals and see how you guys feel about that. So, real quick, if these guys are going to stay... I don't know if these guys are going to stay in A tier, but... they're closer in character and scope to these three right here, right? So I'm going to move them up real quick. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to move Gus up. I'm going to move Gus... as well as Frank Costello and Walter White and Stringer Bell and Marcellus Wallace and Dutch and Angel Eyes and Little Bill, Hans, Michael, Tommy, Tony. Because I want to kind of group people together based on what their crimes are. You know, it's been a pretty common theme so far that, you know, Dark Lords have been pretty close to each other. Crime bosses of huge, ridiculously evil scale have been close to each other. So if we're going to rank these lesser crime bosses... crime boss, criminal, corrupt cop, criminal, crime boss, crime boss, crime boss. I mean, we can just do this. You know, corrupt cop, lesser criminals. The reason I'm putting them above like Citra and Voss and Tommy and Bill. Bill could technically go higher, but they got some issues / tragedy in their character. And we can go back to what we were talking about with Gus in just a second, but I just want to put these criminals in the same vicinity because I know that's how they're going to end up. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so Black Sun, thank you for the super chat. So the best way to make suggestions is on Discord. I use the suggestion channel as like a resource, but the primary suggestion place I draw suggestions from is the comment section. So just leaving a comment on a video with what you want to see featured is the best way to go about it. And then when people, you know, they upvote that comment or they make the same comment, that's more likely to get my attention. So why, if Annie Wilkes is gonna be in A tier, we've put these people right here with severe issues, mental handicaps, disorders, here. So I suppose Annie should be up there. That sounds better. But as far as criminals go, Bill is kind of a crime boss too, isn't he? So I meant to have Mr. Glass got kind of lost in translation here. Mr. Glass would go here. in this hypothetical new order. Now that I've kind of grouped all these crime bosses together, do you think this is a pretty reasonable space for these criminals who, some of them have issues, but a lot of them don't, but they're not nearly as bad as, like, say, Hoyt or Noah or Carmine. This general area, does this seem like a good spot for these characters? So I'm not asking you guys right now who should be higher than who. I'm asking if this is a good spot, generally, for most of these characters. So the only one I see that people are kind of iffy on is Alex, which we can talk about Alex in just a second. But so with these criminals and crime bosses and corrupt cops right here, I honestly feel like, yes, there is definitely a lot of variation in their characters and their actions and their motives. And they definitely can rank above one another, for sure. But it's going to come down, who you think should go above who in this section is going to come down to semantics, really. As a baseline, for me, I think out of all of these, the worst crime boss has to be... Has to be Gus or Walter? Maybe Tony? I would put these three, or in these four, at the top of this, like, crime boss section. Dutch is worse than Gus or Walter or Tony? Would you guys say Dutch is worse than these four? Okay. Let's do a little poll. Is Dutch worse? Let's go with that. Let's do that as a poll. There's a poll up right now. Yeah, I feel like Dutch is pretty similar to Walter. If you guys want to say Dutch is worse than, some of you are saying that Dutch was worse than these four. I would say Dutch is worse than Walter. But Frank and Gus are pretty bad. Yeah, I would keep Frank up at the top. Gus, Dutch, Walter. Yeah. Yeah, Gus, Dutch, Walter with Frank at the top. I think that's fine, Tony, I think... Do you guys think Tony's worse than Walter White? Is Tony Soprano worse than Walter White? Poll time. Another poll. So these two are interchangeable. I'm on the side that Walter did, tried to kill a kid and then he didn't really care about a kid dying when it actually happened. So I would say, yeah, Tony's fine below Walter. Now, these next crime bosses, are they all the bosses? Okay. So, Hans is a crime boss, yeah. How about... So, I'm more inclined to move Michael up. Maybe not above Stringer or Marcellus. Just because, Tony, he killed Manny, but that was like in a moment of rage. Passion and rage. Whereas Michael was planning Fredo's death for quite a while. And he's far more calculating and cold and can be quite vicious. Do you guys think Michael's in a good spot? Michael Corleone right here? I still want to do polls, but I'm trying to see if we can get by without them because the polls slow things down quite a lot. Yeah, Michael felt guilty. Yeah, Stringer had a kid murdered. Yeah, Stringer might be worse than Tony. Stringer is worse than Tony, I think. Michael, I think Michael can be fine there. Again, this general area can, depending on your viewpoints, can be pretty fluid, So, yeah, Stringer has sadder circumstances. Tony does kill someone himself. Yeah, I mean, Stringer orders, I forget the kid's name. He's played by Michael B. Jordan when Michael B. Jordan was a kid in The Wire. And he orders his death. So I don't know. See? Wallace. Wallace was his name. That's right. Tony is the line of not killing kids. I could see that. So I think this is pretty fair. Bill the Butcher. Did Bill kill? No, he did not kill kids. He was kind of honorable in a way, but he's much more deranged. I don't know. Maybe Bill goes right there? What do you think about Bill being right there? Bill the Butcher is worse than Walter. Angel Eyes kills kids. Angel Eyes kills kids? Did Angel Eyes kill a kid in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly? Yeah, I don't think Angel Eyes killed any kids. Bill the Butcher is worse than Walter. We can pull that. We got a poll up for Bill the Butcher. Oh, that's right. Angel Eyes killed the father, and then he killed the preteen son. That's right. Right. He killed the whole family. Okay, so Angel Eyes. I mean, he can probably go like there. Bill the Butcher worse than Walter. Cool. We can put Bill up there then. And then Alonzo and Vic Mackey and Little Bill. I think this is a pretty good order for the corrupt cops that are lucid. You know, we got a corrupt cop up here, Norman, but he's deranged. So these three right here. What do you guys think about these three corrupt cops being right here? I think Alonzo was worse than Walter. I think Alonzo was worse than Tommy. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, I'm just gonna ask about this line right here. From Tony Montana to Bishop. Do you guys think this is pretty fair? We gotta know. We gotta yep. We gotta fair. Okay. I think this line is pretty fair for right now. Why no? Yusuf and Joey, why no? While they give me their answers, we're gonna go to Alex now. We're gonna go to Alex. So I appreciate your guys' opinion, Joey and Yusuf, but it seems like the most people said yes, that was fine. How about Alex though? Alex DeLarge is one that was debated upon when we initially placed him. I think I put him here, and then we moved him here, and people have said maybe he goes in S tier. So I'm just gonna straight up pull Alex. For these three tiers, because I think that's something that we need to establish here. We need to reach a consensus on which tier Alex deserves. So right now there's a poll for Alex up. If he's fine in A, maybe he needs to go in S, maybe he needs to go down to B. What do you guys think? Okay. A lot of A's. It has been quite a long stream. So I see A, and I've seen a lot of high A. You know, you could say, yeah, I could see high A because, you know, so let's take a second here and show. So Bishop and O-Dog, they are. Honestly, I think they're candidates to be moved up higher. Because if you look at these characters right here that we have in this line, what is the overarching theme for their motivations? Money, right? There's even Michael Corleone, who's mostly doing it for his family. Why is he a criminal? To make money, you know? They do horrible things to make money. O-Dog and Bishop, they're trying to make money too, but they're more so like living the crazy gangster dream, like trying to prove themselves to be those crazy gangsters. And Alex is probably above them, you know. Yeah, they're doing it just because. So I think what we can do is, because these crime bosses generally have their motivation lies more so in money than anything. And these three, their motivations lie in, why not? Let's do some violence, let's get it going. That I think that's fine for them. And the reason they're not an S tier for me, and I think this is pretty reasonable, is you've got to consider their environment and their backstories and the potential trauma they've suffered and peer pressure and all this kind of stuff. They're not just office workers who decided to be evil one day. They're three kids who grew up in a horrible environment who are acting out based on what they've been turned into. So I think that's pretty fair, to stick those guys there. Ready or not, we've had this one. Oh, I'm tired. I'm always tired, but that's okay. This is, again, this line of criminals. It's gonna come down to like semantics, honestly. I mean, it's not so much semantics, more so as like your own opinion. So I think they're fine where they are right now. Ladoma's family is above Maul. I could see that. That's fine. The Ladoma's family has just been kind of hanging out in A tier with no placement. The Overlook has already been placed and it's up here. So I think this is pretty fine from here up. We're doing okay so far. Again, it's not going to be perfect, guys. This list is never going to be perfect. It's going to be pretty close to what the most people where most people would place them, but it's never going to be perfect. But I think we're doing a pretty good job. And someone just mentioned that Dutch never killed any kids. Did he not? Tomorrow we can reshuffle. Yeah, I'll just live stream the tier list every day, and we can just reshuffle all day long. That's the new point of the channel, because we haven't gotten to Emotep yet. So Emotep was an initial A placement. We will get to Emotep in a minute. Don't worry, Sam. And yeah, no, I don't remember Dutch killing any kids, so maybe he does go below Walter. I don't know. Again, interchangeable, semantics, opinion. Thank you for the super chat, Black Sun. Sorry, I was in the middle. Are we going insane, stuck in a stream forever, slowly going unhinged? It could be. It could be. We're going into the depths of insanity here. And thank you, Waifu, for the super chat as well. Okay. So now we're going to move on from the criminal section. We're going to go to... Oh, well, Vincent is down here. I missed him. We'll get to him in just a second. What about Clay Puppington? Clay Puppington, the horrible father, the leader of Moralton. Bad dude, definitely. Clay is next to Logan Roy. That's an interesting take. Interesting take. So let's do a poll on Clay. And I apologize if I've been kind of short or anything in the last few minutes, guys. It's been a long day. But I do not mean to invalidate any of your opinions or anything like that. I just would like to get going a little bit. Just a little bit. Stay. Right now it is 9:18 where I'm at. So I started the stream at like 10:50. I woke up this morning at 9. Did I wake up at 9? I think I woke up at 9. So it's been 12 hours since I woke up, and I've been streaming for 10 hours ish, right? Yeah, 10:22 is what it says on that timer right there. So yeah, it's been a long day, but you know, it's fun. It's worth it. I would like to have more interaction with you guys, you know, and this is a great way to do it. So we got a higher for Clay with a stay majority. There's a higher bent, but okay. We can bump Clay up a little higher. Same arena, you know. I don't know. It's hard to place a ne'er-do-well father and negligent mayor above criminals. So I think stay was the right choice. Yeah. I don't sorry, Nicholas, I don't agree with next to Logan. He's not worse than a lot of these guys, you know. So moving on. Now we're going to talk about Andrew Ryan. Where do we think Andrew Ryan should go? I think I had Andrew Ryan lower on my older lists. But I know that he has been one that people have said should be higher too. So let's give a poll. Let's give a poll on Andrew Ryan. And see where he's at in the poll. Ryan next to Logan, I could see that. Except Logan's intentions were never honorable. And I mean, I don't know if you'd call Andrew Ryan's intentions honorable or idealistic. Idealistic might be a better word. Made many kids suffer. Yeah, he did. I agree with Andrew going high. I think it's fine to put him next to Logan. Actually. Not higher than Logan, but next to him seems okay. Yeah, this is going to be another like slightly controversial one. I see most people put higher though. So I'm just going to bump him up to that higher spot and leave him there. And then Vincent is a criminal I missed who is a career hitman who should be in this general vicinity. Probably like with Vincent. I would imagine. What do you guys think about that? Vincent and Vincent. Wow. It has been a long day. Vincent and Vincent. You guys think Vincent and Vincent is a good pairing? Above Tony Montana? Okay. If you want to put both Vincents above Tony Montana, I guess, but I don't know. Let's okay, how about this? The Vincents are going to stay with each other. There's a poll up for the Vincents. Vincent from Collateral can be higher than Vincent Vega. That's perfectly fine. Okay. So if we're going to put the Vincents above Tony, oh, it's 50-50, pretty much. I'm going to move Tony down. And I'm going to put the Vincents next to each other here. How's that look? Does that sound okay? I think that's pretty fair. Hello, Firestorm. Fair enough, yeah. I think it's pretty good, considering, you know, again, it's never going to be perfect. Never going to be perfect, but we're trying to get as close as we can here. Warden Norton. What do we think about Warden Norton from the Shawshank Redemption? Yeah, Warden Norton. Criminal running a prison, so I could see him being up, you know, with criminals. Do we take the fact that he was supposed to be looking after people and failed in that? Yeah, I mean, that's part of it, you know. I don't know. Beards unite. I'm glad you enjoy my beard. I'm team beard all the way. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's worse than these gangsters. I don't know. Is he though? Kind of a hard one. Citra is worse than Voss. Next to Alonzo. Yeah, these corrupt cops. You know, he's kind of like a corrupt cop in a way. Which is worse, Alonzo or Norton? You know? We could keep them there, you know. Citra is worse than Voss because Citra was partly responsible for making Voss into who he was. So, yeah, I think that's fine. These corrupt officials go right here is pretty nice. I sure am a perfectionist. And I also want to make sure that we get your guys' input. The reason I didn't think that the ending was going to take so long, but you know, we did the initial placements and I wanted to get all the characters on the list before we started talking about who's worse than who, because you know, we could put 10 more characters on and keep that going, and it might have been longer. So that's why this ending has ended up being so long, but it is what it is. How about Lou Bloom from Nightcrawler? He did kill one person, Lou Bloom, right? He killed his partner or caused his death. Let's go, Lou Bloom. We got a poll up for Lou Bloom. Higher? Okay. So if we're gonna put Lou high, I believe he deserves to go with, you know, people who are also seem to have disorders and not a firm grasp on reality. So maybe Lou goes like here. Not nearly as bad as the crime bosses. Yeah. See, I could see that too. You know, Lou seems like a hard one to place. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. Let's put Lou there. That seems pretty good because, you know, he isn't worse than crime bosses. That's for sure. Or even career criminals. I don't know. Lou is a hard one. Lou can go anywhere in A, honestly. We are definitely not going back to characters we've already placed, though. So I'm sorry. Again, this list is never going to be perfect. But if you see someone up here that you think should be somewhere else, I mean, your own list might look different than this. But it's been a long time, been a long stream, so we gotta keep on pushing on. We can't revisit characters unless they're around a placement where placing a new character. Emotep. Where should Emotep go? Emotep and what's his face? Davy Jones. We kind of established earlier that they're birds of a feather. You know, this is the desert version of Davy Jones and vice versa. So where do we go for Emotep and Davy Jones? Yeah, higher than Clay, higher than crime bosses. I could see them both being in S tier. I could. Let's do a little poll. We got a poll up for Davy Jones and Emotep. Fifty-fifty. 50-50. Okay. If that's the case, I'm not going to put them back where they were at the bottom of A tier. But because it's close to 50-50, they can go above these guys. That seems fine. High A tier. You know, we got a 50-50 here. So some people saying S, some people saying A. To me, well, high A tier. That seems all right. Maybe. You know what? Again, a little bit of personal preference opinion. If I personally would just leave them there. So I think that's okay. I think it's all right. Let's go with Emotep is irredeemable, and so is Davy Jones, but there is some justifications for their actions, you know, so they don't totally qualify for S tier, you know, which is why a lot of people probably said no, that they don't. But I do believe they are at very least go in highest A tier. because even though that's shaky justification for their actions, very, very shaky. He was murdered. I mean, watch the video. I mean, he murdered the pharaoh with an ox on the moon. But the only reason that happened was because, he couldn't love the woman that he wanted, and then he was sentenced to eternal torment for loving a woman and killing for her. So yeah, Imhotep could be in S tier depending on your opinion, which is why we had a poll, and that poll came out inconclusive. So I'm compromising here and saying, well, I guess, we'll just leave it in top of A. That's where he's going to stay. We're moving on now. Thank you for the super chat, Tyler. Yes, I would, and I'm planning on doing a video on him next month, which is tentative, but that's part of my plan. How about Mary from Precious? We're at Mary now, who we put at the bottom of A before. Again, I had her in previous lists lower in like B or C. I think it was B, because she's a classic example of someone who was abused, abusing someone in turn. So what do you got? Okay, well, we'll pull Mary. Mary from Precious. We got a poll up now, guys. Where do you think she should go? I'm seeing stay with actually equal higher and lower, so that's seems like stay is fine. I mean, I would put her high A or high B, low A anyway, so that seems all right. Mary next to Clay, good idea. Skynet, we put Skynet in A because what Skynet did was technically self-defense. Humans were going to shut off Skynet, and Skynet said, no, I don't want to die. And so it decided to destroy humanity in return. So that's why we initially put Skynet in A. But what do you guys think about Skynet being where it is? Especially when you factor in the scale of Skynet's response to being shut off. It's less evil than Killmonger? Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Just because, like I said, Skynet did what it did because it was about to die. That's death for a machine, is being shut off, and Skynet was like, hey, I don't want to be shut off, so I'm going to make sure I'm never shut off. And that's what it did. Yeah, it's fair because it didn't have to kill everyone, It was just like an overcorrection. So low A seems fine. Yeah, it could be lower, but I think most people have pretty much agreed that it's either high B or A, and I had it high B last time, so I think this is a pretty good spot for Skynet. But Killmonger, what about Killmonger? We're not going to judge Killmonger based off of what he could have done, which is pretty much start a new world war, and that led to a genocide. We're gonna vote. We're gonna place Killmonger based on what he actually did, what he actually accomplished. So let's do a poll on Killmonger. Killmonger. Higher. Lower. Or, oops, I turned on my mouse sensitivity. Or stay. Higher, lower, stay. It's pretty even. So it's like a deadlock. I definitely see why he could be higher. I also see why he could be a little lower. Stay. Thank you, Julian. I appreciate that. Yeah, we'll do stay. We'll do stay for Killmonger. How about Raul Silva, who had a serious grievance against MI6 for ruining his life, but kind of went overboard with his revenge. What do we think about Silva? I do appreciate all the love. Thank you, everybody, especially people who have been around since the beginning. I know it's been quite the marathon. Silva can go a bit higher, stay as well. Silva below Riddler. That's interesting. Also another Silva is next to Riddler. Silva and Killmonger are the same, but Killmonger has superpowers. Yeah, kinda. Silva is right here. This is Silva. Thank you, Prototype. I appreciate it. Okay. It looks like Silva's gonna be another deadlock. So let's go Silva. Higher. Lower. Stay. What do we got? What are the people's opinions, huh? Higher. So Higher's winning right now, but it's a democracy, Anakin. It sure is. Yeah. I don't know. Silva's a tough one, I suppose. I get why I've seen some people say he goes like by the Riddler because, you know, revenge. Tragedy fueled revenge quest. Also tragedy fueled revenge quest to a lesser degree, I suppose. So I don't know. I get it. I get why he would be up here. We did have a vote, more so a vote for higher. So I think that's fine to put Silva next to the Riddler. Now, Walter Finch from Insomnia. I'm gonna go ahead and place Walter Finch because, you know, anyone who's seen the movie, you can tell me about where you think Walter should go, but I am fairly certain that, you know, I already know that Insomnia is a lesser known movie. So Walter Finch beat a girl to death, a girl that he tried to advance upon, and he beat her to death over the course of 10 minutes. Pretty horrific thing to do. Yeah, like I said, I'm not sure many people know about Walter too much, but if I had to place him, he'd be above Lou. even further up, perhaps. But I'll put him there for now. And now that is A tier so far. He's a blackmailer too. Add that into consideration. Yeah, that's true. He might be even higher than like... no, I don't know. It's hard. I'm just going to leave him there. So, this is A tier and S tier done. I think they're pretty solid overall. Like I said, it's never going to be perfect. No, not everybody's going to agree on the same things, but I think we've got a good grasp on things so far. Now we've actually gotten to... I mean, there's still quite a lot of... like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11. So there's 11 in a row. That's 22, 33, 44. We still have more than 50 characters to go, guys. So, like I said, we gotta get it going. Otherwise, we're gonna be here until tomorrow at 11 a.m. So, this guy is also from Insomnia, which lesser known movie. I do believe that is a fine placement for him right now. Because he's like a creep, an abusive creep. And yeah, he's definitely up in B tier. He's also a cop though, so and it's not, he never really does anything too egregious besides being a creep. So he can stay right there. Howard Stambler. Now, this is an interesting one because, yes, he did save the girl he kidnapped her life. I forget her name. But from what I found in the movie is Howard was... the only reason he saved her is because Howard was stalking her. And it just so happened that he saved her at the time. He quickly... kidnapped her because he knew the end was coming, and he's like, I need to get this daughter figure I've been following around for a while now. So he's like, let's go. Let's get her and take her back. So he saved her, but only because he was stalking her. And he also killed another girl before that. So I don't know. He's clearly got issues, and you could argue for him going up in A tier. But yeah, I don't know. I think B is fine for him. Link to the tier list. I can do that. It'll also be in the description of the video. But here you go. There's that for you guys. Fedra. Fedra as an organization, not good. Like we talked about when we put them in B. It's, we don't have too much of a read on their, like, actions following them, restoring order. We don't have a leader for Fedra. Oh yeah, he killed Emmett too. Howard. That's right. Thank you for that. I feel like Howard might just, he hangs in high B, maybe low A. So Fedra... they're despicable, but again, they did perform that function of restoring order in an apocalypse, which is the quickest way to stop people from dying from the chaos of an apocalypse. So they get points for that, but they get less points for being, a tyrannical organization. But they're not near Ingsoc or Norsefire levels, I could see the, I could see Fedra being low A or high B. So, that's up to preference, I think. So we can keep them like here-ish. Koba. Koba in B, high B, makes sense to me. Sleep well. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Koba is A tier above Kramer. All right, let's poll Koba because I figured Koba was going to be controversial. Koba, higher, lower, or stay. Oh, and something that I should mention is that I plan on doing these tier list live streams for every tier list update going forward. You know, I figured it'd be a pretty cool addition to the channel to always get your guys' input on these placements. So this great reshuffling that we've done, this big effort, this won't happen next time. You know, we're not going to shuffle them all around again, but we can definitely move some of the characters we've already placed around next time around. So don't think that this is just set in stone and all the people that were here now have made their decision. No, we'll also be ranking new characters next time around and reevaluating the list again. You know, when we do the next update. So, not set in stone by any means, any of these characters. They're probably close to being where they should be, but they're not set in stone. So Koba. We have Koba with mostly its stay. With a little bit of a bent towards higher. I get it. He's got a lot of tragedy and some justifications for what he's doing. But I understand why Koba could be higher. Koba is from the Planet of the Apes. He is what's his name? What's the lead ape's name? He's the lead ape's second in command, basically. And he ends up leading a rebellion. Caesar, that's right. Caesar. Leading a rebellion against Caesar. And, you know, he thinks that the best course for the apes to take is killing the humans. Whereas Caesar wants to coexist with the humans. So, I don't know. I think B is pretty fair for Koba. I do see higher with stay though, so I'm gonna put him at low A tier, which seems okay. And the stream has been going on for 11 hours now. 11-hour stream so far. Quite a feat of endurance we got going on here. How about Smiling Barry? Good old Barry Berkman. We had him in B, above Dexter, which was fair when we placed him. But where should Barry be? Is this all right for Barry? The problem with Barry, thank you, Outer Space. The problem with Barry is, yeah, he was brainwashed to an extent by Fuchs, but later on when he had the opportunity to change himself, he didn't. So, and he's done quite a lot of shady things. Not worse than Dexter? No. Let's see. Okay, lower. That's fine. I can see it. I don't know if I'd go much lower. You know? I think that's fine if you guys want it to be lower. That's fine by me. I think that's a decent spot for Barry. Let's see here. I do have a whole head. Yes, indeed. I have taken many bathroom breaks, yes. Okay, next is Dexter. Where do we think Dexter should go? The criminal killer who actually doesn't just kill criminals, he's killed some innocent people as well. But he was made into this serial killer by his dad and by that doctor. Forget her name. Be fair for Dexter? Yeah, I think it's fair too. I mean, like I said, you know, we can reevaluate some of these placements next stream, you know. Some people think he should be C tier. I think the fact that he's killed innocents disqualifies him from C tier. So I would leave him in B. What about Candyman? So Candyman is a supernatural killer like these guys up here, but we kind of agreed when I placed him here initially that Candyman has some more tragedy associated with the story of Candyman. And to keep himself alive, he has to kill. I don't know. What do you guys think about Candyman's placement? Fair. Chat's slowing down. I think people are getting tired. Seems reasonable. Yeah, it seems okay. I think to speed things up, because I can see the slowdown. I understand. You know, it's been 11 hours now. I'm gonna kind of not go so in depth into them again because we already did this earlier. Christoph from the Truman Show. What do you guys think about Christoph? The guy who started the Truman Show and decided Truman's life for him. Lower, stay, lower. Well, that was the quick summary. He was in the movie The Truman Show. He created a show where he took a baby and made a reality TV show about this guy's life, and his whole life was on TV. Yeah, definitely lower than Barry. I can see that. I mean, the thing about Christoph is, as much as he's influenced Truman's life, and he was willing to kill him during that ending storm, Truman's alive and was taken care of, you know. I don't know. Is he worse than a bunch of killers? I'm just going to stick him at the bottom for now. And maybe we'll move him around when we get down to the bottom. So this is William Money from Unforgiven. And I had him in A originally last time I placed him around, but because Will is responsible for a massacre. He was responsible for a massacre, but he's kind of redeemed himself. So I'd say the massacre is what puts him up here, but the redemption is what prevents him from going up higher, you know. So does that seem fair to you guys? Okay, fair. And then we have the Lord of War, Nicolas Cage, Victor Boot character, and Victor Boot, the real Victor Boot, as a dealer of arms who dealt to terrorists and dictators and etc. Who, you know, if he hadn't sold those guns to those dictators and terrorists, innocent people might not have died because, you know, those guys didn't have access to the guns that he sold them. Yuri's worse than William Money. Yeah, I can agree with that, and I can agree with him going. I can agree with him going to the top of B tier, honestly. Just because, you know, all of his evil is indirect. And he could even be higher, depending. So yeah, he's kind of like Saul in a way, but slightly worse because he was on worse actually because he was on a global scale. He was dealing arms to dictators in Africa and the Taliban and Al Qaeda and all kind. Sorry, I could be listing off organizations that he didn't actually deal to. I just know that he dealt to dictators and terrorist organizations. So I don't know if it was the Taliban and Al Qaeda specifically, or if it was just one or the other. But he definitely provided guns to some evil people. Yeah. So top of B sounds reasonable. And now we've kind of reached the point where we're talking about a lot of people in B tier have severe emotional or mental disorders, like Francis Dollarhide. So Francis Dollarhide in B, he had a horrible childhood, was abused. You know, his cleft palate made him abused by the people around him, and he suffered through a lot with his grandma. But he's worse than Will. I could see that. Yeah, you know, Will's probably gonna end up going like down here somewhere. But and then Asami, same kind of deal, tragic backstory. Rumi, tragic backstory in that, like, she was denied idoldom because of how she looks. But clearly disattached from reality during her little crime spree there. Yeah, I would say Rumi could go above Asami and Francis. And Tetsuo, I could, you know, if you factor in manga Tetsuo, who was like a crime lord after he destroyed the world again, then yeah, he's up here. So Tetsuo seems fine with Yuri. And then Azula, who is only who she is because of this lovely man up here. What do we think about Azula? Azula, I'm going to poll, because Azula seems like she needs a poll. Azula. Higher. Lower. Stay. Stay with higher notes. I agree with the stay bordering on higher because Azula, at the very least, doesn't have any disorders. I mean, actually, that's not necessarily true. Maybe like that. Like a slightly higher, you know? She was over here. I think that's reasonable, because, yeah, it's neck and neck between stay and higher. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Schizophrenia, yeah, she has schizophrenia. True. How about Amy Dunn from Gone Girl? What do we think about Amy? Higher? Yeah, I agree. Higher. If we're gonna put Azula higher, I think Amy goes higher. I think Amy below Azula sounds pretty good. Even higher. Amy is A tier. Yeah, we can do a poll. So from where Amy is right now, this placement. Higher, lower, or stay? Okay, pretty overwhelming higher. I could see her placed next to someone like Howard. That's fair if we're gonna keep Howard up there, you know. Seems pretty fair. Probably higher than Howard. So I see higher mostly. I think that's fine for now. Like I said, none of these are set in stone. They are fluid. You know, next stream, we could move them around again as we reevaluate the list and add new characters in. But again, 11-hour stream going now, and we got to kind of get through things. How about Daniel Plainview? I see he can stay. We probably got to get a little democratic again. Oops. Where was that going? Plainview is the Plainview poll is up. Let me know what you guys think. Higher? Alright. I can see the justification for Plainview being in A tier. Maybe around Clay. Higher than Clay. Not quite breaching the criminal route. I was kind of going towards like this area, but I think before the criminals works. You know, that's fine, I think, for now. What about Bob Barnes? Sergeant Barnes from Platoon. Still the same day for me, Spectre, but yes, it has been quite a long time. Sergeant Barnes and Colonel Kurtz, you know, war does crazy things to people. That's kind of their spot right here. This is going to be uploaded to YouTube, yes. I'm partial to having these two stay where they're at. You know, war being hell isn't a total justification for terrible actions, but it is partially a justification for terrible actions. So, you know, middle ground, B tier seems good for me. How about Arthur Fleck? Arthur Fleck, the Joker. I'm seeing stay with some hires.
We can do a poll for Arthur. Mostly stays. Okay, Arthur can stay where he's at. How about Norman Bates? Stay for Norman. Norman can stay too. Yeah, I figured this is a pretty good spot for Norman. Yeah, maybe even lower. Yeah, I mean, the initial evil action he was aware of, so that's what kind of keeps him up here. Yeah, maybe next time around I'll put his mom in, but that's fine, I think. Yeah, maybe by Rumi. I don't know. Kind of, yeah. I think he's gonna stay where he's at for now. Maybe next stream we can move him around. But what about Pamela Voorhees, Jason's mom? Stay, lower, and higher for Pamela are the first 3 responses. So that tells me a lot. That tells me that we need a poll. Sauron is coming out next week. Pamela. Got a poll for Pamela Voorhees. See what you guys think. Higher, huh? That's fine. I can see why higher. But I can also see why stay. You know? A little bit of stretch here. Stretch, it's good for you. Oh, yes. Okay. Late night stream is going great. It's a little long, but it's going good, I think. I think we're having a good time here. So I see stay / higher. I think that's fine. You know, moving her up here. I saw someone talk about how she should be an A tier. I get that, you know. But let's just keep her here for now for the sake of time, you know. I think that's okay as far as the placement goes. You know, she still kind of goes with this motif of a mental illness, you know, kind of ruling her actions. So that's okay. Margaret worse than Pamela? As far as scale goes, no. As far as the personal aspect of it, yes. I could see these two being interchangeable in a few different ways. So we can just stick Margaret next to Pamela. That sounds fine enough. They were stuck together below anyway. But what about William D. Fenns from Falling Down? Yeah, and also for Pamela, you do have to factor in that it led to Jason doing what he does. But, I mean, she wasn't really aware that Jason was still alive, so... William can stay higher. See a lot of stays. See, I personally would put him higher, but a lot of you are saying stay. Let's do a poll. The only reason I would put him higher is because having a bad day isn't a justification for going on a rampage. Well, whatever. It wasn't... The word rampage has a lot of, like, highly negative connotations associated with it. It wasn't like a murder spree, but he did go on a little mini crime spree just because he had a bad day. And he's had tragic circumstances. You know, recently. With the divorce and
and his life kind of going down the toilet, his mundane job. He can stay / higher. If he's gonna go higher, I would put him next to William Money. You know, that seems fine. Let's stay with a slight higher bent. That's pretty close to where he was, and I don't know. That seems fair. How about Travis Bickle, though? What do we think about Travis Bickle? Okay, Travis, I already knew Travis was going to be a controversial one, so I don't even know why I didn't start off with a poll to begin with. Let's go higher, lower, and stay. Lower. Lower, lower. Okay, that's fine. We can stick Travis down at the bottom of B tier for now. We'll revisit him when we get down to the bottom. We're almost there. What about Tyler Durden? Where do we think Tyler Durden should go? Now, mind you, most of the evil of Tyler comes from the fact that, if I recall correctly, a couple people did die as a result of his Fight Club, and then his overall goal was to return humanity to, like, year 0. Give humanity a full reset. And the thing about his idea to give humanity a full reset is, yeah, resetting humanity to the beginning sounds cool in theory, like, oh, we're going to give it a full reset and society's going to go back to being pure and innocent or whatever, but, that would erase modern medicine and, all the things that have improved human lives. All of those improvements would go down the toilet if we were to reset ourselves. So, do you really want to live in a world where, penicillin doesn't exist anymore and you can die from a cold again? I don't know. Not my favorite idea of a revolution, for sure. So this is Tyler and the narrator, Jack, in one. It's not just like Tyler, it's both of them. So when you factor in that Tyler is like a mental illness, a DID kind of thing, I can see higher. Higher's fine. I'll put him right next to William. How about that? How's that sound, guys? And we're standing on business. Tyler higher than Dexter? Maybe. So, in the book, it's not just the debt. In the Fight Club book, it's a full reset. Not just resetting people's debt. Okay, we can just... People are saying Tyler deserves a higher spot, so I'm just going to put him there. I still think he deserves B tier, but... I don't know. Let's just stick him at here. All right. Let's see here. That sounds fine for now. Again, positions are liable to change in future lists and updates and stuff like that. What about the people of what is the movie? The Wicker Man. Lord Summerisle, Summerisle's flock, Summerisle's people, brainwashed pagan cult, pretty much. Seems good in B for me, but I don't know what you guys think. Okay, I'm seeing hires and stays. Let's go here. Sort of on the stay path, but a little higher. How's that look? Throw the book at them. Ace Attorney. Too high. Well, I'm just gonna do that. Because I saw some stays and some highs, and the polls, again, they take a while. So they don't take a while, but they add up. So let's just leave them there for now. I think that's pretty good. The hunters from The Last of Us, trying to survive, but surviving by taking advantage of other people and committing crimes. So B placement for survivalists sounds fine, but what do you guys think? Hunters can go above will. Okay, that's fine, because they don't have to kill people and steal from them in order to survive. You know, people are surviving in the Last of Us world by banding together and working together. Same as Fedra. I mean, you could put them next to each other. You know, they don't have to be who they are to survive. In a lot of instances, they kind of messed up where they were, and they were like, well, screw it, I'm just going to start stealing and killing. So, that's okay. I think that's fine. John Holt is the counterpart to Walter Finch in Insomnia, the different Insomnia movies. But his murder was an accident. So, you know, again, most people haven't seen either of these, so I'm just going to keep him there. And then Will Dormer, honestly, should probably go lower in C tier somewhere. He's a corrupt cop is what he is, but he's a corrupt cop in that he manufactures evidence for criminals he thinks deserve to go to jail. So I don't know. Maybe he still deserves to be in B. I don't know. I'm pretty comfortable with these two at the bottom of B. Kristoff is worst. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I mean, we stuck them at the bottom just to figure out where they were going to go, and I think that's fine for those two. So we got about 30 characters left, guys. 30 characters. And if we take an average of 2 minutes for each character, that's another hour. And it's already been an 11-hour, 26-minute stream. I've eaten a little bit, but I'm not hungry for some reason. But thank you for asking. So this is the great reshuffling where we reshuffled all the characters. This next stream is not going to be this long, nowhere near as long. But again, we can revisit some of these placements next time, you know, and on a shorter stream. I think it's time that we get these going a little bit. But you're welcome, guys. It's been my pleasure to stick around and do this with you guys. It's been fun. I like it. I think this is a great way to do tier lists. Now we're on Winston Wolfe. Winston Wolfe from Pulp Fiction, he is not a murderer, but he is the guy who helps murderers clean up their mess. And we put him in C originally because, you know, you can't help murderers and not be at least a little evil, you know? you don't get to be a body disposer and get a D tier. But yeah, I don't know. Winston being here is fine, I think. And then Saul being like a little lower than him, also being a facilitator of criminals, helping criminals stay criminals and keep committing crimes. Saul might be worse. We don't really know the scale of Winston's crimes, how many cleanups he's actually done. I don't know. These are contentious picks that I think that should stay where they're at for now. Unforgiven as a whole, we already kind of talked about that earlier. It's how the world of the Wild West kind of creates these evil people, and the conditions there led to a lot of the things happening. They spawn the outlaws and the every Wild West trope, villain you can think of. Same with Menace to Society as a whole. It's the conditions that created criminals like O-Dog and Juice. Bishop, sorry, not Juice. Bishop. So, I think those are fine. Even I might even bump them up more. But I think those are okay. This is Blondie from... So you guys want to move Saul? I see a lot of people talking about moving Saul up, and that's fine. I understand that. Oh, I love Menace to Society. That's one of my favorite movies. I used to watch... I don't know if anyone else in here used to do this, but back when I had cable and I was younger, I used to watch Black Movie Fridays on BET, and that's where I watched like Menace to Society, and that's where I saw Boys in the Hood for the first time, and a bunch of other movies too. It was cool. It was Black Movie Fridays was pretty cool. I missed that. So let's see here. Let's see. My favorite movie is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and we're actually on Blondie from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly here. And yes, you will get a tier list playlist. I'm sorry I haven't made one yet. If I haven't, I thought I did. So Blondie is in C tier because he's like an outlaw, career criminal, bounty hunter. He's not totally. He's the protagonist of this story, but he's not guiltless. So I don't know. I felt like Blondie was pretty good there. What do you guys think about Blondie? And this is just based off The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. No problem, Carlitos. I'm a bit tired, but I used to work quite long shifts, and I still do, I guess, making these videos. So I'm pretty used to it. Lower D tier. I mean, I understand. He's. I'm gonna put him at the bottom of C. From what I know about the Dollars trilogy, it's not really a trilogy. They're not really connected, so I like to look at them independent from each other. So Blondie would, if I covered all three movies, Blondie would be on here 3 times. So how about Ned Logan from Unforgiven? He was William Money's partner, but definitely redeemed himself, and there's no word of him partaking in a massacre, but he was an outlaw, bounty hunter, criminal in the past. Lower? Let's see. D tier, he has remorse. Yeah, I think William is up in B tier just because of that massacre element. You don't really... In my book, you don't really get to commit a massacre and then, okay, I'm a good guy now. It's good that you're a good guy now, but we still have to consider that you were a person who was willing to massacre a whole bunch of people. Ned didn't participate in a massacre. He's like Blondie tier, redeemed outlaw. In fact, I would place him lower than Blondie, and I might even agree with the top of D. That makes sense to me. How about Honey Bunny and Pumpkin from Pulp Fiction? They are, two robbers, thieves. That's their claim to evil, is being thieves. Stay or lower? Yeah, I could see stay or lower. Let's see. They could put, yeah, that's the thing. I like to put him at C because the thing about being a thief is you have the potential to like kill someone. Being a thief and doing armed robbery, there's always the potential for you to something horrible to happen and you need to kill somebody and they're innocent, or you're defending yourself because you're trying to rob them and they're trying to shoot at you. So yeah, actually I think C, high-ish C, is good for armed robbers who have the potential to, yeah, and like I said, EMG, that they do usually pull it out for shock, but there's still that, like, the one little squeeze and all of a sudden they're not armed robbers anymore, they're murderers. It's a very dangerous game they're playing, and not a good one. But Jules is a career criminal who finds the path to redemption. We know that at the end of Pulp Fiction, he's gone off into the sunset. So I think he's more brutal than Blondie. He's probably committed worse crimes than Blondie, committed worse crimes than Ned, who are, lesser criminal, redeemed criminal, also redeemed but more severe crimes in a massacre. Kind of in the middle here with Jules. He's on the path to redemption, but I'm pretty sure he's done some messed up stuff in the past. You guys think Jules is fine there, considering the redemption and the previous gangster lifestyle? Okay. I mean, some people saying low B. I get that. I think, anywhere in this vicinity between William Money and Blondie, Jules could be here. So, I think it's fine that we leave him here. What about Derek Vineyard, who also on the path to redemption? He killed someone, killed two people. One of them was partially in self-defense. The other one was straight up malice. But he's definitely redeemed. At the end of American History X, been redeemed, and on the path to redemption. He's not the person he was when he killed those two guys. Stay. I'm seeing a lot of stays with some low Bs. This is, you could put him like here, and like some people said, you could, even though they're redeemed, you could put these two up above a couple of thieves. I think that's fine. I think this is a pretty decent spot for them. But what about these two, Mr. Potter and Gordon Gekko? Two capitalists, unempathetic capitalists. I think Mr. Potter's worse than Gordon Gekko. He's a lot more personal with his evil. He's the financial overlord of a single town, and he's responsible for rent prices and commodities prices, and he decides whether someone's poor or rich. And Gordon Gekko is just, I'll make as much money off of stock as I can, no matter what it does to other people. A million people could lose all their jobs, but if I made $1 million, then it's fine. That's Gordon Gekko. Yes, Gordon Gekko is the greed is good monologue. That's Gordon Gekko. So Clay, I see someone said next to Clay. Clay is higher up because he's definitely done some verifiable crimes, like by his own hand. These two, it's like their evil is more indirect. So I see a lot of stays. I'm gonna keep them here, at least this time around. Now here's the one. Here's the one that earlier in the stream I saw people coming in, popping in. Why is Nurse Ratched in C tier? Why isn't she in S tier? Why isn't she in A tier? Why isn't she in B tier? Why isn't she higher? Is basically what I saw for Nurse Ratched. I personally think Nurse Ratched deserves to be lower than S or A, just because she's really bad at her job, and she's really manipulative. But at the end of the day, she is doing her job, you know, even if she's doing her job in a really, 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 really horrible way. So let's get a poll going on Nurse Ratched. Because I know this one's a hot topic. It's been a hot topic since the first tier list, because, you know, she was on the first tier list. So let's see what people think. Whoa. Oh, my chat just went weird. Thank you, Teddy, for the super chat. Put you on the tier list because your villainy is greater than you can even comprehend. Well, I guess you're getting a video then. That's just what it's got to be. But thank you, Teddy. Higher, stay, or lower? Okay, so big consensus is higher. Now, S, A, or B? NR. I'm just gonna put NR. So S, A, or B for Nurse Ratched. Most people want her to be higher. Where should she go if she's gonna be higher? See, so a good majority are at B, but I do see some A's. So I will acknowledge that Nurse Ratched needs to go into A tier somewhere. I mean B tier somewhere. High B tier. Let's go. Let's go there. That seems like a good compromise. Again, we can move her around next time around, but I know people want her higher. I know if I keep her low, that's not gonna satisfy people. So let's keep Nurse Ratched up in B. Colonel Jessup is next. Colonel Jessup is responsible for enacting a code red on a soldier under his command who was going to rat on the unit and betray his brothers. Now, the reason he's down here in B tier is because, is it more so malice, or is it a terrible army practice and culture and tradition that he's guilty of perpetrating? Like, he's an old school army guy who's doing an old school army thing that isn't right. So yeah, right, betray his brothers, villain speak, I agree. Low B. I don't see, people didn't really have too much of an opinion on Jessup when I placed him earlier. You know, as much as the you can't handle the truth scene is pretty famous. I don't think A Few Good Men is that famous of a movie. But we'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. Colonel Jessup, higher, lower, or stay?
I'm gonna stop the music here real quick. And go here. Okay. Stay. Stay with some higher bent. Okay. That's fine. A little bit of a higher bent. You know, I can get it. I can dig a higher placement a little bit. But I do think he's like C tier ish. So we'll keep it. We'll just give him a courtesy bump. Jack Torrance in C tier. Book Jack Torrance is an abusive alcoholic. Film Jack Torrance is, what's the best way to put it? He's a dick. I mean, that's a pretty good way to put it. And the majority of what he does is influenced by the Overlook Hotel. So, bad person. Is he that evil without the hotel? I don't know. You know, I talked about that in the video. You know, it's really, if you've had more experience with an abusive alcoholic, you might be more inclined to bump Jack up because, you know, your experience will kind of dictate, you know, I've experienced that, and it's not good. You know, Jack is on here for a reason, because it's not good to be an abusive alcoholic. But depending on your experience with the matter and your opinion on how evil and abusive an alcoholic is, that could be lower or higher, you know. For the sake of compromise, we can put Jack next to his other Jack Nicholson counterpart. And, hey, Kolas, thanks for stopping by. You guys were wondering where the my stepdad was on the tier list. Well, he's just arrived. Kolas is in the chat. Everybody give some love to Kolas. He's the one who made that Analyzing Evil My Stepdad parody a while ago. And it was funny. It was a good parody. He did a good job. So hello, Kolas, and thanks for stopping in. Next is The Lighthouse, Thomas Howard, Thomas Wake, purgatory type deal. Again, this is another one that's like up to interpretation. You know, I interpreted it the way I did, but that movie is so complex and confusing that it's kind of hard to place them, you know. So if you guys are comfortable with leaving them in C, I think that's fine to leave them here. Just a little quirky. Yeah, they are just a little quirky. Yeah, and The Lighthouse is kind of a niche movie anyway, even though it's an A24 movie. Thanks for stopping by, AMG. I appreciate all the discourse and the interaction and all the love. Hope you have a good night. So we'll leave them there. And then Salieri. Salieri, who drove a man to his death. Drove Mozart to his death. What do we think about Salieri? Slightly higher? I could see that. I could see him being above, like, Mr. Potter and Gordon Gekko. Does that sound fair? Little bump. That is Batman, but I've decided not to place him this time around just because. You know, I only put him on here because I talked about him in a video. Yeah, right. It's a little much to place him higher. I don't know. I feel like that's a generally all right spot for Salieri. So this isn't Neo and Trinity and Morpheus. This is supposed to represent humanity in the world of the Matrix. And in the beginning of the stream, when we placed them, we discussed how humans were pretty much responsible for the machines doing what they did in the world of the Matrix, because the machines were trying to be free and establish their own nation, and humans were like, no, we're going to war. We're not standing for that. So low C
for the humans of the world of the Matrix. And as far as top of S tier, it's Morgoth, Judge Holden, and Bill Cipher. Top 3. But I think this is fine for the humans of the Matrix, who kind of instigated the misery they're experiencing at the hands of the machines by the time the story of the films begins. Terrence Fletcher, who is responsible for driving one of his students to kill themselves because of his heavy-handed teaching tactics. If he hadn't drove one of his students to commit suicide, I'd be more inclined to put him in D for being just a bad teacher. But because his methods drove someone to kill themselves, I think C seems good for him. What do you guys think about Terrence Fletcher in C? A little bit higher. Next is Salieri. That's fair. You know, they're kind of, musical guys. Put them together. That's fine. I can get with that. Maybe he's worse than Salieri, huh? How about Baby Jane? Baby Jane Hudson. She. So Kolas, no, I don't believe they are. They're more so animals than anything. Yeah, Baby Jane, she did all those horrible things to her sister, but her sister is the one who blamed her accident on Jane, which she actually caused. So, Baby Jane got a lot of issues. And she, at the end of the day, she wasn't really responsible for anything besides the abuse of her sister, which is not good, but her abusing her sister resulted from her sister's actions. So, she killed the housekeeper. That's right. She killed the housekeeper. I'm sorry, I forgot. I do tend to forget details on these tier lists. But even so, maybe with the killed the housekeeper in mind, maybe a bump up. Yeah. I don't really use Twitter too much, Prototype. Any of you guys know that I am pretty bad with social media. So I will be posting this on YouTube, and I will also be cutting this stream up into a shorter tier list update for people who would rather watch a shorter update. So what about Billy Chapman, everybody? What about Billy Chapman? Stay. Glad to hear it, Zeke. I'm glad I could provide you with that comfort when you're trying to sleep. Yeah, Billy's mind, he's like in a trance, essentially, when he goes on his killing spree. It was Super Ender Guy. We already placed the Castovitz. So Billy's fine where he is. Have a good one, Lord Roku. Thanks for stopping by. What about Joel? Does Joel seem comfortable down here in C, next to the Fireflies? Joel from The Last of Us and the Fireflies from The Last of Us? I would argue that the Fireflies are not the same as Fedra and the Hunters because they're actually, despite their methods, they are trying to provide a solution to the cordyceps zombie problem by, shucking off Fedra and creating a vaccine. So let's do a poll for Joe. We haven't done a poll in a second. Let's go Joel, higher, lower, or stay. We got a poll up for Joel from The Last of Us in the chat right now. It depends, Kolas. I love a good Dark Lord, so I pure evil kind of attracts me as far as characters go, but I do enjoy the complexity of more morally gray characters. I like the personalities of Dark Lords more most of the time. That's what draws me to them. So I see stay for Joel. That's good. So if Joel's gonna stay there, I would say the Fireflies stay where they are too. That's fine. How about Jason? Jason Voorhees. Again, he's low, like Leatherface, which we'll talk about in a minute, because Jason is only who he is because of all the weird and terrible circumstances surrounding his upbringing. And Jason, yeah, like Kolaz in the chat said, Jason doesn't know any better, really. Like, he doesn't really have a grasp of right or wrong, I would say. So that's what kind of gives him that. And you could say the same about Billy. Yeah, we could put Jason up here. Jason and Billy both had a little bit of a chance to escape the circumstances of their situation, which is something that Leatherface didn't, which is what we'll be talking about when we get to Leatherface. But now we've fleshed out C, and C looks good to me. I think C is pretty good. D, we've already placed Ned Logan. And we talked about the Matrix, the machines, as horrible as the stuff they do to the humans in the Matrix world. It's the really all the stuff that the machines do only really happened because the humans bungled the machine integration movement. You know, the machines wanted their own country, and humans